Pero David, dito ka matututo. Oh, baka gusto mo laktawan tong part na to ha? Hindi pwede, kasi mahalagang pagdaanan mo to. Okay lang matakot, gawin mo pa rin. Magta-top 8 kayo sa MPL, talo, laglag. Hindi lang isa, 2 beses pa. Dahil dito, mapaisip ka kung kaya mo pa ba, kung para sa'yo pa ba yung ML. Ngayon ka dapat hindi tumigil. Kailangan mong ituloy at patunayan sa sarili mo na kaya mo. Kahit sa mga oras na wala ka ng ganang gumalaw. Kung magagawa mo to, magkakaroon ka ng disiplina. Gagawin mo siya dahil pinangako mo sa sarili mo na panahon na para magising at magbago. Kapag naayos mo na yung sarili mo, magiging maayos na teammate ka na sa mga kasama mo. Kung yung dati nga, sarili mo lang iniisip mo. Ngayon, mas masaya ka na kapag masaya yung teammates mo, di ba? Dahilan ito para mag-champion kayo sa iba't ibang tournaments, pati na rin sa MPL Season 12. Matutupad rin yung pangarap mo para sa team na makapag-M5. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, mas gagalingan mo pa kasi gusto mong maranasan nila ang feeling na naranasan mo noon.
Kyle, siguradong may echo pa dyan sa banyo kung saan ka naglalaro ng ML. Hindi ka kasi pwede maglaro sa kwarto nyon dahil sure na mapapagalitan ka na naman. Tatagan mo ang loob mo kasi masasabihan ka pa ng magulang mo na wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag mong i-take yun negatively. Instead, gawin mong motivation yun para mapatunayan sa kanila at sa sarili mo na may future ka sa ML. Magpasalamat ka pa rin sa parents mo. Kasi kahit na pinapagalitan ka nila palagi dahil sa kaka-ML mo, lagi ka pa rin naman nilang pinapahiram ng cellphone para malaro to. Mangarap ka. Gawin mo lahat ng makakaya mo para makilala ka sa ginagawa mo. Iwasan mo yung pagiging tilted. Hindi yun makatulong sa'yo. Magpataas ka lang ng stars. May amateur team na makakadiscover sa'yo. At dahil dito, makakasali ka sa maraming tournaments. Marami kang matututunan. Hindi lang sa in-game aspect, kundi pati na rin sa pakikitungo sa ibang tao. Sa tamang panahon, makakapasok ka ng AP Brain. Magiging ganap na pro player ka. Oh, huwag kang kabahan. May mga coach ka na gagabay sa'yo. Tsaka mabubuting tao rin mga magiging teammates mo. Kapag may napapansin kang mali o kailangan i-improve, magsalita ka. Mas okay maging totoo kaysa maging pabaya. Matuto ka rin tumanggap pag ikaw naman ang may mali. Hindi ka rin naman laging tama eh. Magkakaroon pa nga ng pagkakataon na hindi ka makakaretry sa isang pinaka-importanteng laro sa karera mo. Pero alalahanin mo lang rason mo kung bakit ka nandito. Kung bakit ka naipagsapalaran sa ML. Magpapagawa ka pa ng bahay para sa pamilya mo, di ba? May pangbubong ka na, di ba? Kaya laban lang. Triplein mo ang sipag mo. Marami ka pang pagsubok na pagdadaanan. Ihahanda ka ng lahat ng yan para sa M5 World Championship. Malay mo, ang kasunod pala ng tagumpay dito, sarili mo ng bahay at mas maginhawang buhay.
O Jean, unang-una, gusto kong malaman mo na magiging maayos din ang lahat. Alam kong pagod na pagod ka ngayon kasi pinagsabay mo yung work, paglalaro ng ML at pag-aaral mo. Call center agent ka sa gabi, estudyante sa umaga, tapos sumasali ka pa sa ML tournaments tuwing weekends. Maga kang namulat sa hirap ng buhay. 7 kayong magkakapatid at walang ibang maasahan ng mama mo kundi ikaw. Kahit minsan, ang sakit-sakit na. Nakihin mo muna. Tibayin mo loob mo para makatulong ka sa pamilya mo at mabigyan sila ng maayos na kinabukasan. Darating ka rin naman sa point na ma-realize mo na kailangan mag-focus ka lang sa isang bagay. Huwag ka magpapaubos. Mas makakatulong ka sa kanila kung masaya ka rin sa ginagawa mo. Sa unang sabak mo sa amateur scene ng ML, wala ka pag-aanong ipapanalo. Pero dahil sa pagtitiyaga mo, magtiwala kang may makakapansin din sa talento mo. May makakaalala ng pangalan mo. Nakatawa man isipin, pero napakaswerte mo pa rin. Dadalhin ka rin tadhana dyan sa AP Brain. narating ang chance mo na patunayan ng sarili. Sa kawalan ng player na pupuno, ikaw ang magbubuo sa team nyo. Pero Jin, kahit na by chance ang pagpasok mo, binigay mo naman ang lahat ng oras mo sa paglalaro ng ML. Kaya naging magaling ka dito. Marami kayong pagsubok na pagdadaanan as a team. Pero malalagpasan nyo rin lahat yan. Di ba nga, minsan sa buhay, kailangan mo muna maranasan yung hirap para mas ma-appreciate mo yung ginhawa pag narating mo na. Ituloy mo lang yung pagsusumikap mo kasi dadaling ka niyan sa landas kung saan matutulungan mo na ang pamilya mo, matutupad mo pa ang pangarap mo. Magka-champion ka sa MPL at magiging parte ka ng M5. Ngayon, ay thankful ka dahil alam mong mas masarap ang tagumpay dahil naranasan mo ang pait ng buhay.
We're better than great. We're better than great. We're better than great. Nanditong mga bida, the kings and queen of MOBA, kasamang kabugera at 7,000 isla. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't na yun di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta. Wala kang ligtas, talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawat sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan ng 1, 2, 3 handa ba kayo? Ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami itong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng dipidal.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban,
Pilipinas lang malakas.
babangon, babawi kahit
Pilipinas
sugatan.
lang malakas.
Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Pilipinas lang.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan, di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay dirit sumapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban, babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, 3 bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. cosmic dragon rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh! That's just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala. Guess the Hero Challenge.
Lapu-Lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Nana, go! Best dressed team.
Ole!
Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage, the hours of sacrifice,
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
we are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
How jangan?
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasakan kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life, play life. Qiddiya.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing don't change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is over, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. They are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. They are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings ang dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 for alright. Bawing, 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 bawing.
Brandon, alam ko masalimuot ngayon ang buhay mo. Kung kailan ka nabigyan ng break as a head coach sa Pro Scene ng Mobile Legends, doon ka pa nagkaroon ng malubhang sakit. Iindahin mo ng 1 buwan. Itatago mo kasi akala mo ngalay lang naman. Hanggang sa isang gabi, hindi ka na makatayo. Hindi ka na makalakad. Wala nang choice kundi dalhin ka sa ospital kasi grabe na yung sakit na iniinda mo. Magsisimula ang season na wala ka sa tabi ng team mo. Sobrang lungkot at depresyon ang dadanasin mo dahil sa sakit at kawalan ng pakiramdam sa kalahati ng iyong katawan. Munti ka nang sumuko sa buhay. Buti na lang at may mga nurse, mga doktor, mga physical therapists, at mga kaibigan na nagpatibay ng loob mo. Huwag mo silang kalimutang pasalamatan. Akala mo okay na ang lahat, kaso luluba palalo ang sakit mo. Mapupunta ka sa bingit ng kamatayan, halos hindi ka na makahinga. Doon, mapapadasal ka sa Diyos na huwag ka na munang kunin dahil hindi pa tapos ang mission mo. Hindi pa tapos ang pangarap mo. Sabi mo nga, magja-champion ka pa. Maniwala ka na gagaling ka. Kumapit ka. Sa pagkakataon na yon, madudugtungan ang iyong buhay. Binigyan ka ng isa pang chance sa mundo para tuparin ang pangarap mo. Kung akala mo wala nang kukuha sa iyong ML team dahil sa kalagayan mo, nagkakamali ka. May magtitiwala pa rin. Kukunin ka as coach ng isang team abroad. Igagrab mo yung opportunity kahit pa naka-wheelchair ka kasi gusto mo yung ginagawa mo. Magiging mahirap pero okay lang. Ang importante, sumubo ka at wala kang regrets. Unti-unti na rin mag-i-improve ang kalagayan mo. Sabi ng mga doktor, kailangan mong ma-operahan pero wala ka pa namang pera noon kaya naniwala ka na lang nagagaling ka. Sa tiyaga at paniniwala, makakatayo ka rin. Darating ang punto na makakalakad ka na ulit. Himala, di ba? May isa pang biyaya na darating. Lalapitan ka na isang kaibigan, si Coach Daki, para maging tactician ng AP Brand. May chance ka ulit na ituloy ang pangarap. Huwag mo itong sayangin. Ikaw ang susi na magbubukas ng bagong pintuan para sa iyong team. Makakapagsibol kayo at dito magsisimula ang sunod-sunod niyong pagkapanalo sa iba't ibang tournament, kabilang ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Kung dati ay literal na hindi ka makalakad, ngayon lakad matatag ka nang ire-representa ang Pilipinas sa M5 World Championships.
David, nakakatuwa manood ng MPL, no? Nakikita mo yung mga idol mo. Yung iba dyan, magiging kakampi mo. Maglaro ka lang na maglaro, tapos magpataas ka ng rank at stars. Sa sobrang loko mo, darating pa nga yung 24 hours na nag-live ka ng ML para magpapansin. Dahil sa kasipagan mong yun, may chance ka pang nakasali ka sa Bren. Sobrang saya ng magiging run mo kasi magcha-champion ka na sa MPL tapos makakasali ka pa sa M2 World Championship. Nakaka-pressure pa yan kasi rookie ka pa lang tapos mag-worlds ka na. Buti na lang, umayon yung resulta sa atin. Magiging champion ka ng M2. Oo, masaya siya. Kaso warning lang ha, yung mga susunod na mangyayari dito magiging mahirap at masakit para sa'yo. Ganun talaga yung buhay eh. Hindi laging masaya. Minsan, kapag nasa tuktok ka at hindi mo alam kung paano harapin ang tagumpay, sasagadsad ka pababa, tatamarin ka, makikinig sa maling sinasabi ng iba, at ang uli, magmamahal ka ng taong lolokohin ka lang pala. Sa mga panahong yun, mapatingin ka na lang sa salamin at parang hindi mo nakilala yung sarili mo. Magiging madilim yung mga susunod na kabanata ng buhay mo. Pero David, dito ka matututo. Oh, baka gusto mo laktawan tong part na to ha? Hindi pwede, kasi mahalagang pagdaanan mo to. Okay lang matakot, gawin mo pa rin. Magta-top 8 kayo sa MPL, talo, laglag. Hindi lang isa, 2 beses pa. Dahil dito, mapaisip ka kung kaya mo pa ba, kung para sa'yo pa ba yung ML, ngayon ka dapat hindi tumigil. Kailangan mong ituloy at patunayan sa sarili mo na kaya mo, kahit sa mga oras na wala ka ng ganang gumalaw. Kung magagawa mo to, magkakaroon ka ng disiplina. Gagawin mo siya dahil pinangako mo sa sarili mo na panahon na para magising at magbago. Kapag naayos mo na yung sarili mo, magiging maayos na teammate ka na sa mga kasama mo. Kung yung dati nga, sarili mo lang iniisip mo. Ngayon, mas masaya ka na kapag masaya yung teammates mo, di ba? Dahilan ito para mag-champion kayo sa iba't ibang tournaments, pati na rin sa MPL Season 12. Matutupad rin yung pangarap mo para sa team na makapag-M5. Ngayon, sa pagkakataong ito, mas gagalingan mo pa kasi gusto mong maranasan nila ang feeling na naranasan mo noon.
Kyle, siguradong may echo pa dyan sa banyo kung saan ka naglalaro ng ML. Hindi ka kasi pwede maglaro sa kwarto nyo, no? Dahil sure na mapapagalitan ka na naman. Tatagan mo ang loob mo kasi masasabihan ka pa ng magulang mo na wala kang mapapala dyan. Huwag mong i-take yun negatively. Instead, gawin mong motivation yun para mapatunayan sa kanila at sa sarili mo na may future ka sa ML. Magpasalamat ka pa rin sa parents mo kasi kahit na pinapagalitan ka nila palagi dahil sa kaka-ML mo, lagi ka pa rin naman nilang pinapairam ng cellphone para malaro to. Mangarap ka. Gawin mo lahat ng makakaya mo para makilala ka sa ginagawa mo. Iwasan mo yung pagiging tilted. Hindi yun makatulong sa'yo. Magpataas ka lang ng stars. May amateur team na makakadiscover sa'yo. At dahil dito, makakasali ka sa maraming tournaments. Marami kang matututunan. Hindi lang sa in-game aspect, kundi pati na rin sa pakikitungo sa ibang tao. Sa tamang panahon, makakapasok ka ng AP Brain. Magiging ganap na pro player ka. Oh, huwag kang kabahan. May mga coach ka na gagabay sa'yo. Tsaka mabubuting tao rin mga magiging teammates mo. Kapag may napapansin kang mali o kailangan i-improve, magsalita ka. Mas okay maging totoo kaysa maging pabaya. Matuto ka rin tumanggap pag ikaw naman ang may mali. Hindi ka rin naman laging tama eh. Magkakaroon pa nga ng pagkakataon na hindi ka makakaretry sa isang pinaka-importanteng laro sa karera mo. Pero alalahanin mo lang rason mo kung bakit ka nandito. Kung bakit ka naipagsapalaran sa ML. Magpapagawa ka pa ng bahay para sa pamilya mo, di ba? May pangbubong ka na, di ba? Kaya laban lang. Triplein mo ang sipag mo. Marami ka pang pagsubok na pagdadaanan. Ihahanda ka ng lahat ng yan para sa M5 World Championship. Malay mo, ang kasunod pala ng tagumpay dito. Sarili mo ng bahay at mas maginhawang buhay.
O Jean, unang-una, gusto kong malaman mo na magiging maayos din ang lahat. Alam kong pagod na pagod ka ngayon kasi pinagsabay mo yung work, paglalaro ng ML at pag-aaral mo. Call center agent ka sa gabi, estudyante sa umaga, tapos sumasali ka pa sa ML tournaments tuwing weekends. Maga kang namulat sa hirap ng buhay. 7 kayong magkakapatid at walang ibang maasahan ng mama mo kundi ikaw. Kahit minsan, ang sakit-sakit na. Nakihin mo muna. Tibayin mo loob mo para makatulong ka sa pamilya mo at mabigyan sila ng maayos na kinabukasan. Darating ka rin naman sa point na ma-realize mo na kailangan mag-focus ka lang sa isang bagay. Huwag ka magpapaubos. Mas makakatulong ka sa kanila kung masaya ka rin sa ginagawa mo. Sa unang sabak mo sa amateur scene ng ML, wala ka pag-aanong ipapanalo. Pero dahil sa pagtitiyaga mo, magtiwala kang may makapansin din sa talento mo. May makakaalala ng pangalan mo. Nakatawa man isipin, pero napakaswerte mo pa rin. Dadaling ka rin tadhana dyan sa AP Brain. Narating ang chance mo na patunayan ng sarili. Sa kawalan ng player na pupuno, ikaw ang magbubuo sa team nyo. Pero Jean, kahit na by chance ang pagpasok mo, binigay mo naman ang lahat ng oras mo sa paglalaro ng ML. Kaya naging magaling ka dito. Marami kayong pagsubok na pagdadaanan as a team. Pero malalagpasan nyo rin lahat yan. Di ba nga, minsan sa buhay, kailangan mo muna maranasan yung hirap para mas ma-appreciate mo yung ginhawa pag narating mo na. Ituloy mo lang yung pagsusumikap mo kasi dadaling ka niyan sa landas kung saan matutulungan mo na ang pamilya mo, matutupad mo pa ang pangarap mo. Magcha-champion ka sa MPL at magiging parte ka ng M5. Ngayon, ay thankful ka dahil alam mong mas masarap ang tagumpay dahil naranasan mo ang pait ng buhay.
bubong isla. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo. Look at your face, so kabado. Dito sa aming teritoryo, can get this ground sa amin ito. Ang laban na to ang magiging binhi. Di na papayag masakop muli. Lahat ng daraanan namin ay mahawi. Alab ng puso'y di mapapawi. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Dami mo daw sinasabi pero ba't ngayon di ka mapakali? Panay lang ang kamot sa anit at kahit alam mo na di naman to makate. Dugo pati laway at pawis tumulo, akala mo ba lahat to madali? Hindi nagmamadali, akyatin ng hagdan na talagang matare. Ganyan talaga ang mga batang Pinas, talagang malakas kahit anong meta. Wala kang ligtas, talagang matigas na parang daliri ng mga kalaban. Sa gitna ng laban, shooters namin talagang savage. Di papaawa sa aming lupang sinilangan. Ang dami ng binilangan ng isa, dalawa, tatlohan. Dalawa kayo, ito na pang-apat. Kaya dami na naman iyakin kahit dadaanin pa sa mga tipi-tipi-tipikal. Paano kami hahabulin? Marami tong gasolina, lalamunin ang lahat ng tipidal.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin.
Pilipinas lang malakas.
Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
Pilipinas lang.
Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Ang maong away ang sinugdanan. Di mo sugot madakpan pagbalik. Tanang agian kay dirit sumapalit. Ang init sa dughan kay dili mawakli. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning. Sanay sa ating maandugong palaban. Babangon, babawi kahit sugatan. Sinag ng araw, tatlong bituin. Pilipinong may giting nagniningning.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh.
May jaw, may
Just it. Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala! Guess the Hero Challenge!
Lapu-Lapu, Iritel, Franco, Nana.
Nana.
Nana! Best dressed team!
Ole!
Best dressed Super Marco!
much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage, the hours of sacrifice,
Shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Jangan.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia.
Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
In every tournament, pros fight not only for glory, family, and their country, but also for the heart of every game. The fans. Are you one of them?
everyone. My name is Queenie Tornis and I am representing Blacklist International Agent!
Perjalanan Sonic ini udah berdiri sejak 5 tahun yang lalu. Sampai kita kalah, sampai apa itu Onyx udah ada.
Homeboys sebenarnya sangat penting sebab dia bukan saja untuk homeboys, dia untuk tingkatkan komuniti MLBB dekat Malaysia ni.
Kita nak kalau boleh komuniti tim lain bersama juga semangatnya macam Homeboys.
Hal yang bisa kita berikan secara maksimal itu adalah dukungan.
Bila moral player tengah down, tapi kita orang tak tengah down, kita orang tengah hype. Kita apa-apa pun, kita sebagai macam homeboys ada 5 player, kita orang Homeboys adalah player ke-6.
And I can say that I'm the correct fandom because they really value their fans. I can feel that this is not just like playing games or what, but this is like a family, a whole family.
Player Homeboys punya gameplay every season macam improve.
Like wins or losses, like they really not take it seriously, but they just take it as a room of improvements.
Menang atau kalah, still support.
Kalau mereka kalah meski sedih tapi tetap dukung.
Kekalahan itu awal dari kemenangan yang lebih besar.
We wanted to make sure and ensure that they still feel that we are still here for them no matter what happens.
Jadi ada 8 kota yang bakal kita adain House Party.
Let's go Blacklist! Blacklist will only improve and they won't give up!
Even if they lose, they will win the next game.
Blacklist, break the code!
They have always felt your unwavering support and love.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo sa amin palagi. Sobrang namomotivate kami lalo lumaban sa mga next games namin dahil sa pagsupport niyo sa amin. Kaya po sana tuloy-tuloy lang. And yun, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat sa mga agents na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na manalo man o matalo, dyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Yun. Isa kayo sa mga rason kung bakit pa kami nagpapatuloy. Thank you sa inyo.
Pertama, makasih banyak yang udah dukung dimanapun kalian, dari Manado, dari semuanya lah pokoknya. Dukungan kalian sangat berarti buat kita, bikin kita semangat, bikin kita lebih konsisten juga biar menang terus. Guys, dukung kita dan kita juga nggak akan bosan buat juara. Terus yang terakhir mungkin selalu doain kita terus. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all Sonics for supporting us. It really is touching and we really appreciate all of you guys from wherever you guys are. And
hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. What's up to the game? Shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great.
and gentlemen, MLBB enthusiasts from all around the globe, welcome to the second day of the M5 knockout stage. I'm your host, Mara Aquino, and I have to tell you, the energy in the M5 is nothing short of phenomenal. But today, we're not just aiming for greatness. We're reaching for something beyond, something better than great. In the stunning journey through the knockouts, the tides and the change of the wind, well, it has changed and has blown fiercely. The West has risen like never before with Deus Vult, proving that they are the dark horses. While we were also thunderstruck by Onyx, the Sky Kings, as they took down the mighty Blacklist International. But the journey doesn't stop there, as we have two epic matches that promises to redefine greatness in the land of dawn. We have AP Bren, the Filipino champions, going up against the fearsome See You Soon of Cambodia. This is a battle that transcends borders and cultures. And if that's not enough, well, we got Geek Fam, a team that adjusted their roster with strategic, actually. And they're gonna be going up against the undying Burmese ghouls. So this is a battle of the fittest. So buckle up, everyone. The stakes are high, the competition is fierce, and the players are ready to etch their name in M-Series history. So let's get this best of 5 started. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
It will be a classic home versus away situation here in the first match of the day. And I think, did you guys hear that? There's some bees out there in the crowd ready for this. Anyway, welcome everybody to, again, the M5 World Championship. Nice to you here alongside Mirko and Yasu. And we're here to bring you the first best of 5 series for the day between AP Bren and, of course, Cambodia's See You Soon. Gentlemen, how we feeling?
Feeling great. AP Bren versus See You Soon. I won't tell you my prediction just yet. You know,
Okay.
I think some people are are kind of mad after yesterday. We don't need to talk about that, but needless to say, I'm excited to see what AP Bren and See You Soon can bring to the table today.
Well, speaking of yesterday, I kind of expect to see something really remarkable today.
Well, I can't wait to see it unfold. Yesterday was already action-packed. What more for today? But before that, we of course have to thank our sponsors, because without them, this would not be possible. The M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Kadia, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you to all our lovely sponsors. M5 would not be possible without you all.
And also special shout out to our global presenting partner, Kadia. Kadia is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia, and it is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Also, don't just stop at the best hero builds and combos. Get ahead of competition and reach Mythic or Mythic Glory with the Secret Lab Titan Evo gaming chair, outfitted with pro-grade ergonomic features engineered for maximum performance. Shop match winning, comfort, and keep yourself at the top of your game.
Now there's more for all you watching at home, and even here in the venue, the M5 Pass is still going on. Unlock the Yuzhong M5 exclusive Dragon's Shade skin and the Prime version, the Cosmic Dragon skin, when you buy the M5 Pass. Accomplish all the activity tasks to reach level 75 for free, and a ton of M5 exclusive rewards are just waiting for you guys at home, so go ahead and grab it while you can. You have it? Do you have the level 75, Mirko?
What? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I got distracted. I mean, come on. They put this in front of me and you expect me not to get distracted? I'm at level 90. I'm very close. I've been grinding. Even though we've been casting, I've been using all the low time to play MLBB to get that right there.
I'm going to have to probably get a couple, what are those called? The support chests?
Yeah, support chests.
Because we're spending so much time here on the desk, of course, throughout this. So, you know, the game time has faltered a little bit, but can't wait as well to get our hands on this again. There it is, right there, actually. Go ahead and check that out. You guys will want to go ahead and grab that. Now, before we get to the match, we do have a recap here for what happened yesterday, what transpired yesterday. Have a look at this.
Fueled
loved by their nation's pride.
Only 8 teams have the right to take that next step towards being better than great.
We are finally down to the final 8. Now let's recap what happened in day 1 of the knockout stage. The first best-of-5 knockout series of M5 ignited with an eruptive clash between Turkey's Fireflux Esports and EECA's Deus Volt.
Deus Volt will take game 1.
Both teams fought tooth and nail and tied the score at 1-1.
Ultra does come out, watch for Apex with Conceal, doesn't get stopped in his tracks, Matchstore still goes down and Sunshine finds another.
The dark horse of the tournament is living up to the moniker with dominating gameplay.
Oh, a little bit of a side flank and attack, they land on Sunshine, 3 members.
Bunu keseriz ha. Bekleyin geliyorum lan. Çık. Tamam çıkarız. Ben bu arada hiçbir şeyleri yok. Oynadın Emre oynadın. Hiçbir şeyleri yok.
Hadi Emre. I can pull it by here. Pull if you... Hold it on. Nice, go. Fight. Kill. Tamam. Carve, you can, Carve. Go to the blue buff, green here. I survive. Hit that. Nice. I take front.
It is now the Bomba era, as Kid Bomba and Deus Volt sent the Turkish champions to the lower bracket.
Maraming salamat, Pilipinas!
It was a fated meeting between the Code Breakers and the Sky Kings.
Edward brought down to half health, Ivory comes out but he gets knocked up, Kyrie in trouble, it's Sensu, he gets first blood.
Blacklist started the series strong by constantly shutting down Kyrie.
Onyx trying to make a bite back, trying to strike back, Sensui gets to play Kyrie down.
And after 30 minutes of tug and pull, the agents claim the first win.
Can they finish it? Kyrie dives in, he's taken out, Oheb finds him. Boot's gonna find Sensui though, so no retry on the board. Oheb will be the next to fall, it's 4 members of Blacklist, all that's left is the Hitman. Sandstorm locks in and Onyx will take game number 2.
But Onyx recovered thanks to CW's flawless performance with Claude. If you think that was intense, game 3 was better than great. The Sky Kings triumph thanks once again to CW and Kyrie's heroic performance.
Backside with a blaze. He does have a teammate. 1v3. No teammate. Wait, he got teamwork. Safely.
And the series continued as the agents equalized in style.
Penalty zone on all members. Sensui gonna go down. The crossbow tank locks on. Edward next. T-Boy in the backside. Divine Retribution. Sans finds it. 3 members down. Make it 4. Onyx have just taken control. And Onyx will reign supreme.
Ultimately, Onyx proved that they are the better team with a commanding Game 5 win. We will now head to day 2 of the knockout stage. What sort of storyline will we see today? It's time to be better than great.
Now, let's go ahead and take a look. Presented by Kadia, the play of the day from day 1 of the knockout stage. It's Boots, the 5-man penalty zone. It was perfect. The perfect fight for Onyx here, Mirko.
It was more than perfect. It was better than great. The fact that he was able to find that angle, right? Waiting in the bush, basically finding the perfect ambush to find a penalty zone flicker and getting it onto 5. You don't see that every day. You don't even see that rarely. It's rare. It's more than rare. It's ultra rare. It's legendary.
Yeah, with perfect timing, perfect hero, and a perfect player combined together, that's what we see, ladies and gentlemen.
And as we take a look here at the brackets once again, as we move forward with the tournament, this is the double elimination bracket that we have, right? It's the losers will go to the lower bracket. They'll get kind of that second chance, if you will. And of course, interesting. Look at that first rematch that we're going to see.
Oh,
eventually.
man. In the group stages, we saw exactly what happened. It was a 2-0 to Fireflux. in the lower brackets, it may be different, right? It's a completely different stage. What do you think, Yasu? That's a tough rematch.
I think that this match is either sending a message and sending Blacklist home, or Fireflux goes away on the hands of a revenge by Team Blacklist International.
Well, can't wait to see that tomorrow. But today, we're kicking it off with AP Bren and See You Soon. And reminder too, AP Bren has not lost a game yet, right?
Nope.
They're currently undefeated. We'll see if See You Soon can actually do something about that. And then later on, we have Geek Fam versus Burmese Ghouls. Two teams that, you know, very interesting the way they got here, right? Kind of leading into this knockout stage, but definitely, like in a way too, yes, it's double elimination, they have everything, but in their own right, they've had another opportunity to get here to the knockout stage, and I think, you know, we'll see how that all unfolds for them because, again, we know there's also possible changes, right? Obviously with Geek Fam, with how things kind of unfolded, so I guess that's up in the air as well. Later on, though, we'll see that, but first, once again, we have to focus on this matchup, AP Bren and See You Soon. The headliner for today specifically on how this is all going to go. See You Soon, they're better than Great Journey. From the skies into the bee's hive. Man, they have been through a trial so far, right? And they have one more step ahead of them to continue on here, Mirko.
Well, the thing is, right, for AP Bren, this is a buff that they can also utilize. The fact that Blacklist International were able to make it so close yesterday against Onyx, I'll have to say, sure, they performed amazing, but what boosted them was the crowd, the home crowd. And I'm looking at the back right now. I see a lot of people. I just want to test the energy of EVM Convention Center. So I'm going to test it one more time, all right?
All right.
I'm going to tell you guys to yell, to scream,
get the bees
to support.
Going.
For the Hive, let me hear you!
That's a lot of Hive.
Yeah.
That's a lot of bees.
That's a lot of bees.
That's a lot of bees.
Well, speaking of today's match, and Team See You Soon coming from a really, really hard match against Team Onyx from the sky, as we said, to the challenge up against the Hive Team AP Bren. They are now playing against the hometown champion.
Well, speaking of that, let's also talk a little bit also of See You Soon, right? This is from words from Kyrie here. He gets the approval from Kyrie, right? Since the last time we fought, MP the King has improved a lot as a player and as a team player. It's far from how he was before, and I hope he keeps it up, right? These are big words, of course, you know, of inspiration to go towards MP the King. He's had his own journey, right, over the course of even the past year. And, you know, to hear that, of course, that's what I always love, guys, about some of the interviews that we hear after the matches and everything. You know, hearing some of these stories on how certain players have looked up to these other players. They might have even just watched them on stream for a while, and now they're here competing against them. So, of course, we also have to take a look at the statistics here. Yasu, take us through this one.
Well, from the mature to the world stage, we can see here that Kyle TZ, let's say he has been here since the beginning, but MP the King had to go on a journey, and a really marvelous journey there in Cambodia, coming back with Team See You Soon. Look at the KDA, it's almost the same. I think that the comparison between both the junglers is really good here, and also having that boost after hearing what Kyrie said about MP the King might even give him more, I would say, aggressiveness in this gameplay to play up against Kyle TZ and not just be a really good worthy challenger, but even a better one.
Well, we'll see how that unfolds. I like to just looking at the unique hero pool, right? Kyle TZ leaning more towards that utility that we know works so well for a lot of these junglers around the world. And then on the other side, MP the King, his unique hero pool is more opt for those assassin-style heroes, right? And so far, up to this point in M5, I would say relatively we've seen a healthy combination of, you know, these utility junglers working, these assassin ones working. It really depends on the team, the players. So really that's what it comes down to. One thing always though is AP Bren usually has the objective game on lockdown, right? So I'll have to see if See You Soon is ready to go with that. And if that means picking up an assassin-based jungler, set the momentum against AP Bren, that could work for them. Right?
Yeah.
So again, we'll see how that all rolls out here. But first, we do have to always welcome and thank our marshals to officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They are here to ensure the fairness and integrity of the games. It's Rain, Wilbert, Shun, and Ivan. These guys have done an outstanding job, so we thank you for that, your hard work. And now, let's get ready. The Hive is here in EVM. Let's welcome the stellar performance as a reinforced M2 champions. They take the stage, ready to assert dominance fresh out of the Hive. It's AP Brent.
From the dominance of the group stage, they will try to once again be dominant here, going for their second title, the M World Championship.
And across from them, as they enter the arena where courage collides with aggression, the MPL Cambodia champions, undeterred and ready for battle. Here comes the fearless See You Soon.
Well, coming up all the way from Cambodia, they are going on a marvelous journey. First up against the Sky Kings and now against the Hive.
And to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and their analysts. For AP Brent, Coach Ducky and Coach Bren. And across from them, for See You Soon, is Cat God. Again, both the minds here working against each other. There's so much information up to this point in the knockout stage. Who's to say we don't see some surprises for our first draft here? But again, all that time will tell. We do have a best of 5. Let's go ahead and also take a look at the lineup here, Mirko, for AP Brent.
Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwen. It's their winning lineup that we've seen all throughout the year pick up championships and be as consistent as ever. And for right now, I will have to say the way that they are playing, it feels like, again, they're very, very dynamic. They can take the early lead with a lot of neutral objective control from Few, Flap TZ, and Kyle TZ. But if they fall in the early game, like we saw in the group stages, they can always rely on Super Marco being that reliable gold laner that can carry even when the team is down 8,000 gold.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup here. Yasu, for See You Soon.
For See You Soon, we have Kosei, MP, the King, Sorian, Felix, and Ra and Boxy King. And with their early game ganks and love, they do love to stay around the rumor. We will see a really competitive game from minute number 1.
Yeah, and I know we already talked about, the jungle matchup, right? But even so, for here, my eyes are going to be on the mid lane for part of this, right? For Ra against Few, how that kind of matches up. And even if you look at the team head-to-head, how this goes, this is, right, the gold laners here, the team in general, in a way, that's kind of going with what I said earlier, right? AP Brent, a team that approaches this team, has to be able to match up in terms of objective takes, right?
Yeah.
Go with those turtle dances, go with those lord dances, and try to, if they can one-up them, if they can at least keep it even there. That's, again, like Mirko talked about, the mid to late game transition sometimes is where AP Brent struggles, right? See You Soon, they might be looking to punish that here, Yasu.
Yeah, and also there's something really good that we have stated or we have said about MP, the King, and Kyle, but especially about Kyle here. Even though we know that he's really good with the utility heroes, when Nolan is open, for him, it's a priority.
I think for See You Soon, the most threatening thing to AP Bren has got to be the way that they can play in the early game. See You Soon's early game, especially when they go and rely on it completely with a Martis pick, a Dyroth pick, and Angela like we saw in MPLI. When they just commit to that early game, they're able to force the death ball. Some teams look for the death ball. No, See You Soon force it. They see that death ball in the game quite soon.
Quite soon. Speaking of that, looking at the talent prediction here, Mirko, you don't think AP Brent's they're still gonna have their streak, right? You're going with a 3-0.
Yeah, for sure. 3-0, when I predict things, it comes true.
Yeah. Is this the mere bless or the mere curse?
I have no idea, man.
you leave it up to basically the fate.
For safety reasons, I cannot explain whether that's a mere bless or a mere curse.
Hey, at this point, we got to keep you safe, right? There's still plenty of days.
That's why I'm glad you're here with me, man.
Wolf, if you're out there listening, I'm still here. You can still hire me if you need me, to protect you. I got you, right? But right now, once again, waiting for these teams to go into that first draft here, we do have to talk about also the fact that, mentality-wise, as we look at the audience predictions, is there a distinct advantage of being the home team? Being the home team, having that favor from the crowd, even, looking at the numbers-wise, it's heavily in favor of AP Brent here, Yasu.
Yeah, and in terms of the statistics too, we can go and it's safe to say that AP Brent have the upper hand here, but all the way through from the wild card up until here, we have seen a lot of surprises, reverse sweeps. We have seen teams with new appearances, first times being here, and yet they pull up a really good performance. And Team See You Soon, actually, they did really great in the group stage ever since they started in group, when the group where there is Onyx and also Triple Esports. They have won 2 games and just lost against Onyx. So far, I think that Team See You Soon are doing really great, and up against Team AB Bren, I think they will see a surprise here.
Well, surprise or not, we're going to find out here as we jump in to the draft. Game number 1 to kick off this day, the first best of 5. AP Bren and See You Soon. As we load up once again, we saw so many, I guess, surprises so far in the past couple days. Is this a time for a surprise, or do we see the standards being set once again as we get through this first banning phase?
Well, speaking about Team See You Soon, they are one of those teams who actually pulled off the Angela more than 1 time, actually 3 times in the mid lane. But whenever Arlet is an option, they take him. And you know what? There's a really good statistic here. Out of 6 games that Team See You Soon played, they picked up the Arlet 5 times.
Whew. They love playing setters. Yeah. For Felix. Felix is the playmaker, the main one for the team. So we need something to engage with, to have with some chain or AoE will be very, very optimal. But aside from that, something like a carry, something like a Phobius definitely fits in to Felix's crazy aggressive style as well.
I love it too because, you know, that Phobius that has popped up a couple times, we also saw that in the hands of, you know, few in the past. Not only that, but even, you know, picks like the Fredrid in the mid lane. That's why I'm saying both these teams, they have their own possibility for uniqueness, but also they can play very standard so far. And I would say even for M5, you know, it started in the wild card, transitioned through the group stages here, but I could say that we're already, we're in a comfortable set in the meta, right? There is room for some of these flexible picks that can be shifted to the XP, shifted to the roam, jungle, what have you. But so far, there's still room for these niche kind of, I don't know if you want to call them cheesy or not, Yasu, but some of those picks that are unorthodox, right, that does pop up here. And even a hero that's popped up quite a bit, even from the wild card, has been Khalid. And Khalid has done actually really well so far throughout this M5 main event.
Yeah, I would actually add upon that the Lilia itself. The Lilia is like making its way through up there in the meta when it comes to the mages. But if I'm Team See You Soon here, I would say that it's pretty obvious, at least, that Team AB Brain are clearing the way for a Nolan. As I told you, Cal loves to play Nolan, and not just that, yes, he is really good with the utility heroes, but do not forget the possibility that he can play assassins too, and one of his priority assassins is the Nolan. So I think with this last ban, they will force See You Soon to ban Nolan.
Utility is only the cover, right? The most hero picks you saw from AP Brent for Kyle TZ, it's a cover-up. We know, if you watch MPL Philippines, if you watched Kyle TZ for a long time now, he's been a very, very good and deadly assassin user. So it's all about when that opportunity shows itself. And AP Brent, you're definitely right, Yasu, are setting up for it. Let's see if See You Soon want to say, we'll beat you. Go for the Nolan. We have the early game. We can go for the Martis, the combination to slam you down and shut you down as early as possible.
I don't know, man. If you got TZ in your name, it's like you have to be able to play the assassins.
Right? It would be a shame if you don't, right?
It's like a badge that just says, all right, well, I can play these assassin heroes if I want to and make them work. Now, if it is the first pick of the Nolan here, Yasu, what is the best way to stop that, to counter that? Because, it's not banned. So is this the first pick? Valentina's also open as well, right? So what are we thinking here if it is going to be the Nolan? How do you counter into that?
Well, speaking of numbers, if Team See You Soon, I think right now it's really safe for them to take the Nolan. As I told you, they will prioritize Nolan, and they are clearing the way for him. You can bring up some of the suppression heroes, but it's kind of too early for me at least. And I would suggest to go with the picks that you are really good with. And that's an Arlet right now, alongside with the Claude is a really good pick. And actually, I think it's taken off the hands of Super Marco because he has shown really great strength since the start of M5 with the Claude.
Wondering if this is also going to be the Valentina, if they want to pick that up now.
Maybe.
But the fact that they did take the Claude, I think that's a great start, right? Take that. We haven't talked too much about Super Marco, but he is just one of the most consistent, I feel like, gold laners and how he performs. They take the Faramis instead, so this is probably going to be the Valentina going in AP Bren. They'll fight Netherrealm for Netherrealm, at least for now, and kind of devolve from there.
And it should be an Arlet contest as well. It should be picked up by Flap TZ. See you soon. Felix loves it, but I know a guy who loves it too, right? Flap TZ has utilized this. 0-7. 0-7. Last time we cast it.
That was us.
That was us. Literally the same desk.
That was us.
0-7. Bronze, probably. Chocolate in the back.
Chocolate gaming.
But a win is a win, man. A W is a W.
It just takes one final slash, man. You know, when we looked at that play, the play of the day yesterday, and it was that 5-man penalty zone.
Yep.
This is that
you could have done that with 0-7.
With 0-7.
You didn't need a perfect KDA.
Right? That's the great thing. And I feel like, you know, for the longest time, by the way, congratulations to the talent of world, to LaFell, but he's always the one that's like, imagine the 5-man final slash or the 5-man penalty zone. Hey, maybe this is also a opportunity here as they lock in the Arla and the Bruno here, Yasu.
The Bruno. Well, the Bruno is a really good pick that have shown really good performance since the beginning here, but I would actually go for the Valentina. Bruno is still a really good pick, but having the Valentina right now and getting the best use out of the Paramis and like whatever comes on the road, but we can see a Lancelot. Have we seen a Lancelot in this tournament quite? I think like
yesterday,
like maybe once or twice.
A few times. It hasn't been Prio, right? As Prio as MSC, definitely not. Where it was just picked up first pick every single time. But I want to talk about the roamer. The Roman Ogwen, Master Ogwen. It feels like at times I have to remind him that he is a roamer. Even at that BLI, he had the most kills in the game with roamer Arlen. So I just walked up to him. Ogwen, you know you're a roamer, right? Just checking in case, you know, he forgot. Oh, I thought I was XP, nobody knows. So it feels like for Ogwen, despite him having such a good KDA, usually you would say, roamer with a good KDA, that's a bad roamer, right? Because you don't sacrifice yourself, you don't put yourself
supposed
in danger.
to give it over, but no.
He's just good.
Yeah, he's just good. He's that good.
That's how to explain it. He's just good.
8.8. I think back in wildcards, one of the roamers, if I remember right, maybe it was Ethan that had like a 9. I think something along those lines. But there's a reason why when Ogwen's playing, people are just like, yeah, it's Ogwen, right? Because it gets to the point where he's doing insane things that typical roamers don't do. And if you remember, if you guys caught that video where the roamers were actually tier listing themselves, Ogwen was up there, right? He was humble, but you know the others put him up there in the S tier. So you know, as we get through once again the second phase of the bans here, you can already see some of these picks that we talked about, right? Valentina is actually going to be taken out. So what does this mean? Do they actually want to take out, wait, yeah, it's still open, the Lilia. Because that is usually a good answer towards the Fairness, the Nether Realm.
Well, for me, I think that Team Seasoon at this moment, they need a setup hero to set up for the Claude, and also they need someone to face check the bushes, because so far they don't have a person who can go inside a bush and risk his life. I'm not going to risk my jungler, I'm not going to risk my marksman or mage, so they still have the XP and the roam on the hold. But for Team AB Bren here, I think that one of the area crowd control heroes can do a really good setup for all of these compositions. Having a final slash, we have spoke about it before. One final slash can be really deadly at the late game.
And that's what they're taking out from See You Soon. They know that there's one big play that they can make with the Arlen. If you give Felix the same kind of utility, the same kind of tools to make those kind of plays, like say a penalty zone, 5-man like yesterday, or
an implosion.
An implosion.
That's how I'm assuming that's how Tigreal says it.
Yeah, probably, right?
I'm imploding.
I just picture you as Tigreal, man. You brought that here and you have that look nice soon.
If I ever cosplayed, I think he'd be one of the first one. Sorry, Gord would be first. I'd have to paint my body blue or purple or whatever color Gord is.
Yeah,
Then
you know,
Tigreal.
then Tigreal.
Yeah.
But Dyroth comes
that's
out here.
interesting.
All right, so for See You Soon, it's exactly what I actually said before the match. They want to just bank on that early game. Lancelot pick, great one. Dyroth, they want to bully this XP. Even though the Arlet has a lot of sustain, one gank from a Lancelot, 1 second skill from the Dyroth, and say goodbye to your HP bar.
Yeah, your armor's gone, right? And that they're just kind of going with this. I don't want to say it's all in, but See You Soon definitely wants to start on a good foot, especially leading into those first objectives. If they can do that, we've actually seen this combination before work really well with a Dyroth. Now the only problem is, again, execution-wise, are you going to be able to pull it off? Do you have enough time for Claude to build up as well later on in the game and get to that point, right? We'll see how this is all rounded out, though, with AP Bren's last 2 picks, how they want to play this out. It's the Novaria and the Makito, Yasu.
Well, the Novaria is really good here to reveal the bushes. It will work like magic, but okay, so we will see an Arlet being swept to the roaming duties, and we will see FlapTZ on the XP lane using that Paquito. But going back to see you soon and having that Geralt is one of the picks that I don't actually like when they go inside the bushes, because once you're in, there's no way out. You should commit to the team fight. 1 second skill and there's no way out except if you have a flicker. And I don't think that they can actually afford the flicker. Yeah, as I told you, a suppression hero, but not early on. A suppression hero, which is the Kaja right now, and he will be able to take both Nolan and also Bruno.
Love this. As that Kaja was locked in here, this is just saying that, okay, see you soon, they want that numbers advantage right away, right?
Yeah.
Get the pick off, get a kill, whether that's paired up, even if they utilize Dairoth with the Divine Judgment and it's an automatic, like, just burst kill, that could go in their favor here, and then they have the numbers advantage. So this could all play a part here. Yasu, real quick, we are going to be taking a look at the team breakdown, the compositions here. How's it looking?
Well, it looks so good for Team AB Bren because they are going with so many confident picks. Arl, this is the 5th time out of 7 games, and Paquito, this is the 3rd time out of 7 games. So far, Team AB Bren are really on the road to take a clean sweep.
Whoa, whoa, that is...
Oh.
Let's see if it happens again. We're going to be loading up into the land of Dawn here. The first best of 5 series for the day. It's AP Bren versus See You Soon. And who will grab the first blood in the series as they get it situated here? Once again, we have to talk about the jungler matchup, how that will transition through that first objective. How's it looking, Yasu?
Well, I think that there is a possibility. Oh, Ogwyn. Oh, too deep.
Just gotta be careful, gets whipped down by Boxy. Now it's Felix who's rotated and a flicker into the bush to find first blood early. Master Ogwyn on the Arlet.
Hey, you don't have a KDA like that without taking some risk, right?
Yeah.
Not too much, though.
Not too much.
Just that one. Yeah.
Well, I was just about to say that Team See You Soon, even though they lost against Team Onyx 2 times, yet they have a 100% when it comes to the first blood. So they keep on doing the same record, adding more numbers.
Well,
really good.
This, yeah.
In the early game. Kind of wants to go for the retry. Oh, he wins it out, and MP the King is forced out of his own jungle. Ra as well. Flicker early on.
Okay, so, going back to the lineups here, I think this is exactly what both teams seem they want to do, right? Put pressure on each other. And typically, I would say there's some of these lineups, some of these games where, relatively nothing happens too early on leading in the first hurdle, but already a lot of aggression here. So real quick, take us through the emblems here, Yasu.
I'm actually quite interested in the emblem from the Claude. He's taking a little bit of a tanky approach, which actually justifies the laning phase, like the lane matchup that he have right now, because the Bruno is will always have the upper hand when it comes to the early game, because you have a Claude on the other end. But also the items here real quick, we will see that again Claude goes for a tanky approach, having those bands, steel bands in the early game.
Okay, first objective now spawning here. A couple people still need that level 4 on both sides. They're going to break it out here.
Astral Echo revealing 3 members. Counts easy, 2 levels ahead of MP the King. Roz walking out, Felix jumps in onto Kyle, but gets damaged down as a 2-man stun. No final slash just yet, but sorry, I'm Felix. Will not be able to use that Abyssum Strike. Only pops it, doesn't get it out. AP Bren take a kill and they disengage.
Okay, disengage here. Able to get on the board though, so it still... The fact that Boxy also didn't have that level 4, wasn't able to utilize that. So he's got it now. They're probably just will give up this first turtle, right? Play around that and try to set up for another one for the second turtle here.
And as I told you, not having a flicker in such deadly moment for Sorian Felix was critical, because once you're in, you have to commit to the team fight, and he couldn't find any way out of that team fight at the turtle. It's looking good actually on both sides. I wouldn't say that a 1k advantage in the early game might actually be counted as an advantage for Team AB Bren, so both teams are going the right way.
Yeah, again, putting pressure where they can. I think really you have to look at See You Soon's lineup here. They need to be able to keep the gold lead under control, right? If it is 1k, it's not too bad. 2k, still reasonable, right? But because you have the Kaja here, because you have the Dairoth, you got to be able to get the pickoffs you're looking for. So once again, that's I feel like the obstacle alone for Boxy, right? Where can I find these pickoffs? Where can I lead the team here to build up on momentum? Okay, he's going to be fine though, but still, same thing here. See You Soon kind of trying to find something utilizing this Kaja early on.
Well, I really like the physical penetration coming there from Surya and Felix, but again, I want to tell you something about Few. Few actually picked off the Novaria 3 times so far, so this is the 1st time for him, and he actually deals a really decent amount of damage. The first time I saw a Novaria deal a lot of damage this season was in the hands of Sans, but AB Bren and especially Few have proven that this hero is quite annoying when it comes to harassing the backlines of the enemy.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about the damage potential for Novaria, it's just one of those added things. You can either say that that's the...
whoa. An all-in up top. Caltese with a fracture. Felix able to dash out now, and so you soon see that. They look for a pick on the other side of the map. They don't want to commit onto Ogwin, though, however. They instead just look to play it safe in the mid. Ogwin doesn't want to make it safe.
Too deep.
Divine Judgment pulling him back. Oh, it's a beautiful Shadow Stampede. Ogwin overstepped, but Flapteezy comes in and finds a late Netherrealm from Ra. And it's AP Brent still with a victory.
Yeah, overcommitting to it, Ogwin. He went all the way through, and I was actually about to ask why Boxy didn't ult or like use the Divine Judgment early on, but Caltese wants to engage.
They get him just instantly. That was there's no way that he was able to escape at all.
I'm confused, man. You know, like I was saying, the Dairoth is there to help you burst down AP Bren.
Ooh.
But it's happening to see you soon here. So, you know, right now, Sarya and Felix having a tough time, and they've garnered themselves nearly that 3K gold lead up to this point.
I really like the rotation coming from Kyle, especially because he's moving all around the map. Whenever you look at the map, whenever like we have our camera on someone, we always find Kyle in a really good position. And the damage and the early game damage output that can come from a Nolan, he's really using that to the maximum. 3K gold lead in a matter of 5 minutes. Almost 5 minutes, and also having 4 of your members on the top charts. That's a really huge thing for Team AB Bren.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and play around with this type of lead at this point, right? This is usually where they shine, but for See You Soon, if they can keep things together, no.
Final slash! Boxy gets caught in the fists of Flapteezy.
Yeah, he's not good. Flapteezy this time.
Going in again, forcing a blazing duet. Now MP looking for the assassination. Flapteezy taken low and shut down in game number 1. That's Felix, who jumps in, but now might just get taken down. A defensive Netherrealm from Rao. Felix gets out barely 1 HP. Meanwhile, Marco up top picks up a turret.
Oh my god. I've just seen Flapteezy. Final slash here. But Ogwin doesn't go for it. And also Team AB Bren going back in time, remembering Flapteezy when he was going in all aggressive with all the gold he has. But this shutdown might be what Team See You Soon needed at this moment.
Okay, so See You Soon, they might be down nearly 3K gold, but they've got some fight in them.
Yeah.
They have to continue on this way. Boxy gonna use the conceal though. He's gonna get spotted out.
Divine Judgment locking Ogwin down. That's a lot of burst, and Ogwin just disappears, but now Felix is caught in a crossfire. Cusay with a blazing duet to the back line. Few forced to flicker. Marco as well. It's 2 flickers burnt out. Cusay is also committed. That sprint. See You Soon has a chance to go for the turtle.
Hey, again, great fight here from See You Soon. Able to find a pickoff. Now possibly contest this turtle, the 3rd one of the game here. We'll see if AP Brent just decides to give it up, but look at the positioning. Caltese getting into that side.
A level ahead, knockout strike coming down. Caltese looking for the steal, but it's Boxy who finds it. Not either of the junglers. Caltese retreated, MP didn't, and Boxy was just whipping.
He's there, man. He's got him.
We have seen Kaja actually take 2 turtles so far in the tournament. One of them was with the Passive, and now we have seen him also take
that was Ethan, right? Logan.
Yeah. So
it was against AP Bren too. Right?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. It feels like they are invincible against the Kaja when it comes to the turtle. But we have spoken about Team AB Bren and how good they are in the game so far. But looking at it from the other perspective, looking at it from Team See You Soon's perspective, they still have Kosei untouched. They still have Kosei building up his damage items. Also, he have a little bit of defense. So one blazing duet, I would say, when there is no one who can actually absorb so much damage on Team AB Bren's side, can flip things around for Team See You Soon.
You see what's happening here. Every single time Boxy is going to pop that conceal, they look for their own pull. If they can't get it, then they gotta wait a little bit longer unless, again, you utilize that flicker combination with the Divine Judgment, but really that's kind of what they're up to, right?
Yeah.
Raw could technically do the same thing with this fairness, but right now, given this lead that AP Bren has, he's really gotta keep tabs on the rest of the team to utilize that Netherrealm, right? So really it's up to Boxy, but at least for Siasoon, they've got a second option too to initiate some of these fights or possibly even peel for the team if it's not in their favor here. But all this, once again, leading into the next objective 30 seconds away. It's going to be that Lord. Now, again, looking at the damage here, this is something we typically see. You talked about it earlier, Yasu.
Yeah.
Who's at the top?
Yeah, few at the top with that Novaria, but Boxy the King, oh, he's going in. It was almost a death bush. And speaking of Boxy the King, actually, I would say that Team AB Brain are trying so hard to bait the Divine Judgment out of him, and if I'm Boxy the King, I would actually accept the gift that Team AB Brain gives each time, because losing a member at such critical time will cause a lot of mayhem for Team AB Brain.
So 1v1 up top, orange buff secured by MP the King, but he had to commit a retribution.
Ouch.
20 seconds on cooldown now as the Lord spawns in the bottom side of the map. That's a conceal. Ogwen's looking for a big play, jumps in with a vengeance, now Divine Judgment locks him down, and that's the Abyssal Strike connecting. Kusei finding the kill, another round coming down for Siasoon's re-engage on the Super Marco. With the massive execution, that Super Marco forced to flicker out. That's Ra with some damage, but it's turned around. The Blazing Duet doesn't find its mark, and now he's forced to go with that defensive BMI. Counts easy, looking for the kill, jumps in, fracture, not enough to take anyone out.
So close. Again, that team fight looked a little bit messy on both sides, but still able to profit in there. Oh, wait, Boxy.
Where did that happen?
Whoa!
What?
Boxy just lost the boxing fight against Flapteezy, and now it's MP! One more ball to his face, it's Super Marco, who picks up a kill. 3 for nothing, out of nowhere.
What? That was off camera.
What a play. Again, it was messy, but then all of a sudden AP Bren coming out profiting big time.
What happened?
What happened, Flap?
I was about to say something about the Netherrealm being triggered in a really early time, but Flapteezy behind the scenes, behind the camera, did all the work for Team AB Brain. Double kill, was it? Was it double kill for him? Wow.
The man's remembers. That's 0 and 7. And he has risen and done better every day since then.
But look, it might be the Arlet curse. Ogwen is 0 and 4. 3 deaths away from that power spike.
You know...
Oh yeah, the power spike, he reached it at 0-7, right?
Arlott is the forgotten one. Like, out of all the heroes, Arlott is the one. It's either him or Terizla. Right? It's either the final slash for the penalty zone, which usually changes a lot of the course of these games. But now, going back to it, right, Lord's going to be quickly worked on there. Bottom side, Siasoon's going to try to hold on to as much as they can, but they're going to lose some real estate here. AP Bren, big item pickups as well. Nearly 7,000 gold ahead as they continue to take down these tier 2s. So with all that, can Siasoon, are they in a position to defend here, Yasu, against this first Lord push?
Oh, they should actually. They should defend the inhibitor turret with their lives because it's still too early to lose an inhibitor turret. Oh, Ogwen.
Only on to Boxy, now Ogwen gonna be locked down. Divine Judgment locking Super Marco down, but he's able to flicker out just in time. Gusei chasing in, MP the King looking to just put some damage onto the frontliners. But while all that was happening, Felix was picked off.
Yeah, Sergeant Felix having a very difficult time in this game alone, but right now Siasoon still holding on the best they can. They've got another wave to be pushing in here. AP Brent might still look to capitalize on something as they go.
Oh. Knockout strike and a stun. MP now with a path of execution into that dimensional rift. The fracture from Kalteezy bursts MP out of the land of Dawn.
Oh, that's where Team Siasoon's weakness appear. Oh, the first inhibitor turret is already out. Flapteezy, what?
Doing work.
Going at it. Flicker out, but he has a shield. Now it's Ogwen who backs Siasoon off, and it's another Astral Spear. Ogwen. Final slash on it too. Divine Judgment locking Super Marco down. The Wind of Nature is there. That's an absolute worldie. Marco.
Whew. Again, it looked like an over-commitment from Siasoon against Flap, and now they find themselves with an exposed base here at the 13-minute mark. AP Bren with a massive lead will go ahead and disengage for now.
The question here, who's gonna take the damage? Who's gonna take the damage, Siasoon? Are you gonna just rely on the Netherrealm? Boxy the King with the fleeting time as the first item, and then following it up with an immortality, you cannot take any damage. Neither while talking about the magical damage or even the physical ones. Team Soon are playing on a pick-off strategy, but with no one to front the damage. Look at this Lord, he's being treated, he's being abused. Did you see that damage?
Yeah. The Lord isn't enjoying his stay in the land of Dawn, man. He's getting beat up.
He doesn't feel like the Lord right now.
All the sports, the football player and the boxer. Whew.
Oh, is that 12K in 14 minutes?
They're trying to beat the clock, yeah, so yes.
Yeah.
12K in 14.
I think yesterday we saw a bigger one, right? I mean, what, 14,000, something like that?
Yeah.
Around the 14-minute mark. So, you know, at this point, with this type of disparity, right? See you soon. Honestly, they have to hope for a miracle, right? Because you have a couple options to kind of overlay things here, but really, you're going to play to the tune of AP Brent. It's going to be up to them, Ogwin especially, for the final slash. So if you can somehow survive that initial initiation, we'll see if they can pull it off.
Oh, final slash, lockdown, two-man, Galtizi zones Kusi in the back, who pops to Winter Nature a bit late. The Netherrealm has been committed. Now Flap does the boxing in the back. That's MP, who's looking for a play to clear the waves. It's a double for Super Marco, and it's the end for game number 1. AP Brent strikes first in a dominant game 1.
Dominant game 1 here. A statement for the series. Of course, AP Bren making it look clean against See You Soon here. We'll see how they adjust from it.
Sending a message. Team AB Bryn are sending a message. A quick game coming from the hometown champions. And as I told you, when it came to the draft, when it came to the execution, Team See You Soon are lacking on that defense. They cannot take any damage. Falling behind the inhibitor turrets and losing that base was kinda inevitable with such gold lead.
Yeah, again, when you look at it, AP Brent has not dropped a game yet.
Yeah.
And playing like that, man, it's tough to see where the weak link is here, right?
Yeah.
In the lineup, we've seen variations of the drafts and the heroes they like to pick up, but ultimately, teams have struggled to find exactly that point, you know, that weakness so far. So for See You Soon, I feel like, again, their draft, if you look at this, they had a game plan in mind. It was to pick off, you know, trying to isolate someone, get the numbers advantage, but hey, it didn't work out for them. They weren't able to utilize even the Dairoth. It was shut down so quickly.
Yeah.
So AP Brent did not lose a single turret there in that game. That was tough.
The game plan was early game. They wanted to get a lead as fast as possible, and it just didn't work. The Nolan, the Paquito, everything that AP Brent had, they had to control the tempo. They had to dictate the tempo.
Well, again, we're going to go ahead take a look at the MVP of the game. Is it going to be Ogwin here? No, it's not. Again, he learned from the previous days.
Nice.
He's now 5-1-4 on the Paquito Flap Teasy. Nice.
Coming with a really remarkable performance
Full
after saying
damage
that,
Paquito.
Yeah, he's going in for with those like lift and right punches.
Loaded gloves.
So, I mean, that would be illegal in a boxing fight, right?
That's a whole lot of weapons in the
That's a
gloves.
whole lot of weapon for a boxer, my friend.
I would say that this game he had a knockout against Team See You Soon. And also, I would say that it's not only Flap Teasy that was shining this game, also at some point Ogwin with his irritating engages the forgotten MVP, and this is one of the moments where I said you should just appreciate that the AB Brain are overcommitting to the final to the engage on the Boxy the King, and you can just divine judgment him and take him underneath your turret. This was the shutdown that Team See You Soon could have had their rebounds from, but again, this was the time where Super Marco just took kills, right?
Yeah, this leads into that, but you know, there it is.
Ouch.
There's the double we were talking about from Flap. And this is what I love. I'll always say this currently where we are with the XP laners, man. I love the fact that these XP laners can pull plays like this, pull highlights like this. You know, it's not just that dead lane anymore. You have an impact throughout the majority of the game. And, you know, Flap Teasy here, he just put on a clinic on how to play this Paquito at a very aggressive style.
And also having the clout for Team See You Soon at this point, they picked up a really good scaling hero, but yet they haven't shown him the much of help, I would say. They didn't help him through the game itself. They haven't, I wouldn't say babysit him, but at least at least put some resources on the gold lane. Kosei had to be his own man on that lane. But looking here at the statistics, how much are we in? Is it like 13k difference when it comes to gold? It's almost 13k when it comes to gold. And in a 15-minute almost game, no turrets have been touched by Team See You Soon.
Yeah, it's, you know, as we said, no turret went down. They didn't really find a moment to actually push in to the side of AP Bren's side of the map at all, right? Because the gold lead, they held it together for at least in the early game, but then it just slipped out of their hands without, really, it was a messy fight that just highly went in favor of AP Bren, especially on the gloves of Flapteezy with that double.
Blaine and behind the scenes from side of Few here, dealing a lot of damage, a decent amount of damage. He was even backing it up with a Holy Crystal coming on the way. But looking at MP the King, he was going for a semi-tanky approach, having the War Axe and also following up with some of the tanky builds. But the interesting thing here from Team See You Soon is that they actually had the 2 roaming combo, but I don't think that it was triggered by the end of the game. The rich guy Super Marco hitting a really good number here, 905 gold per minute. And Few, as I told you, as we have seen with Sans and also with him, the most amount of damage is dealt by this Novaria. She was so annoying to a point that, look at the charts here. She's almost double the damage from anyone in her team. Not just that, 85% of team fight participation. Not just the damage, also the vision.
A big part of what AP Bren was able to do, the fact that they dictated the pace, was because of the Astral Echo. Always revealing See You Soon before any kind of ambush could happen, right? And that is truly the main counter to a team like this. A team that wants to pick you off, a team that wants to catch you by surprise. Nothing's a surprise anymore with Novaria. Christmas isn't fun with Novaria.
Yeah, it's not, right? And not only that, but when you have the Kanja, that's your game plan. You know, the game plan is to pretty much go and get a pick-off, but when you have a Novaria across from you, that's where it gets a little tough, right? You're not able to actually get the pick-offs, whether you utilize the conceal or not, then you have to rely on the flicker combination with the Divine Judgment. So it was just stopped completely there. And also when the sandbag of the team is a Dairoth, that doesn't feel very good, right? Because you are there to get at least that armor penetration through and then the follow-up. But he was just taken out of the picture every single time.
He was the tank, he was the damage soaker, the sandbag, and that's what we saw, man. The Dairoth just died.
Yeah, as I told you, they don't have that hero that can actually absorb damage. No one to just engage and have this courage to just fly in or like face check any bush. Kaja, I wouldn't say that this hero can actually go inside a bush and go outside of it if it was a death bush. Also at Dairoth, as I told you, with the second skill, he cannot commit to anything, but he needs to either commit fully or to flicker out. And flickering out is not an option, I guess, early in the game. And he flickered out at one point and then he got punished, right?
I get the idea, right? I mean, the best defense is offense in a lot of scenarios, and that's what See You Soon were trying to do. But when your offense, when your spearhead, that pickoff game was already revealed to the whole team, there's not much. Even when they tried desperately to chase Super Marco down, they were the ones punished.
Yeah, and that's why you always have to look at it. Like, what is the snowball potential of this lineup? And when it gets too out of hand, even when you are outnumbering, they were chasing Super Marco, you actually still couldn't get a kill here, right? So when you talk about all that stuff, and you have to kind of really think, all right, how does See You Soon adjust for Game 2's draft as we're minutes away from it? You kind of have to think, all right, well, one, are they going to be flipping sides, of course, and then what do they prioritize, right? And building up on that lineup, too, I feel like if you want for See You Soon, though it's Game 2, you could still go for a utility jungler if you want, play around that so you can at least contest in some of those early objectives, and then build up on that. Also, I would love to see, once again, mid lane, locking in something that allows you, whether they ban out the Novaria or not, maybe pick up the Valentina here, how they play around that, right? Because, again, they need to start on the right foot against a team like AP Bren. Also, let's take a look at what Coach Ducky has to say here on basically AP Bren's tight games during the M5 group stage. He says, I'm thankful that there are games like that, that we have to play our brains out, because that way we get to see those small mistakes that we need to patch up, right? And basically what that leads to is just practicing your mind out.
Practice your mind out. That's what we saw from Occupy, right?
Yeah.
Back in M4.
Yes, sir.
And now that's what we're seeing from AP Brand. No wonder they're so good. No wonder they can go 0-7 and still win. They've practiced their minds out.
Practice their minds out.
Have you ever done that?
Have you ever done that, Yasu?
No, what is that? I want to keep up
He
with
doesn't
the-
understand the technology. Not just yet,
Not
Maisu.
yet.
You got to teach him how to practice his mind out.
I'll help you understand that later on, Yasu, right?
All right.
But again, going back to this quote, it is true. When you're put through the ringer, you have some of these challenging games. It's just the way it is, right? When you're put to the challenge, you're put to the test, you just improve from there. And I feel like it's funny because when you actually get a chance, for example, to talk to Coach Ducky and how this kind of environment that he's established for this lineup, it even happens back in the gym, right? Their workouts, they work out together constantly. And it's like a challenge in itself. So they get better in real life, they get better in the game. And when you just talk up to some of the players here, even for some reason, Ogwin especially, he loves to ask me how much I bench and whatnot. But the thing is they've said themselves, it actually really helped them when they are, working out, staying healthy in real life, to translating it into the game here. And that's kind of why I feel like we've seen them in their prime form throughout this whole year.
Well, there's a saying in Arabic, I don't know if it's like correctly translated to this, but the right body always contains the right brain, or like the right mentality. So following up on the quote from Coach Ducky here, I said, and earlier on, I don't remember if it was the wild card or here, but I said, who doesn't like to see a champion being challenged? And Team AB Brand at this moment, when they get challenged, we want to see how will a champion respond. And they are champions in the Philippines, and they also hold a title for the M Series. So would you guys say that they are on the right path to take the second M Series back home?
They're meant to be challenged, and that's the challenge right now. Game 2 against See You Soon and second M Series title. I definitely think they have what it takes to go all out, man. I mean,
be careful with your words.
M5 in the Philippines. It would be amazing to see a Filipino champion, would it not, Naisu?
It would be. What was that saying in that opening video? The no host country.
No host country has ever won M Series before.
Sounds like you, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing. That's kind of what's at stake here. And if you're asking that, Yasu, I would say, man, they are in prime form and they're well on their way to getting one step closer, right? Now, ahead of them is See You Soon. They got to get through this series. They're off to a great, very strong start if you look at game 1 alone. And of course, what's ahead of them, right? Because even when we looked at the games yesterday and the day 1 of the knockouts, teams are looking pretty good, right?
Yeah.
So you can't at this point, you can't really count out any team just yet, because we've seen some crazy things over the course of, where we ended up even today.
Well, speaking of today, and I would actually like to bring up the previous draft from Team See You Soon. When they picked up the Dairoth, I was like, who's he gonna be bursting down? Because there was none, and at the end, there was also none tanky heroes, I would say. So there was no tanky heroes from the side of Team AB Brand. So who would Dairoth actually burst down or use his penetration, physical penetration upon?
I think that's a brilliant point to make, man. I feel like the Dairoth pick was way too early, right? The fact that they picked it in the first phase after seeing a Nolan
and an Arlen,
that was Bruno and an Arlen.
Yeah.
Usually we see that against the Fredrin, we see that against the Baksha, a lot of tanky utility junglers or even just tanky XP laners. So definitely agree on that point. There's not even any defense to penetrate.
Yeah.
Flapteezy went full damage.
He went full damage there. And looking at this, the player head-to-head, Few and Ra, right? Then I love that the fact, too, that Angela is there for Ra because he had a very defining moment on Angela back in the group stage. So, maybe that might be the route they want to go if it's not banned out, if it's not picked up. Few, on the other hand, he loves Novaria. And this time around, I would like to see either See You Soon just ban it out, don't have to deal with it, right? Or possibly pick it up for themselves and kind of play around that. Because still, when you're looking at these matchups here, I know, once again, we really compared the junglers, but, for me, See You Soon, they want to be able to match up, especially in the mid lane. And I feel like going against Few, just the amount of accolades this man has himself might be a little bit of pressure, right, for Ra. But so far from what we've seen, even from the group stage, I gotta say, he's well built for this. He's well built for this matchup, and it would be a statement if, once again, See You Soon puts the pieces to the puzzle correctly to get that first win against AP Bren here.
Yeah, and actually Team See You Soon on the group stage, they have shown us that they can play the assassins really good and also the utility heroes when it comes to the jungle. So actually taking Fuse Novaria down is not so hard for MP the King, because yes, Novaria is far behind in those backlines, but yet she's reachable when it comes to an assassin hero. So maybe we'll see a Joy come in or maybe another Lancelot. But yeah, he's really brilliant when it comes to positioning, but taking a Novaria out is not a hard job.
Yep.
Yep,
just not really that hard. I mean, especially ban it out.
Ban it out.
Maybe.
The start, you can just take it away, but that's the problem, right? The fact that the reliable assassins who can actually dive into the back has been taken care of. Early on in the draft by AP Brent, they know exactly what they were doing. They set it up. Not only was the Nolan set up, but also the back line was set up for better than greatness, you know? I wanted to say greatness, but
that works too.
We just gotta say better than great. But
if you don't say better than great at least, you know, a handful of times, what are you doing?
70 times.
70
7
times?
is better than 6, and 6 is great.
What about 8?
Like,
it's better than 6.
That's better than great.
All right.
Maybe that's M6. We don't know, right? Now, we'll see later, but for now, it's better than great. And that's what I see from AP Brent. They're so good at just foreshadowing and understanding what's going to come next in the draft, preparing for it, and then just capitalizing on every single mistake that See You Soon makes in the draft and in the game.
Well, See You Soon are actually known for their early game aggressive heroes and aggression. So, and also the XP laner, he's known for his front lane heroes. Yet, I have seen him play Diroth. But when it comes also to the rumor, pick off, yes, he followed up his strategy mid poking. I wouldn't say that Primus is like my cup of tea when it comes to poking, but yet they are kind of playing their game the way they are used to. But again, when it comes to that draft, I wouldn't agree with the Diroth. I would agree with everything else, but not the Diroth. If it's up to you guys, who would you have chosen as a front laner against Team AB Bren instead of the Diroth?
Terizla.
Was banned.
No, it was banned in the second phase.
Yeah, he was banned in the second phase.
Diroth was picked in the first phase. So if you were telling me to replace Diroth, it should be the first phase.
You're right.
But we'll find out how they decide to approach game number 2 here as we load up into the draft. Once again, if you missed game 1, it was very dominant for AP Brent. We'll see how See You Soon adjusts for game 2. And again, to answer your question, Yasu, I'd possibly even go with an Edith. You know, just
an Edith.
Go with an Edith. Front lane, but also you have some damage as well. Now, looking at this, AP Brent's still going to be on the blue. See You Soon on the red. Bans, though, a little bit of a variation here, right? The Nolan is going to be taken out. They had to. Get him out of here.
Learning from the previous lesson. So it's like the same pattern, actually. Banning the Phoebus and then the Joy. And on the other hand, we saw, if I'm not mistaken, was a 1-1 from the side of Team See You Soon, but this time they know the danger. They know how much Kyle TZ is really good with that Nolan.
It's too deadly, man.
It is.
Yeah.
I will choose my
He was so fast as well.
The dude was stealing camps early on as an assassin against a Lancelot, someone that you would expect to clear fast, but Nolan does it better.
Nolan is just, I don't know.
He's just him, bro.
He is him, right? At that point. But I feel like some teams know how to answer the Nolan.
He left his daughter, but he's him.
Where's
Laura? That's Laura accurate.
Yeah. That's 100% lore, man.
He went out to save the world, though, so it's a good reason, right?
Hey, stay here. I'm going to go save the world.
Yes.
And I'm also, I don't know if he's actually the most picked. He's one of the most picked.
Yeah.
Right?
Layla turned out fine, right?
She's fine. Yeah. Eventually, we're still, hopefully we see Layla one day in an M series, man.
It's really? He's MPL Malaysia. Like Chiku played it.
But it hasn't come to the world stage just
Not yet. Hopefully in the future.
Like, why not in one draft, Nolan and Layla? Just for,
for lore.
Just for the lore.
You know what? Actually, one of the picks that I was mainly playing, which I think will nearly impossible happen to have here in the M series, is Kimmy. Yeah, I think she's just like so forgotten by now.
Yeah. Flashback to M1, right? I mean, Kimmy was a hot pick back in M1.
Yeah. There's some PTSD, I'm sure, for some people out there with playing against Kimmy. So going to it, first phase of these bans are already going to be out. It was actually CSU that also just took out the Angela, right? They decided to take it out. AP Bren left to the first pick. What are we feeling? Is it going to be a Valentina? Is it going to be a Tarizla? What are we thinking, Yasu, real quick?
I think a Valentina here is really safe because she can get the best use out of the Faramis and so on. But yeah, also the Guinevere.
Man.
Yeah, the Guinevere is one of those picks that you should really take care of. And also, a lot of teams here in the tournament have used her as a roamer, as a jungler, and as an XP laner. So we don't know. We don't know what's AB Brand plan for Guinevere so far.
That's why it's so good, right? It's not only just a prio pick in the jungle that can get you so much control from neutral objectives to ganks to CC to engage, but it can be flexed.
Not only can it be flexed in the role, it can be flexed in the build.
Yeah,
you're right.
Which
you
is
can
what
take the Ray Ash version of damage.
And add upon that low CD, low cooldown.
Yeah.
She can keep on making people fly in the air.
And spatial migration's kind of strong.
Kinda. Stun the guy now before you knock him up. That's broken.
That's why teams love it, right? Now, answer is going to be the 1-1 and the Faramis. How do we feel about this? We've seen some great things from 1-1 on various teams, and we've seen some not so great things, right? So how are we feeling, Yasu?
I would say that this is the best time to pick off a Kaja right now, because taking a Kaja would be... I would say if he wasn't picked here by Team Bren, it will be banned for sure. Because you need a tank, or like you need a roamer generally, that can take off the 1-1 when it comes to the crossbow of Tang, and also the setups that Team CSUN and the plans that they have for a 1-1. And if AB Bren didn't do that, but in this moment, they will regret it later on. But Team AB Bren, he can also take the Valentina. Claude is really good as a matchup, but I think Boxy, not Boxy the King, but Kosei will have a really good time ulting, or like at least starting the crossbow of Tang on Khalid.
Interesting that they take the Khalid here, right?
Yeah.
So they have that. Super Marco's got his Claude. They can work around that. So really, I'm going to be looking at CSUN. How do they want to deal with some of this? Because Khalid, not only now do you have the Guinevere and a ton of CC just in her kit alone, but you got to deal with the Khalid as well, right?
Yeah.
So you need to be able to answer that, or at least survive that exchange, right? Because so far, when Khalid is locked in, he's usually the guy to go in second, right? Really to follow up or cut off the path. And that could be a problem here for CSUN, especially basing it off how some of those early skirmishes went the previous game, right? So already, you mentioned this earlier, there's the Kaja once again for CSUN.
CSUN picking off this Kaja is really good again against a Claude, but we haven't seen Boxy the King do, I would say, accept the gifts that were given by Team AB Bren at some point, but yet we will see his execution this time. Looking back at Team AB Bren's draft, I would say that they really have a really good draft when it comes to area crowd control and also the setups that can be built for the Claude to go in. I would say that adding up, or like, already the mage is picked off here. Okay, so have AB Bren having that Minotaur at Tigreal will be lethal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, any dive comp will be very, very lethal to go up against a Minotaur, especially Master Ogwen's Minotaur. Oh, one of his signature picks. CSUN, take it away instantly. We're not going to let you match up this Kaja, this Faramis, with that Minnow.
Yeah, not only that, AP Bren on the other side, I think maybe they still continue to focus on the XP lane here, right? At least even take out the Tarizla possibly, if they want to go that route. Deal with that, because that would actually round things up really well for CSUN. So that's the Martis being banned out, right? Focusing on some of those utility jungler options here for MP the King. Might be wanting to force him, you know, on something a little more risky once again to go against AP Bren here. So we'll see what the answer here is. What are you thinking for the last ban?
Well, for Team AB Bren, I would say that they should continue on banning the utility heroes, because no assassin and no one can actually burst neither like the Khalid or the Guinevere, not mentioning that they still can pick off a heavy tank. So I would continue on banning the utility heroes.
I agree. I love that, right? The fact that they ban out the Martis, not just the utility, but ban out the aggressive heroes, the heroes that can actually look to snowball. The worst pick on MP is a hero that's safe, and that's what AB Bren are trying to force on him. They want to try to force MP to play a safe pick. Play the Fredrin, it may be meta, but on your hands, with someone as flashy as you need that playmaking capability.
Ooh, if they go the Fredrin here, I think I think that could work, right? I mean, I said this before we even loaded into the draft. I was like, I'd love to see soon. I know technically they're a team, and this is a region thing, actually. The region is just very team fight oriented. They love to just duke it out, right? That's something. Yeah, Cambodia itself, they have what now, 4 or 5 teams just all competing at a very similar level here. So we'll see, right? Do they actually want to opt for a more a slower paced jungler lineup here? Yes, you have the Kaja, still able to help pick people off, but obviously even the 1-1, right? You need some time to build up. You have to have the right conditions to get the crossbow of Tang off. And then even so, right, we see so many teams obviously playing around with the Wind of Nature and the Winter Transient switches, right, to deal with the crossbow of Tang in certain situations. So once again, for soon, we'll see if they decide to pick up the XP laner right now. What's left on the table? Again, we haven't seen much Yuzhong, man. We got a great statue in front of us. We see some great graphics behind us, but Yuzhong has kind of fallen off, especially back from M4.
We need another buff.
We need another buff.
And Team Sisu need a Trizzla. A Trizzla here. I was about to say that they need some crowd control. I know that they have the Kaja, but still, you can kind of assure 1-1 in the late game phase when it comes to the crossbow of Tang. As you said, we might see some people use the Wind of Nature or like play around this crossbow of Tang, but yet, Team Sisu having the Trizzla is really good, but what are they missing? The jungler.
Oh man.
A Baxia maybe?
For AP Brenner, see you
soon.
For see you soon, the Baxia could be a good choice. I like the Baxia actually. For this composition, they have a lot of damage already. Someone who can just roam around the map, get some more mobility. Would be great. But for AP Bren, I'm thinking something crazy. A pick that maybe Filipinos won't be too happy about, but no, okay, they'll go for it.
Yeah,
I was like, Florin, no, Tigreal.
Is he still in crazy territory?
It's Chad Ogwin time. No, it's not crazy.
It's not crazy anymore.
Apex 47 changed.
I mean, the wild card he started to pop up. It was crazy then.
It was crazy. Now it's tame.
Yeah.
Now it's normal.
But it's still Tigreal, man.
It went from Lafel to Gideon.
Yeah.
Crazy to normal.
The guy that sounds like you.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's Lafel, literally Hellkurt, remember?
I asked a wise man before why Hellkurt is so good in Malaysia, and he told me you cannot do a lot of things when everything is dark. So I don't know if AB Brin will be able to work in the dark or not.
Hey, unless you got night vision somewhere, right?
Arashi's got that.
Arashi, tactical. Shout out to Arashi out there. But okay, lineups are locked in here. Yasu, take us through it real quick.
Real quick, AB Bren, as I told you, if you added a Tigreal or a Miniature, their combination will be so lethal because they have a really good setup so far with the Cloud, not mentioning also having a Tigreal that's a really good composition. But I wanted to actually say that Team CSU need someone to carry on the early game. Having a Hellcut can actually pick off someone at some point, and I think that 1-1 somewhere in the game will be taking care of the rest.
Well, we're going to find out here as we load up into the Land of Dawn. It's game number 2 after a decisive game 1 from AP Bren. Can see you soon. Utilize this Hellkurt and even out the series 1-1.
In game 1, we said MP needs a pick to be able to jump on Few, on that Novaria. Yes. I think this is a good response to the question that we asked in game number 1.
Well, Naisu said you can ban it out, but it seems like it's not banned out. They will actually go for this approach. But here's the thing. I think that MP, the King, need a lot of, I would say, camping to get Few. Because Few with his positionings is really good. Super Marco is here losing so much HP to Kosei.
Wait,
what?
Oh, good night. He knows the limits here, right? I mean, there is no crossbow tank right now, so he's going to go ahead and just deal with that. We'll go back to base, but also emblems here, anything that sticks out, Yasu?
Well, I see that 1-1 is going so hard for this damage, and also the Hellkurt will actually be... he's farming so fast right now because of his emblems. What else is standing out? I couldn't actually have a look. Maybe in the next time we'll have a better look. But I would say that there's a really good point I forgot to mention, that when you have a rumor that can actually reveal the other rumor, you kind of have an idea of how the rotation works on the opponent's side.
Bro, Kusei went for the Master Assassin emblem. That's why he was able to do so much damage solo in lane. That's what Kusei wants to do, and maybe that might be a reflection as to what he wants to look for in this game. Perhaps this 1-1 is more of a split-pushing 1-1 in the early stage to get that advantage, and then later on he will pivot to more of a team-fighting, normal 1-1 gameplay.
Yeah, he wants to go meet Super Marco on this signature pick of his 1-for-1 and deal with it. Try to get that advantage if he can, but now first objective going to be up that turtle. MP the King going to get in position. Also keep an eye on that bottom side. Multiple members here.
Two-man spatial migration into the Requiem. Felix falls under it. And that's first blood. The first time maybe that Soon doesn't get first blood, but MP, he says, we don't need it. We'll go for the objective. It's 1-1.
Good trade. Yasu, how do you feel about that?
Kyle doesn't like it. That's how he feels about it. Spatial migration into Flap Teasy's Raging Sandstorm into an invade early on. They want to force it. Foxy gets knocked up, slashed down by Flap Teasy. And MP doesn't have the retreat. He can't go for the commitment onto the purple buff. Felix has rotated over with Rob. That's a penalty zone. Now it's a 2. Ogwen gonna be knocked up for a bit. Calteezy with the defensive spatial migration. The implosion comes in as well, but another realm saves them, gets them out. Calteezy though was able to sneak that steal from under the rug.
Wow, using all these spills at this particular time is so early.
It's another one. It's a Requiem. It's Felix taken down again.
Flashback to the previous game for Felix here.
No, Felix, not Felix. He's sorry.
He's sorry now. So for Team CS Soon, actually, I would say that not having the flicker on Boxy the King, they are committing to Super Marco. They want to make him have the worst time of his life.
Yeah, they gotta kind of put pressure here if they want to. Right now, though, the fact that you have 3 kills for AP Bren and 2 of those are in the hands of Kyle Teasy, it's gonna be a little bit tougher here now for MP the King, right? But if he can continue to play around the ultimate, the Darkness Falls has that advantage. They might turn something around here, right? But the fact that Kyle Teasy has kind of this early spike going on could be troublesome.
Implosion, the cannon start of Divine Judgment, and that's going to be the silence as well. Crossbow attack, translating over to the back line. Now is a Raging Sandstorm! Left Teasy! What a play!
Hey, as I said, that Khalid, sometimes he's the second one to go in and capitalize on positioning, and that's exactly what happened there.
This is the kind of final touch I would like to have, actually, because the Khalid followed up so perfectly. This was almost... on Felix. What was that?
He missed the penalty zone. Now Kyle, spatial migration to get out. It's all fine and dandy. But my God, I'm still on that play. I'm still on the play.
That initiation, man, it looks so good.
Man.
When the Khalid uses the flicker alongside the Sandstorm, it looks clean as it can be. So with all that unfolding, again, Kyle Teasy in position to go ahead and just freely take this turtle here, the second one of the game. We'll be able to cap that in. MP the King, though. Is it to a point where you pick up a risky hero like this and now you're too far behind in the early game to actually contest some of these?
It's almost like Flap saw the play of the day and he said, I want that. I want to be play of the day tomorrow. Walk us through this, Yasu.
Well, I think that the one who walks that through this was the Khalid. This was the moment where everything went down for Team CS Soon, having the Sandstorm raging upon Team CS Soon. They just got wiped out.
I don't know, man. Again, Flap had probably that one chocolate yesterday. He's like,
he was
never
mad.
again.
He's mad now. He's mad.
Still going to be going here. Early pressure in the bottom side, but just trying to keep it together. Echo going to come down. There's the conceal, though. Ogwin. Okay, he's going to call it off.
I just want to see these flicker ultimates, man. I want to see these flicker ultimates being triggered once and again and again and again. Because Team AB Bren have really wonderful setups and really good follow-ups. But when you look here at both ends, we will see that both of these teams have this hero that can actually pull off a really good late game when it comes to the Cloud also. When we speak about the 1-1, but again, who have the upper hand in the early game? Who is controlling the game in the early phase? It's AB Bren. In a matter of 6 minutes in, we have 3k gold lead. Not just that, MP the King at some point gave up on the trades. He's just farming by now.
Felix knocked up again. That's a lot of airtime, and Felix jumps into the penalty zone onto the front. Super Marco able to back up with the battle mirror image. That's a blazing duet as well. MP is going to be able to deal damage onto Kyle, taking him down. Now MP low, Super Marco going back and forth. MP farming. The rest of AP Brent trying to help him out. It's just going to be Felix traded in for Kyle. That's worth it for See You Soon.
Yeah, so you can already see, right? MP the King, he only had the DHS, but he has respectable damage. So somehow, some way, they got to continue to build on that, right? Gold lead obviously still in favor of AP Bren, 3K ahead. But See You Soon, if they just have to find wins where they can, then that might be best for them. Again, you have a Kaja. Try to get some of these pickoffs later on. Give up some of these objectives if you can't actually go toe-to-toe with them. But still, find wins where you can to stay in the game here for See You Soon.
Oh. Spatial migration as a Purify instantly. Felix, penalty zone, just the zone. That's a Raging Sandstorm connecting again. MP still able to escape. Now it's going to be the re-engage. Flap TZ flickering backwards. Ogwen with a good shove back to defend Flap TZ, but he will fall in this mid lane. It's See You Soon who picks up a win in the trade department.
This game is unlike the previous game. See You Soon are actually helping Kosei to build up his damage, to build up his gold lane lead. And right now, even though he died one time, Boxy, the king, is following him up. It's like he's having a tag on the back of Kosei. He is there for him whenever there is someone coming to the bot lane. But let's have a look here at the items. I would say that who have the lead, actually? I think that both of these gold laners are toe-to-toe.
Yep, 400 gold lead, not that much in the gold lane matchup. A few minion waves and it's done, right? So
yeah,
it's going to be really good for both these gold laners, though I will have to say, with Super Marco having this much help, I don't know what MP the King will have to do here to come back. A spatial migration, everything was on point.
Perfect.
Despite the Dark Knight Falls granting him movement speed.
Yeah, when you're spotted, you know, you can't run away in the night. So not only that, but they get more damage on this base turret. The shield's going to be taken down. They got the tier 2 earlier, so that is a big win for AP Bren just in that, 1 minute alone leading into this Lord coming up in less than 30 seconds. So See You Soon, for the second time, honestly, the Kaja just has not been able to do what it's meant to do, right, at this point in the game. You really haven't seen many pickoff potentials happening or, taking that numbers advantage right in their favor with the Kaja. But look at this already. There's the Conceal. Boxy going to get spotted out too. The rest of the team still in the mid lane. Lord now up though. Does See You Soon actually want to contest this Yasuo? Are they in the position to?
They can actually go in with the, like if MB the King make everything dark, they can actually go in for a steal, but they cannot commit with the full pack of them. So, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Flicker Divine Judgment onto the tank right now. The crossbow tank going to transfer over to Flap TZ as he tries to escape, gets the healing. Ogwen down, the main source of initiation, the main source of CC, but they still have Kyle and Flap.
Okay, so they just go ahead, reset it for now, but See You Soon, Kyle TZ could go in with the spatial migration, but once again, See You Soon still doing a relatively good job here given how behind they are. So they gotta wait. Again, penalty zone not gonna be available just yet, but the flicker is there. We'll see. AP Brent still approaching it calmly.
Yeah.
They wanna be careful. They don't wanna overcommit. They know that this could possibly slip in favor of See You Soon if they overcommit. They're going to get in position and they give the Lord a go.
Owen's back. That's Felix who jumps into the back, but he's all alone. The Netherrealm gets him to safety, but AP Brent take the Lord and disengage.
Wow, the Divine Judgment is not there just to serve Kosei. It's also there to serve MP the King, and this time having the fleeting time for Team See You Soon on that Kaja is actually helpful, and also this time they are different because they have someone to front the damage. But the question here, do they have the damage enough? Do they have the clearance that they need to defend this next Lord? They are already behind an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, this is tough. Once again, the position that See You Soon is in, they've got to deal with it. It is only the first Lord, right? But you can already see too, Ogwen looking for his own setup potential with the Conceal, with the Flicker Implosion combination. Flap TZ as well. This is the prime positions for these Khalid picks as they assault into the base here. We'll see if See You Soon keeps it together. Again, that shield was already taken down earlier. So this is going to be, turret's still going to be up for now actually, but the waves will be pushing in. AP Brent still trying to respect the fact that See You Soon could turn something around if they find an overstep, but right now another tier 2 will fall. AP Brent continues to get space. There's Foxy.
Conceal.
Flicker Divine Judgment. Oh, it's Flap who gets locked down entirely in the Divine Judgment and the zone.
AB Bren at this point, they can cause chaos with these picks, but again and again, see you soon, and especially Boxy the King finds his target with that defined judgment. Looking here at the items, both the marksman, oh, there is a lead now. There is a lead, so 4 items to 3 for that Clot for Super Marco, and we all know that Super Marco is really good on the scaling heroes, and also, if you looked a little bit on the Quiver, you will find out that she might freeze out at some point and make an outplay.
All right, this might help too. The fact that Boxy has the immortality.
Yeah.
He can play a little bit more, you know,
risky.
Front. Yeah, be a little bit more risky here. But still, relatively, he's got to wait for that flicker available for a lot of these plays. You can see the damage, though, that is there for See You Soon.
Oh.
The problem is, how long does AP Bren let this happen?
Boxy
walks up, dodges away. That's a penalty zone from Felix into the mid. Flapteezy missing the Raging Sandstorm. The Netherrealm grants them safety. Kyle Teasy falls.
MB.
And now the chase continues. It's going to be Ogwen who falls as well. It's Kusei who picks up the killing spree. And just like that, 2 kills on the board for See You Soon. An outplay over an outplay.
This is the point where the front laners shine. Sorry, Felix is not actually sorry. He went in with that penalty zone, taking 5 members, having this glimpse of the Boots gameplay today. It's not only Flapteezy who's inspired, it's also Sorian Felix.
Hey, like we saw from the play of the day yesterday, right?
Yes.
Sorian Felix can have a hell of an early game, getting just bullied, but sometimes all it takes is one great penalty zone, right? And that's kind of what happened there. Once again, Lord going to be up.
Oh, what a divine judgment! A fadeaway pull. Well played to Mr. Boxy the King.
Man.
Yeah.
There's no getting away from that, right? You can't, that's what we were looking for. He didn't even have to use the flicker, so now with this play, See You Soon is going to go ahead and march down some of these turrets that they needed for a while. Once again, last game, they had trouble even getting a single turret, but with this lineup that is starting to get to a point now where it's online, See You Soon is where they have to be. The gold lead has been diminished for the majority of it, and now they can continue knocking down these turrets.
Yeah, the clean record now is in danger. Team See You Soon, and also especially the fleeting time on Boxy the King. He can keep on taking 1 by 1 from Team AB Brennan. Not just that, as I told you, look, still few holds the most damage dealt, but it's not about the most damage dealt, it's about how much damage dealt in the specific moment that your team needs. And in this moment, it's See You Soon.
Conceal. Looking for Kyle. Cancelled out. Spatial migration. No Requiem just yet committed. See You Soon looking to look to force another siege with the Enhanced Lord in the mid lane, with the bottom lane as well. But they're not able to do it just yet. AP Bren, they're able to do the housekeeping very well. That's a divine judgment, and that's Flapteezy locked down. Rob picks up the kill.
Decisive again. See You Soon has figured out how to layer it down. Boxy, though, going to take a couple shots, has the immortality, like I mentioned. So we'll be fine, but so far, they're holding it together here. Still eyes on this mid-turret.
Spatial migration. Whoa. Again, a penalty zone on the Super Marco. Still able to dash out with the battle mirror image. And that, my friend, was a bit of an overextension. Ogwen looking to punish, walking them down. Ra walks through the walls. MP blinks through the wall. And See You Soon. We'll see AP Bren soon.
That's what I said earlier on in the previous game. We just need one front laner, someone to take the hits, but not like that. Don't go super aggressive like that, but someone to take the kills, the damage, and Boxy the King can just grab whoever comes in his hand to trigger a crossbow of Tang, or even to make an opening for MP the King with his assassin heroes. So if we saw such draft in the previous game, things might have actually became this way also.
The thing, you know, as we looked at the items there, we see See You Soon now having this very minuscule lead. The one thing that we have to consider is AP Bren has done this before, Super Marco has done this before, and it's that split push, that backdoor possibility. See You Soon cannot tunnel vision on these preceding Lord fights, right? We've seen teams do that before. So right now, they have to keep things in order. They have to keep their eye as well on that bottom side. That's where a lot of that pressure is going to go for, right? They're going to try to get that turret down eventually. So for See You Soon, keeping those things in mind as they approach this Lord take, this Lord dance, We'll see how it unfolds. It could go highly in their favor if Boxy can do what he's been doing the past few minutes, just go for a pickoff and get that numbers advantage. But you can already see Kyle Teasy getting the Lord started here, positioning to, like I said, Super Marco and Ogwin, also keeping tabs on the bottom side. But See You Soon kind of has an idea what's going on, right? They want to be able to be in the position where they can get that pickoff, and that's exactly why Boxy is crucial here as this all unfolds. Echo gonna drop. 4 members being spotted out. We'll see how it all plays out here.
Oh, someone needs to face check.
Penalty zone onto Kyle, trying to delay
Marco.
him from looking for a steal right now. It's not easy, jumps in with raging Sandstorm, but look at the pullback from Boxy to set up for MP to find that red tree for free. Now it's Kusei against Kyle. The Requiem is ready. Oh! Snipe down from View to deny the crossbow attack. As AP Bren look to disengage, but Felix is walking past Ogwin. As an implosion on the 2. Super Marco coming down with a blazing duet, as that's gonna be the shade all the way to bring them back. Boxy losing immortality, another spatial migration to knock him off. Boxy, spree, a good purify. Right as the penalty zone gets dropped down, Ra picks up a mega kill as he dives deep.
Oh, again, Super Marco was there on the bottom side, realized that the fight was not in favor of AP Brent, came back, and was there a little bit too late, but so far, good answer once again from See You Soon. They still have the Lord going down the bottom side. They held on to their base turret. And right now, See You Soon in the driver's seat of this game. AP Bren, though, how do they deal with this? They got a couple of the immortalities out. But right now, See You Soon charging up into the base of AP Bren.
It's gonna be so hard if there's a penalty zone, but what's this damage on Super Marco?
What's the damage on Felix? MP getting sniped down, poked down. Kusei now respawning, coming down. That's a penalty zone to lock Boxy. Is he blazing with the back line and a battle mirror image to the front. The base is wide open though. They're targeting it. AP Bren will not be able to defend. Just barely one last shot was all they needed. Equalizer from See You Soon in game number 2.
What a game from See You Soon from Cambodia, able to even out the series and give AP Brent a loss here in this series. We're in for a great one ahead of us, Yasu.
That was a perfect gameplay from Team See You Soon, and this was the taste of defeat for the Filipino champions Team AB Brent. This is the first time they lose since the beginning of the series, and also I would say that was a really good draft coming from the side of Team See You Soon. Well executed.
Yeah, again, it looked like it was going to be a similar situation for them from game 1, how things were unfolding, but a great response, a great just pick too. I love the Hellcurt that ended up working out here for them. And again, I feel like there was also a little bit of a redemption arc here too for Sorry, I'm Felix, man. Rough game 1, rough early game 2, but man, did those penalty zones change some of the course of those early team fights here.
And Felix was the man to end the game. He was the one last standing in that base, swinging as his immortality got popped.
Yeah, again, just an amazing rally there for See You Soon to come back through this game. Again, the deficit they worked against, so many of them pulled their weight, so many of them with MVP here. But again, it all unfolded here. MP the King, that Hellcurt pick that we wondered and were surprised about, I think it's only showed up once so far, but now it came out swinging for game number 2.
MP the King chose violence, and he chose to go for a full damage approach, just this immortality to have an opportunity to go for the base and finish, and that's what he done. He just turned the light off and went in for the base straight ahead, and then Team C soon got the victory. Let's look upon the highlights here from both sides. I think that Team AB Bren were in the driver's seat since the beginning. They had a really good start, but everything started to crumble down after this penalty zone that had been triggered by the Terizla early on. But here was this one perfect moment for Team AB Bren. I think there was like 7-1, yeah, 7-1. But after that, the Divine Judgment wasn't utilized just for Kosei. It was also used for MB the King, and every time he was there, he dealt the damage needed to take anyone down and everyone down from Team AB Bren.
Man, again, looking at this, the highlights here kind of unfold, you can just see how well synergized See You Soon is, and even when they're down, like they were in that early part of the game, even with a crazy setup, from AP Bren. They stuck together, they pulled it around, and they end up winning these team fights. It was like Boxy then decided, okay, we got this figured out, right? I'm going to go ahead and Divine Judgment these targets. You guys are going to follow up. You let Kosei fly, and it all unfolds from there. And even with this, again, look at Super Marco's positioning. He was pushing into this. That's what I was talking about before this all unfolded. Realizes, all right, the team fight's not going in our favor. I got to get back. Great shot there from Few, but ultimately, they end up losing out here.
I gotta say, in the Lord pit, Boxy just waiting for Kyle Teasy was the standout to me, right? He was just holding back, waiting for the right moment for Kyle Teasy to look for the steal, and then Divine Judgment. That's it. No retry can be used up. Suppression. But this is what I've already said about See You Soon. It's almost like they take the name of the team, See You Soon, and they implement it into their gameplay. They will literally just see you soon in the game.
Yeah, you guys might be winning the early game, but hey, we'll see you soon.
We'll see you soon. They lose a team fight, we'll see you soon. We'll win the team fight sometime in the future if we don't win it early.
Now you don't.
Now you see me, now you don't. I'll see you soon, game 2.
There it is.
And also at some point, Team See You Soon, and especially Kosei, was holding on to that crossbow of Tang that at some point cost him his life. He was there as a sniper, taking every member down and even like actually opening the map for his team. At some points, he was just revealing 5 members with just one ultimate. But look here at AB Brent. Super Marco, even though he was trying to go for a split push approach and he was also trying to go for a full damage approach, he actually didn't die until the end.
Game.
5-0-5. Perfect game for Super Marco. As we have said, he have been using that Claude and taking the best out of him. So 5-0-5 in the losing side, I don't know, that actually hurts.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's tough because again, when you look at it, he's 5-0-5, but he had a lot of the, in a way, it was kind of a hesitation because you don't want to just go ahead and enter and then get, dealt with really quickly. Again, the burst, you saw all the pickoff potential, they were gone in a second or two, right? The burst potential from this lineup from See You Soon was very deadly. So Super Marco, at one point when things kind of unfolded, he was like, all right, I might just have to split push. Go for that split push win. This is also why Claude, for example, as a hero, works out really well for a lot of teams because it's very similar in a way where if you can't be there for some of these team fights, for some of those amazing setups with the blazing duets and pump out the damage, then you can still push those and put those the pressure on the side lanes.
Yeah, and actually what I liked about Boxy the King here in this game particularly is that he accepted, I wouldn't say the gift because he was doing his work. He was going in and taking whomever he finds. It's not only always about taking the damage dealers. He wasn't focusing on the mage. Neither he was focusing on Super Marco. But yet, he was able to crack this formation open just by taking the front laners, just by taking those who can actually take damage from the side of Team AB Bren and then bring them as a gift. For his team, it was just about time for MP the King to deal his damage with the stacks and also for Kosei to follow up. So this formation here from Team See You Soon, this is a draft that you can actually salute the coach here. And from the other side, also AB Bren, as I told you, and I admired the draft from their side because they have a lot of airy crowd control heroes, but yet the execution for the draft was better by the side of Team See You Soon.
Yeah, I gotta respect, and I love the fact that what Cat God did here, aside from, how this was executed, right? It was it threw some of us off as well. We weren't exactly expecting the Hellcurt pickup. When you think of Hellcurt, you kind of throw it back to maybe Team Flash, right? You think about that, even with the Amon pick. But this time, it was See You Soon that pulled out the Hellcurt. They made it work, too. Yeah, it struggled a little bit, right, here and there. But ultimately, Boxy the King helped set things up. MP the King was able to shine, and the rest of the team, Kosei, once again. So wondering if they can actually replicate this, right, as they get ready for Game 3. So a lot kind of falling into the puzzle here for See You Soon. Now, how will AP Bren adjust? That's the question, right? Now, before we talk about Game 3 even further, we are going to be throwing it over to Mara out there on the stage or with the crowd. Let's see what they have to say out there with the fans.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Bren Lang Malakas. Bren Lang Malakas. And one of the families that keep Bren strong is Few's family. Let's introduce yourselves.
I'm Father's Few, Alan.
Alan.
Shirley, the mother.
Shirley, mommy?
Youngest sister, Samantha.
Youngest sister, Samantha.
Arvin po, brother of you.
Arvin, brother of Few. But you know, okay, let me just highlight Few's brother because you also play MLBB, right?
Yes po.
Tell us where.
AP brand po, MDL.
AP brand for MDL. Now, mommy, daddy, just earlier, Few won as one of the greatest 10 players in the entire world. So now he has another credential to put in the MLBB history. How proud are you when you saw that was happening earlier?
Very proud, actually. Simulat sa pool, very proud kami through ups and downs ng career niya.
From the beginning, you've been very proud of Few. Did you cry?
Siyempre.
Of course you did. Daddy, when you saw that he was getting awarded, what were you feeling? What was going through your heart and your mind?
Proud po ako sa kanya.
Proud sa kanya.
Always naman pong proud kami.
Always proud.
Saka lahat po ng sakripisyo niya na nakuha niya na ngayon dahil naging greatest siya sa buong mundo. Isa sa mga greatest.
And all his sacrifices were worth it.
Opo.
So, can you tell us a story about the sacrifices that he's made?
Actually, since nag-start siya noong 2018.
When he started 2018.
And then, nung nanalo sila,
yeah, he won.
For Signal Ultra. And then after, medyo naglaylo yung career niya. Pero hindi siya nag-settle doon. Bali, nag-strive pa rin siya para makapunta siya dun sa SEA Games. And then, after winning the SEA Games, bumalik ulit. And then now, nasa brand na siya. And until now, dinidepend niya pa rin yung lahat ng titles na gusto niya.
That's right. Few started in 2018 and his career didn't go so well, but he didn't give up and he ended up representing the country in the SEA Games until he became part of Brand, now known as AP Brand, and his career has been shooting up ever since. So, Mommy, Daddy, let us know, what has Few done for the family? I mean, he's brought home a lot of prizes. So how did he give back to the family?
Actually, nakapagpagawa na siya ng bahay.
He built you guys a home.
And then...
That's why now you live in Rizal.
Yes, from Mandaluyong kami, pero nakapagpagawa siya ng bahay sa Rizal. Doon na kami nakalipat.
Oh, that's so nice. Do all of you, do you have your room? Your own room, Samantha?
Actually, lahat sila may
So Big Brother gave you a room. How about you? You get your own, do you have your own like computer setup because of Few?
Meron po.
Meron, Few. Oh my gosh. I want to be your sister. What else, Mommy, Daddy? What else does Few do for you guys?
Yung car namin.
He also bought you a car!
And then, yun nga, yung family business, trying na mag-put na kami for this year.
And his next goal is to put up a family business.
Yes, po.
So basically, it sounds to me that Few is doing everything for the family. What does he do for himself?
Actually, low-key lang siya eh. Wala siyang binibili na pang sarili niya.
He's low-key, he doesn't buy anything for himself.
Parang food lang talaga, pagkain lang.
Just food?
Yun lang.
He's a world champion and he just buys food?
Yes, the rest.
Mga damit, yung mga hindi siya mahilig sa
He doesn't even like buying clothes. That's why I always see him in the brand jersey. That's why I just see him in brand outfit. What are your wishes for Few? You know, right now he's watching you. Actually, Samantha, can you give Kuya a message? Because Kuya is watching you right now. He needs to hear from you para magkaroon siya ng kumpiyansa so his confidence will go up. What do you want to say to Kuya?
Go. I love you.
You can say anything. You can say anything.
Good luck.
Good luck. Ikaw naman bilang pro player, ano yung gusto mo, alam mo na gustong pakinggan bago sumabak sa napaka-importanting laro? What do you think Few needs to hear before he gets into this fight that's so intense?
Kuya, galingan mo po kahit anong mangyari. Makukuha mo rin po yung M5.
Yes! He's saying, Kuya, big brother, do a great job. You will get this M5. Mommy, Daddy, is there something that you want to say to Few?
Kahit anong mangyari, susuportahan ka namin. And alam namin na kukunin mo yung M5 na to.
Alam namin na kayang-kaya mo yan at ano man mangyari, nandito pa rin kami para sa'yo. Kahit anong mangyari.
Regardless what happens, they're supporting you. They'll be here for you. Thank you so much. It's so great to see the support of the family. And maybe if AP Bren wins the entire thing, you know, we can take few shopping so you can get more clothes. So it's not just the AP Bren jersey that he'll be wearing. So let's see how AP Bren does. We're gonna go back to our casters. Paso.
Thank you very much, Mara. And aside the family there, a few. Once again, hey, I gotta say, if you had a jacket that looks as good as AP Bren's, I'd probably wear it all the time too.
Same. I mean, you can't blame
Have
the
you got
man.
yours?
I haven't.
You better get on that. You guys better get on that. Might be sold out soon.
I'm scared that if I wear it, they'll lose.
Oh.
So I'm
wait
doing
till
you guys a favor.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right.
But I was always confused, right? When I saw Fu's name all the way from M2, why does he have 2 W's? Now we know. He's a W. He's a double W man.
He's a double W
Double
man.
W.
Hey, love to see it. Love to hear the stories. But now we do have to talk about the fact that they lost the previous game, right?
Yes.
There was a good adjustment from See You Soon as they head into game number 3. And I'm kind of wondering exactly what would kind of fall into place for them as they go into game 3, right? Real quick, though, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Welcome home, Kosei and MP the King. Kosei and MP the King on playing M5 in the Philippines. See You Soon's MP the King says home court advantage, and I feel excited and happy. That's about the amount of words I expected, right? So
they're a man of few words.
Man of few words.
They're simple but deadly.
Hey, man, I don't know. After hearing all the interviews and stuff from, Kid Bomba, this is, you kind of forget, right? But
you kind of forget, the norm is, I feel excited and happy.
Yeah.
Hey, it works, right? Once again, these guys had to, if you're talking about going and playing in a different region, a different country, at this point, it's not a new narrative anymore. It's been happening now for a while, and that comes with its own challenges and exciting things. Being in a new region, being amongst new culture and everything else. But I would say that their impact for this team, for the region, even if you will, is very apparent, right? Even in the play style that they like to bring here, and it brings their own flavor as well. When you're always comparing the regions for MLBB esports, they're very distinctive in their play styles, and that's what I like. What we saw from Game 2, that distinctive flavor of See You Soon, and how they were very dominant back even in their group stage matches. It showed here in that series.
Well, speaking of the home advantage, and because we are here at the Philippines in Manila, actually I cannot neglect the fact that the Fuse family is actually supporting him here in the stadium, and he was already doing great throughout the first and the second match, and I cannot imagine how will he be doing right now since he will be buffed with this energy. So speaking of the game, what did change between game number 1 and game number 2? For me personally, I think that Coach Cat got being able to see through the missing points in his draft, which were a front laner who can face check and make extra crowd control, was actually what led this game to be a tie.
Well, we're going to find out here once again before we drop into the draft for game number 3. We'll see how adjustments are made. AP Bren going to be on the blue. See You Soon on the red. Bands coming out. I like that AP Bren has decided, you know what, let's just take out the Kaja.
We gotta.
We don't want to deal with it.
Is lethal on any one of the mechanical heroes, right? And we've only seen the Kaja so far, so it does seem like See You Soon, though they're definitely not hiding any strategies, hiding any picks for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Boxy, they're trying to keep it as low as possible. If we can just keep on going for the Kaja, we'll give Boxy the Kaja. Now, it may be time for that signature Cho. The Cho that got them so many wins in MPLI and especially MPL Cambodia.
Yeah, we'll see if they go that route. What are you feeling, Yasu, here for maybe these first priority picks for both teams?
Well, you still have, so AB Brain, again, they are building up for the Nolan, banning the Phoebius, and also banning now the Kaja. They learned from that lesson, the hard lesson that Boxy the King have given them so far. And also, throughout the previous games, I just might think that Pra actually took Faramis 2 times. So it's kind of justified why it's banned right now. So I would say that having, this is a really good one. You can actually ban the Nolan and take the Joy, or leave them both open and take one.
Yep, trade, exchange, right?
Yep.
What do you think they should do?
I don't know, man. I think if this is not a Nolan ban, AP Bren's going to take it. And then maybe for CSU, you take the Joy this time. It's the Arlot. So, you know, with Arlot being taken out, this looks like it's going to be a Nolan in the hands of AP Bren, and really leaves to question CSU. What do they want to take, right? Joy being open, Valentina, you have a Terizla. Do you want to lock in the Bruno early on? Like, there's so many options here for CSU, but AP Bren, we really got to see, do they actually still want to play that Nolan first pick?
What about if we took the Valentina now and left them both open? But yeah, it's too risky because Joy can actually be played on the XP lane, but it's a risk, and I think at this point everyone needs to take some risk. So having an Angela right now and also the Joy, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Just leave them both open, take one of them out, and Nolan is the pick for Team AB Bren, and Kyle has shown a 100%. I would say so far, if I'm not mistaken, on the Nolan, and for Honor he comes again with the Bruno and also now with the Tigreal. Team AB Bren are so confident in the picks they are taking, but an Angela and a Joy, would we expect to see an Esmeralda though?
Oh, not too sure if we're going to see the Esmeralda here for AP Bren this early, right? Maybe in the second phase, if it doesn't get banned out, they can try to go for it, but even then, it's a bit too risky now, knowing the XP lane matchups could literally be one of the key factors for a team to win. Just like earlier, pick up the Terizla, the Riz.
Yep.
It wins it. Now, man, see you soon. This is a comfort.
This is, yeah.
If you've seen them win in MPL Live, you've seen them win in MPL Cambodia, it's with this comp. Angela, and specifically, this Angela will never go to the hands of Boxy. They know better than to place Boxy on a hero like Angela. You need some bombastic heroes on Boxy, and you need some playmaking frontliners for Felix. So far, 3 conditions have been met.
These are 3 solid heroes for CSU.
Yeah.
I love the fact that they went this way too, and the bands kind of unfolded this way. We built this up, even when we looked at that player head-to-head, right? The Angela for Ra is deadly, and something that you really have to consider too, right? Now, on the flip side, AP Bren, the fact that they are going with this Tigreal again, it is I feel like one of the safer options, right? To put in the hands right now of Ogwin. You can play around the fact that you have a penalty zone even across from you now, right? For example, if you're going to go ahead, jump in with the penalty zone, but then you have an implosion to answer, at least kind of stalling out some of that follow-up. If it's, you know, layered correctly, then it could work out for you. But not only that, but the fact that you give space now to Nolan once again, like we saw in game 1, to go ahead and do what he needs to do. Farm up really quickly, focus on, you know, whittling down the important members here of CSU or even the objectives.
Well, having CSU as one of the factors here in this match, it gives me the courage to say that we might see an Angela mid, and you can disagree with me. A lot of people actually around the world will disagree with me. We might see a Diggy, because a Diggy can make Team AB Bren, I wouldn't say like the Tigreal specifically will be in a really bad position, but the only thing that actually make this point not solid is having the Nolan that can actually burst down the Diggy. But yet, Ra playing really good on Angela in the mid lane gives me the confidence to say that we might see one. And because Ra plays Angela in the mid lane, we see Minotaur join the ban list for Team AB Bren.
Man, Minnow's just not getting any playtime this series. You know, he's done too many crazy things so far in the M5. So right now that's going to be taken out. Leaves to kind of question, what does CSU want to take, you know, for their roam option?
I think leave it as a last pick. Go and pick up a gold laner first, knowing you're already in this matchup against the Bruno and, you know, against the Tigreal. I would say actually maybe they can go for I would actually think about the Irithel or maybe even the Claude here. The Claude, safer choice. The Irithel is something that Kusei has found so much success with as well. Can go for the Purify, but they go for Carry. Well, technically can go for Purify too, but that's risky, man.
It's risky, but I'm thinking it's my only concern with it, right? This again, you have to consider the fact they do have an Angela, which kind of helps with this, but range-wise, you know, being able to kind of maneuver around these early skirmishes is going to be important. Being able to be protected enough in the early game pressure is going to be important for a carry. But ultimately, if you can get to that mid to late game, then you can start to punish, especially, you know, these tankier options.
Wait, wow. Wait, what? Whoa. What?
Whoa.
Wait.
That's a signature friend pick.
Wow.
What?
Friend. It's the Bren special.
It is.
You know what? Actually, I met Few today, and he told me just wait for the knockouts, but I didn't think that he will go this far.
Bro, that's the signature Brendini.
The Brendini. Not only that, man, but also the Benedetta coming out too.
Also Benedetta.
I cannot process this.
But
I cannot
Odette,
process
bro.
this.
Odette, debut pick in M5. It has to be the one who made it work back when he was in TNC. I believe it was with Johnson, that combo?
Yeah, the Johnson-Odette. The Johnson-Odette combination.
Man, who let him cook?
Oh, let him cook.
Speaking of cooking, seems like Coach Cat Dog is actually cooking a lot of damage there. Having the Guinevere set up with the Charizla. Not just that, the dance floor is open for the Joy. The shields are offered by the hard guard, giving the Angela, and not just that. The true damage given by carry actually will be a trouble for Team AB Bren.
There's a lot of trouble, and I think I have to look at you, Naisu, right now. You look concerned, my guy. For AP Bren, what are you thinking?
Oh, I don't know. Part of me is like really questioning this Odette pick if it's going to be able to work. I would have loved to see the old Optimum Pride for this lineup, man. It would have been perfect, especially here in Manila. But we'll have to see how it all plays out with these lineups once again, loading up into the land of Dawn here. It's 1-1 in the series. See you soon. Took the last game. Who will take game number 3? Last time it was an interesting lineup from See You Soon, and now this time, AP Bren digging into the hero pool. Let's see how they execute it out.
Well, you hit us with the Hellcurt, we hit you with the Odette. And I told you guys, I've spoken with Few, and he told me wait until you see the knockouts. For me, I told him maybe we'll see an Eve, because Eve had been neglected, but he said just wait for the knockouts. Having here the Odette, well, what is actually the point? I think that, yeah, Odette with Tiger is kind of thing I've seen in ranked games, but I've never seen in tournaments, to be honest.
Same.
But why? Why?
Well, we'll get to the answer to that question very, very soon. But now Calteezy doesn't want to wait, jumps in onto Boxy, picks up first blood, and MP gets shoved back. Calteezy dashes out. Now it's going to be Flapteezy who rotated all the way from the XP lane with the Petrify, and so far, the answer is Yasu, we go in. That's the answer. That's why.
Yep.
We go in.
We going in. We want damage. Hey, here's a hero that has it. Odette, man. Real quick, too. Oh,
Boxy.
Yeah, he's fine.
Bring it on.
How's the emblems, Yasu?
Well, I think that I'm actually curious about the Odette itself, but let's look at Ogwin.
Two-man knockup and into Boxy, who's now going to be, whoa, 2 kills across. It's one by Ogwen, the roamer, and the other by Mr. Kyle. Oh my goodness, what
Remember the KDA.
Heck? Remember, he's not a tank. He's Ogwen, Master Ogwen, the fighter.
You gotta go remind him. Hey, you're a roamer, remember. 8.8 KDA is what Ogwen has. So as he locks in that kill, this is already a 4-0 lead, 2K ahead for AP Bren. Once again with a very interesting lineup for this game, and that's going to be the first objective going in the hands of AP Bren as well.
Well, Few being one of the top 10 greatest players of all time for the M Series, having this surprise here is actually shocking for me. I cannot analyze it, but I've seen the approach he's going with the emblems. He can deal a lot of damage when it comes to his ultimate, but yet here comes something. You just build up a Radiant armor, and then you don't have a damage output coming from the Odette, but yet he's building the Genius Wand at the beginning, so he will deal a lot of damage.
Implosion into the Fracture, not even the hard guard can save you from that damage, bro.
Dude, it's just crazy kind of unseeing it
Ooh!
unfold.
Flap knocked up again, and now Boxy takes him out. That's See You Soon, finally on the board.
Once again, as I was going to say, you know, the fact that you have a heart guard for See You Soon, I guess the answer for AP Bren was just all of the damage. I like to say the big damn, right? That's what they went with here. Ogwen with the implosion into an Electro Final Blow alongside having an Odette. Oh, wow. And
that was fast.
I forgot to mention Kyle Teasy as well.
Hit and run, and now Swan Song! Kusei doesn't like songs, especially not that one.
Oh my god, that at some point that's actually funny, because I've told you, you can build up the Radiant Armor to prevent fuse damage, but will you be able to build it though? I think that time was flying by.
Yeah, with a 4,000 gold lead in the third minute, that Radiant Armor is still a far, far idea.
That's hard.
Not only that, but even just looking at the gold lane, as we were talking about that carry pick here, Yasu, look at the disparity so far in the gold.
Yeah. We can actually see that the Husk lost. Oh, that's a really bad place.
That's a Requiem, but there's no follow-up. Even though the turret was there, Ra is an Angela. You can't expect him to deal damage to Ogwen and burst him down.
So we were speaking about the Haskell, but every time I speak about the Haskell, he always jumps in. Bruno at this point can actually take upon a 1v2, but how do you feel about the matchup so far, Naisu?
Oh man, you know, when I look at it unfolding here, the fact that you have this kind of lead for AP Bren with the lineup they have, it's just so much CC and damage potential. I mean, the fact that you first picked the Nolan too, right? It's tough to deal with here. But for Siasoon, really trying to wonder, where do you find these wins, right? Where do you find some of these skirmishes? Because at this point, with a 5K deficit in the economy, man, against this kind of lineup, it kind of gets scary because, like you mentioned, maybe get some of those defensive items, you know, talking about Radiant Armors, everything else. But really, you need so much time. Look at the gold earned here. They're so far behind already, right? In every single lane.
Implosion. Sorry, I'm Felix gets brought back. The penalty zone canceled for a bit. The dive even, but the hard guard now is scaled to a point where it can get you some more survivability.
With each minute, you have one more K for gold lead for AB Bren, and not just that. Let me dream, guys. Let's see together.
You can't dream. So Requiem, that's some damage. Ogwen should fall here, and he does. Boxy's the one who picks up the kill, though. Both the roamers. Assassins, not roamers.
Okay, do you want to dream now, Yasu?
I want to dream. I told you I want to see a Kimmy. And by seeing that Odette, I cannot help but keep dreaming, to be honest.
All right, let's hope for a Kimmy next then.
At this point, I think this is now total unique hero so far. 69.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yep. So Kyle TZ here picking up the Blade of Heptases early on. Look, he's already 2 items in. Did it's stolen?
He just drove by.
What?
Oh, he even dodges his base migration and finds the fracture on Ra under the turret. How much swag do you have?
4 levels ahead as a jungler.
And now Felix, he's about to get balled down by Super Marco on the Worldie. With the help of the hammer from Ogwen. That's one more shot. Ogwen, you're a roamer. Ogwen, stop.
Again with the KDA here for Ogwen, and not to mention what we just saw from Kyle TZ on this Nolan pick. He now also secures the turtle. That's 3 for 3 for AP Bren as they further the lead here in this Game 3 against See You Soon. It's looking a lot like Game 1 for See You Soon. What can they do, Yasu, to get back into this game? But real quick, not Odette's swan song. The last and the only appearance of Odette in an M series was in M1. Well, until now.
M1?
So
that's like how many years ago? 3 years ago or something?
4, right?
What?
4.
Yeah,
right?
4.
Should be 4. 2019, right?
2019.
2019. 4 years ago. So technically, I think the last time we saw Kimmy was also, I'm not too sure if it's M1 or M2, but
don't let me dream.
It's a while ago, so we will try to let you dream, because so far, whoever has been dreaming about Odette showing up in M5, he's got it, man.
Hey, all Odette mains are happy now, right? It's shown up. It's now viable in your games. It shows up once, it's there. So with that, again, lead massive here for AP Bren. They're going to put the pressure on this purple buff for Siasoon.
Conceal. If Ogwen gets an implosion onto 4 or even just 3 members,
one is
it's going to be lethal. 1 is enough, he says, as he brings Felix back with the hard guard now. DPC, a bit of a miscommunication, a bit of a disconnect, and that is going to be a big mistake that AP Brent capitalizes on. You can't do that against Brent.
It seems like there's no electrifying beats when you have this swan song coming from AB Bren.
Oh, two genres of songs here, right?
Yeah.
You got the electrifying beats and then you got the swan song.
Which one do you like better?
Which one do you like better? Flap Teasy though.
No, the electrifying beats is getting
Ogwen.
Oh wait, he's able to dash out. Still with the hard guard, still able to escape for now. There's no real push as well, no real punishment from AP Brent.
Okay, they get those resources out though, leading into this first Lord, so that is an advantage once again, despite the 10K gold lead, AP Brent. What more are they going to be looking for, right? This is going to be quick work. Look at that. The Lord just taken out in an instant. And so AP Bren, they'll get ready for this march towards Siasoon's base. You're wondering, Siasoon, are they prepped up for this defense here,
Look
Yasu?
at the gold difference. It's even more than the clock.
They've beaten the clock.
They have beaten the clock.
Yeah.
So
it's a massive lead.
I haven't seen that in my life, to be honest, so far.
Wait, really?
Nah, just like 8 minutes, 8 and 10K gold lead. I haven't seen that.
Wow.
Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Plenty of times?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you guys are the experts. I'm just new here. So I would actually say that when I've seen few, I think that this is also the point where Siasoon we're focusing on just how can we deal with the audit? Will we get a Radiant Armor? What else? But they forgot somehow that they have Kyle Teasy to work with.
Only one member though. Guse gets out, but a penalty zone once again is already going to be used only onto Ogwen. Boxing in the midst of it. Oh, Swanson from View! Zones them all away. The fracture as well. Felix takes it up. What a Chad. How did he survive that?
Body of Smith, the passive. That's how he was able to survive that. But not only that, Siasoon, the fighting spirit still for them, able to witness that setup and get out with their lives. Could be the starting steps towards turning things around. Yes, it's massive. It's 11,000 gold. But if they can still somehow extend the game, maybe 8 minutes, we might be able to see them actually go toe-to-toe with some of these initiations, because already looking at these items, the disparity's there, Yasu.
I would say that looking at Kyle Teasy, I cannot help but to wonder, did he break a record when it comes to gold per minute?
Boxy again, now with the Requiem and a penalty zone to help him out with a Swan Song! From Phil! Turns it around again! See you soon! Forced to run back to the base! My goodness, AP Brent!
It just took one song. It just took one song and everything went down for Team Siasoon. Is this the finish? This fast in minutes?
Oh no.
10 minutes in, Raz walking back. MP will accept his fate. AP Bren, they play the Swan Song, and tonight that is the song of victory for AP Bren.
2-1, AP Bren now standing at match point. And with the debut of Odette, what a decisive game once again for the hometown team.
That was so much to absorb by Team Siasoon. A lot of surprises, not just the Swan Song, not just the Odette, also the combination that Team AB Bren had at some point. And not just that, he can add upon it Kyle Teasy playing the Nolan that he have 100% win rate with so far.
Again, very strong showing there. This is one of the things you have to consider for everyone behind and involved in AP Bren, man. The flexibility of the drafting is what has made them rise throughout this year as a very dominant team, dominant force. Amazing things from Coach Ducky, Coach Bren as well. You talked about it, that Odette pick, man. Solid performance there.
Audit.
Shocked.
Yes, he is shocked. He cannot speak. He's speaking, but no words are coming out. Look at him. Look at him. That's the same. That's actually the same case for Siasoon. They were, yeah. Totally understood. Yes.
Yeah. His mic's not muted. Don't worry. But let's take a look at the MVP here. It's going to be none other. Actually, giving it away, it has to. Is it the Odette? Who's it going to be?
Oh, it's Kyle.
They're going for it. Is it going to be Kyle again, or is it once again? It's Kyle Teasy here. 5-0-3 for that Nolan.
Wow.
Again, a very dominant game here.
The Assassin Master. He just goes in using that Nolan again and again. Gold per minute 911. He was beating the clock almost. He went for 1K per 1 minute, which is an insane number. And also focusing on his emblem, he went all out with the damage, not just the equipment, also the emblem itself. 911. Yes, call 911 for Kyle Teasy because he's on fire.
Well, as we're going to take a look at the highlights here, kind of unfolding for this game, once again, it was AP Bren coming out swinging through the course of this early on, especially with how they started things up. first blood going to the hands of Kyle Teasy really started them on the right foot. But see you soon. Like I said, there was moments here where they had some fight back, but given how far behind they eventually went, and even Ogwin getting his own kill here, flickering forward. That's why he has the KDA of 8.8 as a roamer.
Chad Ogwin.
Chad Ogwin.
Maybe at some point he will be a KDA machine himself, even though he is the roamer. But there was this one moment at the beginning of the highlights where Kyle Teasy was actually 2 levels ahead from Boxy the King. In the first, he was like level 3 against level 1. But look here, these were the moments where Team Season made up a really good setup, but yet here the gold speaks, and here the gold difference speaks for Team AB Bren. They couldn't just deal the amount of damage needed for this perfect setup there. The Swan Song ending it all for Team AB Bren.
Man, but I was just about to say it, right? Kusei, the risky carry pick, it was risky when he picked it. Right after the Odette came through, it was useless. It went from risky to useless real quick. What are you even supposed to do when you're up? Because he went for Purify, right?
Yeah.
You can't even flicker out. You just got to accept the Swan Song playing. You hate the music, but dance.
You just got to dance, right? And it's tough because even before that pick was locked in, as we take a look at the breakdown here,
wow,
we said, hey, carry, her range is one of the weak points of this hero, right?
Yeah.
So the fact is...
And Brent said yes.
And Brent said yes. Let's just take the Odette, make it work, and make it to the point where you even just close in that possibility for Kusei here.
Well, Super Marco didn't need to even sign into this game because Kyle Teasy and Few were taking care of the damage. And looking here at the statistics, we will notice that it's kind of similar to the first game where Team Season didn't touch a single turret, didn't contest a turtle or even a Lord. And at some point, I don't think that Team AB Bren needed the Lord, just that gold lead, 13k gold lead in a matter of 11 minutes. And AB Bren, as I told you, at some point, Super Marco was farming, doing great, pushing turrets, but yet his damage wasn't needed to sum all this up. But Kyle Teasy with 911, 911 gold per minute, and Super Marco, as I told you, they carried 33k. There wasn't a lot of fights for Team AB Bren. It was just response from Team AB Bren.
Man, again, you think about the Swan Song, or along with the Worldy, the Implosion, everything else, it's so much AoE potential and just damage to deal with if you're See You Soon. And that's why, again, when you look at it, they really weren't able to get any turrets down or really work against this lineup with what they had. Now, the fact that we talked about this, even some of these comfort hero picks for See You Soon, it begs the question, like, how did this happen, right? You're not expecting the Odette pick, let's be honest, right? This is a pick, it's a debut for a reason, but it worked so well against the game plan for See You Soon here.
Odette. Well, Odette at this game could have actually been stopped by either the Terizla or the Guinevere, yet none of them have found an opening just to take the Odette down. I cannot remember, did she have a Flicker or a Purify? I think it was Flicker, right?
Flicker.
So at some point she was like a sitting duck. Not a duck, but like
a sitting swan.
Yeah, sitting swan.
There it is.
So she was like waiting there for someone to pick her up. But again, if you went in for the Odette, it was so hard for you to get away from the Tiger and also Kyle Teasy and his assassinations.
AOE Esports.
AOE Esports.
AOE Sports.
AOE.
AOE Sports.
What's AO?
AO is area of esports.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
AOE
right.
Sports, AOE.
Man, I can't, you've been influenced so much by Leo.
For sure, man. DPZ.
The acronym man.
The acronym
what was Wolf's? DBA, like departure, something about the blacklist?
At this point.
ADP, Anti-Disaster
yes,
Protocol.
Hey, sometimes, if you listen to the English broadcast enough, you're going to learn all these acronyms yourself, right?
Yeah.
Of course, once again, as we get prepped up for the next game here, it's match point for AP Bren. We're a couple minutes away. We can talk about here, maybe Yasu, you can share some of these insights from what you saw as well. Now, in a way, when you look at the draft, right, this is, going back to it, it's not something you expect from AP Bren right away, right? The fact that we threw actually a lot of kind of heroes out there that could have been the gold lane option, and that makes me wonder too, what if See You Soon didn't take the carry? Would the Odette still have come out there? But now that we now have 69 unique heroes for the M series here, you gotta wonder what left is there under the sleeves of all these teams left here for the knockouts.
Kimmy. This is what's left.
He's dreaming. Hey, after this, you can't count anything out.
And she
For sure. Maybe later.
and Odette was picked at the M1, and you guys said that the last time you saw Kimmy shine was the M1.
Actually, thanks to chat, I know it's not M1.
It's not.
It's
Okay.
M3. It was Wise. Kimmy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
In the jungle.
Well, that still seems like it was a while away.
It was. M3 was 2 years ago. So yes, it was a while away. So how would the Kimmy? What scenario would be good for Kimmy?
Well, I am a mini Kim, a mini,
Kimmy main?
a Kimmy,
Kimmy main?
at some point in my life. She's actually quite vulnerable because the assassins took their time to just be there in the meta, so it's so hard for Kimmy to be in the game. I would say that she can work. No, I'm not gonna lie to myself. She cannot work.
I thought you were dreaming, Yasu.
I like that.
You started out as I'm gonna dream.
It's a
How do you
dream
shut down
until
your
you
dream?
think about it. Every single time, right? It's a dream until you think about
You
it.
have to believe in your dreams.
I can now, man. I can now.
Filter it, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes dreams are achievable, but sometimes you take the real route. That's what he decided to do. That's what Yasu said. You know what? Never mind. My dream is a bit too far-fetched.
Life's just slapping
Some
in the face.
dreams.
Yeah, no Kimmy for me in M5.
Maybe some dreams are meant to be just dreams, you know.
Dreaming is free.
It is. It's free to
It's
dream.
free.
You know,
Yeah,
so
it
on this desk.
But the
you're free to
Lulu
dream.
is expensive.
That's true.
That's exactly.
That's right.
So.
So are you just taking it out of the picture now, Yasu? No
taking
more
Kimmy out?
Yeah.
I don't want to take her out.
Okay, then
She's
let me.
dear to me.
Okay, well let me ask you this,
Yes.
as Gord is to me, right?
Uh-huh.
Now the thing I would.
But you had your gourd.
I did, but it took seasons.
Seasons.
All right.
It took years for him to get to where he was, right? Which is actually still a valid pick. We've actually seen Gord so far. But really, I'm curious. And what does Siasoon want to do to get to a Game 5 here? So far, they are the only team that has given a loss to Bren, right?
Yeah.
They're working around that. They figured something out. Is this where, once again, they have to pull something out like the Hellcurt again? Not so much the Hellcurt, but maybe another pick that they are holding on to here?
Well, look, for Team Siasoon, they should go for the same approach they did at the second game where they won. And that's when having a really good executable draft, having the crowd control, the pickup heroes that they are familiar with, and also surprising the opponent team. Well, having the Hellcurt was more surprising than a lot of the picks we have seen so far, but not as, for sure, it's not as surprising as the Odette. But again, you asked me a question why the carry would have been like a better pick instead of the carry. I don't actually think that any marksman could have shined this game because
Any marksman, okay.
because at a certain point in the game, it wasn't about the marksman or even the gold lane. So it was about the domination that happened inside the jungle of Team Siasoon. They weren't able to defend themselves, especially against the Nolan coming from Kaltizi, and losing 2 times against a Nolan from Kaltizi. I think that this is the time to ban the Nolan.
Yeah, maybe that, or MP the King picks it up himself.
Yeah, then they have to go blue side and they have to force it out, right? But I agree. I think the Nolan, at this point, they've left it open twice. They've tried to counter it twice and they have failed twice.
Yeah. Then ban it, right? You said that about the Novaria. If you can't deal with
that's
it,
my
then ban
answer.
it.
You know, when people are like, "Well, how do we deal with this?" That's me trying to be an analyst, man. Just ban it out.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, all right, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm out, yeah.
Sorry, I'm nice to you, right? Let's load into the draft here once again. Game number 4 upon us. Match point here for AP Bren. We'll see how Siasoon adjusts to what happened the previous game, how they want to approach it. Bans already coming out. It is going to be Siasoon on that blue, AP Bren on the red here. So, is this the time they pick up the Nolan, or will it be banned out?
The Nolan is actually one of those crucial picks in this tournament. I think he should be banned. I don't recall seeing Siasoon play with the Nolan. Actually they played the Nolan against Team BTR and they have won. So maybe MP the King can actually pull off the Nolan here if they ban the Fivy, since they started to clear the road as Team AB Bren were doing throughout the drafts before. If they want a Nolan, they have to make him have the best way, or a smooth way to be executed.
Clear the road for him, right?
Yes, clear the road.
Clear the road. If that works out for them, in a way too, I would say that if they win the Nolan, it gives them a good step, but as we've seen from teams before, you still have to be able to actually protect the Nolan, allow him the space to work, right? That is something. Now, if you get a first blood, like we saw in the previous game, that already gets you off to a great start, but we can see so far it's not banned out.
Well, you can now play the same game that AB Brim played the previous game, and that leave the Joy and Nolan open if Team See You Soon actually gives you the opportunity. And not just that, Vivius is still out there for the take. So you have the mobility heroes, the really good mobility heroes in the jungle, and oh yeah, now they banned the Nolan, so by nature, I think that we will see a Joy being banned.
I thought you were saying bye, like goodbye.
Yeah,
Goodbye, yeah.
I felt bad when he got banned. Things could have been more interesting if he was there.
Well, I think again,
for me at least,
the plan here from AP Brent was like, all right, go ahead and pick the Nolan, but we'll have the Phobius.
Exactly, right? And
yeah.
They kind of already forced the Nolan to be banned by themselves here because it's clear that they do not want to pick it up. They banned the Angela, not the Phobius. And now for AP Bren, there's only one ban left that we've seen throughout the series that's always been banned. If the Nolan gets banned, it's the Joy.
The Joy, yeah.
Right? Will AP Bren let MP the King play the Joy now without the presence of Nolan in their draft? They might do it. They might be like, no, never mind. No, Jake, no.
There it is.
No.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Told
Nature.
you.
Bye.
Told you. No more mobility heroes. No more mobility heroes. Even though AB Brain could have given See You Soon the Joy and then take the Phobius for themselves, but now we will go for a classic draft, I would say.
Yep.
Guinevere, you'll now think of, oh, will we take the Farmis, maybe the Bruno, or the Valentina? So, or maybe we'll see another. I don't know at this point.
I think at this point,
maybe.
Yeah. For me, I'm thinking maybe the Bruno, maybe the Faramis or the Valentina, like you mentioned, Yasu. I think those are solid choices already here. And then usually that swing, that crazy curveball is in the second phase, right? And that's what I love, again, where we are with a lot of the flexibility options. There's the Faramis. That's going to be locked in here. And we'll see if they actually opt for the Bruno. Oh, Arlot. So pick that up, and now they're trying to cover their bases already. Is this the Valentina, though, from See You Soon for it to kind of counter play into this Faramis?
Deep inside, this inner child in me says, please, Kimmy. Please, Kimmy. Please.
I thought we were giving up on our dreams, Yasu.
No, like
we're going back to it. We're going back to the dreams.
Because whenever I see Fu's name right now, I think that he can grant me that wish. After picking the Odette, why not even like go with the Johnson? Like make it all fun.
I think now it's a bit impossible. They have a Faramis already. Realistically, I think for See You Soon, I think it has to be the Bruno, right? Kusei has found so much success whenever he has gotten his hands on the Bruno, and MPLI as well, and then MPL Cambodia. And they go for it.
Why not the Valentina now?
Because he's not sorry.
Why not the Valentina now? For team See You Soon.
Are your gears grinding, Yasu? This is what we like to say to our dear friend Midnight. His gears sometimes grind.
So you get frustrated and you're like, oh no!
Just how you reacted.
Get mad.
Just how you reacted right now to the Dairoth pick.
Yeah,
your
you were
gears are grinding.
slamming a table.
I wanted to see that Valentina. You have a Final Slash. You have another Realm. You have other picks to be used for you. Why not use the Valentina now? Why even the Dairoth again?
Yasu makes sense of this for us. Why the Dairoth? I know you don't agree with it so much, but why the Dairoth and not the Valentina?
Maybe, just maybe, because I don't know what's going inside the cat dog's mind right now, but maybe he's preventing Team AB Brent from taking tanky heroes, so that they go for, I would say, a swift approach, just a fast approach, and they don't go for these stationary heroes like the Minotaur maybe at some point, but we don't know actually, because Arlott is kind of a flex pick, so you can use him either in Rome or even XP. Again, I don't see the use of the Dairoth.
Let's see, maybe...
It's so early, right?
It is pretty early. It's the same, basically, pick order as game number 1, when they actually did pick up the Dairoth. But this time, they have the Bruno, so it makes more sense. They have proper damage, instant damage, instead of the Claude from game number 1. But the Brody. Let's talk about the Brody. Even though we've seen Brody as quite a hot pick in M5, he's been horrible win rate-wise. Abysmal win rate. Oh, say goodbye to the Helker.
All right, that's interesting that they decided to ban that out, but hey, they're covering their bases. We're going to go with that. There's a good response too, because we know, You know, Kyle TZ loves that Fanny if he gets his hands on it. So right now, the Brody, it is kind of a head scratcher, right? For the most part, it's picked up so much, but the win rate just isn't there, right? And going against the Bruno, in this way, it's like, all right, well, at least you want to play with some distance. You have a Guinevere across from you. Dyroth is going to try his best to flicker and get the, you know, the penetration and the Bism strike and everything else off. So Brody is just one of those heroes, I feel like it's either that or the clip, really. Like, you're trying to work with some space, some distance, obviously, to just get those marks off, get the torn apart memories from a distance and safety, while having that Netherrealm and even the peel potential from a final slash. So it could just end up being one of the safer options for AP Bren right now.
Well, for Team CS Soon, I would say that they are doing the same mistake as the first draft in this series, which not having the suitable crowd control or someone to get in and tank the damage. I wouldn't suggest having your jungler as your front laner, as the one to sacrifice, as the one to initiate a team fight. So I wouldn't suggest the Guinevere. Oh, even like, although she can be used as a roam, but so far for me, she is a jungler. So the Valentina not being banned by Team AB Bren, I think they are going for those heroes who will not have the mobility that they should, I would say, have, because the Jiroth already prevents you from being stationary, prevents you from having these tanky heroes. So, I don't know. Lilia? I would say a Valentina better. Yeah, I would say Valentina was a better ban here.
Okay, well, they pick up the Akai now, and that's 3 big ultimates. So overloading the Valentina might be why they actually banned out the Lilia instead of the Valentina. They want Siusu to pick up the Valentina. They say,
yeah,
go ahead. Which ultimate are you going to take? The final slash, the Netherrealm, or the heavy spin, right? It's all up to you, confusing the Valentina user. Now, it's the question of whether the Guinevere is going to be flexed into the roam position or will it be used as a jungler. Because at this point, what does Moxie use? There's so much disengage. There's proper dive as well. Safest choice, Minotaur. Has to be, right?
Oh, there it is. Good call. Novaria, Minotaur. Provide yourself with the vision, the setup potential as well. You get a lot of CC in favor for Siasoon, and then you match in with the Bruno, right? Eventually, it's very quickly scaling. Usually needs those 2 items to get going, and then from there, if everything is layered correctly as they need to, you whittle them down with the Novaria, and you have the vision to provide that opportunity utilizing the Minoan Fury. You break down some of the armor, right, with the Dyroth, if they make it work this time, and then you can kind of follow up from there. Also very safe with the spatial migrations and then everything else. It could all fall into place. My biggest concern is across from them. The lineup so far from AP Bren, Netherrealm alone, helps kind of negate a lot of that early pressure setup. And then you talk about Paquito once again.
Mr.
MVP
Cannon.
Performance from earlier. Mr. Cannon picks up that Paquito. The gloves are going to be loaded again.
FDP. Full damage Paquito.
Yep, FDP.
Right
would
hook,
be proud.
left hook, and a knockout.
LWP.
Keep going.
Making up. Well,
what's the next one?
WTNO. What's the next one? I can keep going all day, bro.
Well, let's let Yasu break this down real quick. Yasu, how's it looking?
Well, it looks good for both teams actually, but I would lean towards Team AB Bren because they go for the classical approach running, but Team Siasoon making up for the front laning by giving the vision by the Novaria is actually good, but the Malefic Roar at some point for the Brody with the torn apart memory will be lethal.
Well, lethal or not, we're going to find out here as we load into the Land of Dawn. It's match point for AP Bren. Now looking to close out the series here for Siasoon. Can they utilize this composition to take it to a game of 5 for this first of best of 5 series ahead of us as both teams get us situated here? A big part of this will also be on this early rotation from Siasoon. MP the King relying on the rest of the team here, and also that XP lane matchup between the Tyroth and the Paquito.
Well, there is something I want to speak about before we get into the action of this game. I think that Miracle is already off with the prediction, so I don't know how does your curse actually work. Can you explain it to me?
That's the glory.
America
That's
curse.
the beauty of it.
There is no explanation.
There's no explanation.
You're just cursed.
Yes.
It's either cursed or blessed. Like,
It's a passive technique. You know, you never know when the cooldown is on or off.
Yep.
Felix knows when the cooldown is on or off, though. He just jumps in, zones Ogwen away, does a lot of damage, and even in the lane. See, wow, all right. Kusei loves Master Assassin. He's a laner by heart. Look at that. Every single game, Master Assassin so far.
He wants to win his lane, and this is actually a really good thing. But looking here at the emblems, I would say that the Novara is also going for a really good damage approach. And for Team See You Soon, the Jiroth actually makes more sense now after adding some heroes who can be a little bit tanky. But it's gonna be so hard for you to engage and disengage with the Jiroth once again.
okay, so a lot of this early poking back and forth so far. But with the lineups here, you're not really expecting anyone to go down just yet, right? A lot of these need that level 4 ability to set things up, to turn the tide in some of these early skirmishes. So Turtle just about up, but look at the focus already on the bottom side too. Trying to put some pressure there, but Ra gonna be there to back him up.
Oh.
Ogwen getting some good damage in with a vengeance. MP the King has been chunked quite low, but so has Flapteezy. Bottom side, wait! First blood with a Requiem Few. This might be a double kill. Shadow Stampede bringing it back. One more Ghost Bursters might be able to do it. MP still surviving. Another knockup as MP pops the regen. And Kalteezy secures the turtle, bringing Felix back, trying to pin him down. But Felix is able to maneuver just as good. Who's it worth for? Turtle and kill.
I would say the turtle at this point because the kill wouldn't make up for the shield given to your gold lane, and also wouldn't give up for the amount of gold distributed equally to your teammates generally. So I would take a turtle over a kill, even though See You Soon are in the lead. But bringing this. Oh, what? What?
Oh, what the heck just happened there? Rah!
Wow.
That's literally what Ra said while he shot him down.
Rah.
Yeah, that's how he says it. Also, run with the ball. Bruno and Brody faced 20 times in M5 so far, and Bruno has won 16, 80% of the games. That is the matchup.
Oh.
Flap.
Getting God Abysm Strike, not used with the Flicker this time, still on cooldown, but 80% is a big number. Oh, another Astral Sphere from downtown from Ra.
If he gets a sniper off every time this whole game, you got to do it.
Just got to do Ra, Ra, Ra.
Well, Ra right now is giving a hard time for Team AB Bren to recall or like to even have some time to breathe. But look here at the spells, because this is the most thing that actually catches my eyes all the time. Super Marco should be punished after using his flicker, but yet Team AB Bren, See You Soon are not utilizing their resources on the gold lane, because not having the flicker on a gold laner is actually lethal, and also Kosei. So this is the time for both of these teams to focus and to take down one of these marksmen down.
With that, putting the pressure here already in the side of the jungle, getting a flicker out though, so they work around that. But AB Bren wants to put pressure resource-wise, leading into that first turtle. So with Ogwen, no flicker, they'll work around that. Also, MP the King picked up the Genius Wand, so really he wants to kind of whittle them down in the magic-resistant department. And then Ra is there to get those shots off. We'll see if that all plays a part and how things kind of unfold. But once again, they're going to battle it out.
4-man reveal now as that spatial migration doesn't connect. And Flapteezy, oh my goodness gracious! What is that damage? MP the King got knocked out.
That was a knockout.
Holy.
From Flap.
What?
Flap is just furious at this point. Surya and Felix right now is trying to hold that orange buff, but it's gonna so hard.
Roxy's coming down right now with the help of the Abyssum Strike. The final slash displaces them for a bit. AP Bren looking for the orange buff. Kalteezy retrieves it and gets out with a head, but Ogwen jumping with a vengeance. Few Ghost Bursters, healing coming down. Boxy still able to heal for a bit, but Flapteezy, Mr. Cannon, he has the cannons in those hands.
And you can't, it's going to look like it did back in what, game 2 it was? What, game 3? Game 1? Whichever it was, but when Flapteezy gets these kills, gets these leads, it gets deadly here. The aggression that comes through is going to be a problem.
And Few got that one. MP the King actually missed out and now gets knocked out again. It's 3 kills on the cannon.
Someone stop Flapteezy. Someone stop this guy. He's he's too annoying for Team See You Soon. And I was actually, my eyes were on the top lane because Kosei was so far behind that turret, and Super Marco just got under his skin. He's just focusing on making those zone plays, and Kosei is just falling into them.
Well, as we see things unfold here, Yasu, take us through the items. Anything sticking out with this nearly 2K gold lead for AP Bren?
I would say that Kyle is working with the gold he has, buying those half items, going all the way through, taking all the objectives he needs. So, Flap.
Good flick around.
Shut down.
Requiem comes down with the Abyssum Strike. It's a shutdown. Finally to Flap TZ. But man, what a lethal Paquito. Every single... Is he going full damage again, bro?
Yeah, most likely a very similar build from what we saw in the previous time that he brought it down in this series. But right now, that was a good pickoff for See You Soon. Able to find something, but now on the bottom side.
MB.
A full dive. 3-man final slash onto Super Marco's side. And he gets the kill, picks it up for free. Now the bottom lane free, and See You Soon, they're looking for a... to zone Calteezy up top. Flap rotating up top, and also Lucas here. Heavy spin, trying to pin them down, gets two! And this might buy him enough time. The Minute Fury with the flicker, and then the round comes down, but Kyle still falls. Meanwhile, Kusei able to slide tackle out just in a bit. Ogwen uses the final slash, but Kusei flickers out. Now it's Felix again in the midst of three members. Able to dash out just barely. The Turtle saving him for a bit. Baptiste, one more hit. Left, right, good night. Boxy, the king, is next. The Torn Apart Memory takes him out. It's a Requiem, this time on the Flap, and a snipe down from Ra.
Good response. Once again, the back and forth. But See You Soon still showing life here. Turtle still not going to be committed on, but AP Bren finding some kills as well. Real quick, how's the items?
The items right now with the Maleficor, as I told you, he's going to be a nightmare for them with this Torn Apart Memory. Super Marco just showed up after taking 2 turrets for Team AP Bren. He finished his duty on top lane. He just said, like, why not go for bot lane? He also got the bot lane, came back for the Torn Apart Memory. Their own Boxy the King getting a KO upon him. And not just that, Flapteasy actually got 2 items in just 8 minutes with the Paquito on the XP lane. Like, regularly we don't see the XP laners shine that much with the damage, but yet he have 2 items of pure damage so far.
Oh no, Felix. He's sorry, don't do it to him. Killing spree down below. They've had enough of Flap TZ, but the other TZ brother wants some revenge. The rest of the team rotating down below. They're still going to go in for it. Spatial migration onto Calteezy with no heavy spin right now. Boxy knocks him up again, but the Panda likes the odds of a 1v3. Now it's Ogwen who's coming down. Slide tackle from Kusei. Few with another round. The final slash to bring them under the tier 2. Now it's just Kusei versus the world, and Ogwen takes him down.
Another good response there from AP Bren. Able to read the map, read the play. They make their own punishing maneuver, and now all this, once again, eyes set on the mid lane. Gonna put the pressure where they can, so See You Soon. They've got some fight still in them. They have to be able to choose some of these battles a little bit better as they approach into these objectives. This is what AP Bren wants to do. Cause some chaos, cause some havoc here. As now they put the pressure into the jungle.
Well, Super Marco here adding up some physical damage. I know, like, speed attack to his emblem. Having this Demon Hunter sword and also melting down these tanky heroes is actually something that I wouldn't have imagined to be happening in 9 minutes of time. AP Bren, look at the damage dealt here. I wouldn't actually think that it was few, but apparently he is up there in the charts. I would have said that Ogwayne, even though he is the roamer, he's doing quite a lot of damage.
Final slash, Minus Fury onto 3, but he gets deleted before he can even get that down. The Astral Fear is able to dish out some damage. Torn Apart Memory, taking Felix low. Calteezy going back to his own purple buff. A good snipe again from Ra, but none of AP Bren's members gets taken out.
Yep. They got the eyes here on Calteezy. He's going to go ahead and start up this Lord here. First one in the game. Will wait up. Boxy, just a couple seconds, will be spawning. So, full force, 5 versus 5 if they want to go ahead and dance for this Lord. It will go for a reset. Still got Flap also putting the pressure on the bottom side. This is what we expect when he has this kind of lead. Put pressure on these side lanes. See You Soon might have to manage it, might have to respond to it. But right now it looks like They're just looking for a setup of their own against AP Bren here.
Yeah.
As they get in position. Once again, AP Bren having this small lead, can work around this, but the shots from Ra, who has not died yet, they gotta respect that damage.
Oh.
Minion's Fury. When flickers out the safety, Calteezy gonna be knocked up by both the Lord and the Minion. And now it's Baptiste who goes in all alone, gets punished for it. Kusei. It's the same for him, but he's still gonna be able to lifesteal back with the purple buff in his own jungle. AP Bren down one member.
Well, Team Soon, I have to give it to them. They are really good in team fights, but macro-wise, Team AB Bren are just dealing a lot of losses to the side of Team Soon when it comes to the turrets, because on the side lane, they are just losing right now.
Boxy brought back to the team right now with insane execution by Super Marco. MP with the spatial migration onto the bush right now, as that's going to be a full-on fight from AP Bren going in, but Oakwood, he steps out of the nether round, toward about memory from Super Marco!
Whoa.
The fadeaway. Super Marco gets the kill with some finesse. And now with that, 2 down for See You Soon. It's only Oakwood gone for AP Bren. This is a position for AP Bren to secure this Lord here as they make their way to secure it and then get these turrets, work with the space. See You Soon. Not much they can do here.
The wave management for Team Soon have to get a little bit better if they want to pull up a solid defense. They do have the heroes to defend at least this Lord, because this Lord is coming in a really critical time, but yet it's defendable. It is defendable with the crowd control giving like Boxy the King, also MP the King. Oh, we have a really hero counter matchup count here, right, Naisu?
Love this theoretical win rate, right? Brody, just a little bit less than the Bruno.
Oh, Flap.
1v1. Flap with the shield. Now boxing, weaving, Super Marco, torn apart memory. He brought 3 extra members to a 1v1. Now it's MP who's
Buying
looking
time
for a miracle run. Spatial migration, jumping on the field, dealing some damage. But now with the Nether Realm, it is all but done for MP in that bottom lane.
Okay, well, they're going to make quick work of this Lord here once again. First one of the game. Be able to handle that just fine. So they bought some time, but AP Bren still going to focus on these resources and the turrets where they can get them. Ogwin also might look for his own initiation, holding on to that final slash alongside the flicker here. Still eyes now set on that bottom. The pressure was put on these turrets, but ultimately can't break into the base of Sia Soon just yet.
Super Marco with 7-1-0 KDA. He's just, right now, he's just a force of nature. No one can stop him. Ogwin here with the final slash. He couldn't find his target, but seems Sia Soon, if they actually pulled it off for a little bit longer, they can make up a really good team fight. But let's have a look here at the itemization. The Gold Rose Meteor from the Paquito, he actually acknowledges the damage output coming from Ra, and not just Ra, also from MP the King, but yet he's going for a full damage setup. And for Brody, he is set, he is here, and he is ready to deal the maximum damage any Brody can deal.
Yeah, and with that, look at this gold lead in terms of the gold laners alone, right? It's massive. But if Sia Soon is somehow, some way able to take care of Super Marco, and if that's just whittling him down from shots from afar, that could be a great setup here.
Count, just face check that. Now it's Feel. Oh, beautiful final slash. Onto Boxy. No, now it's going to be Boxy the King, who winds up in his Fury. Another round right there. And Boxy the King gets knocked out, gets punched out of the game. It's turned around completely by AP Bren. Ra shoots him down, but sorry, I'm Felix. Gets caught in the vengeance.
Oh, when you're a roamer. Goes in again. Very decisive from AP Bren to decide that, now furthering the lead here. 15 seconds to the Lord. And it's looking dire for Sia Soon.
Oh, miscommunication by Team Sia Soon. Just having Boxy the King using all what he have in his sleeves, have been just used for nothing. Just a loss. 3 of his members are down. And Team AB Bren now, they get to get the Enhanced Lord, also to have more pressure when it comes to the minions. And at this point, actually, I wonder, how can Team Sia Soon pull off a next good defense?
They got, well,
wow. Ouch.
Speaking of defense, let's talk about just the Lord first. They're not even able to walk up. Super Marco with another double. 1-1-1-1. 11-1-1.
That's why he's the #1 goal laner right now.
I can hear him right now, man. Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. 11-1 and 1. Whoa. Right now, still. Pressure.
What? Left, right, good night. The footballer losing to the boxer, not surprising technically if you know.
Yeah.
But
Think about it.
Think about it.
Well, right now, they got to deal with this Lord. Bottom side, going to be focusing down there. See you soon. Boxy's going to be up. MP the King's now up.
Oh, no.
That's the sound effect.
Yeah.
For those wondering. You know, some people watch without sound, by the way.
Absolutely. A lot of people do, actually. A lot of people play without the sound. And now Final Slash. Felix not able to get displaced all the way. Calteezy doesn't even need the mini waves to help Super Marco get that turret in mid lane. As that's the Lord walking back and forth. AP Brent looking for the end right here in the 16th minute of the game. Super Marco positioning in the back. Astral Echo revealing all 4 members. Only few not revealed. Final Slash bringing Boxy back. The immortality gets popped in his life as well. Felix chunked down. Topside wave. Clearing out the Lord, or the base rather.
Okay, base gonna be fully exposed here. Couple more waves pushing in. But they're actually gonna push this one in. Conceal gonna be used. But now the waves making their way here.
Sorry, I'm Felix getting popped down. That's a killing spree and a Final Slash. MP the King, one last desperate requiem. But it's AP Bren in the EVM Convention Center in front of the home crowd, performing and getting a dominant victory.
The bees are buzzing for AP Bren as they cap out the series 3-1 against Cambodia. See you soon.
A wise man would say, after a win like that,
whoa,
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 whoa.
Definitely have an idea who the game MVP is probably going to be.
I know that guy.
I know that guy.
I know that. Who's that? I know, that guy.
That's a good jacket there.
Is that Mara?
Well, you know, once again, there's Mara, by the way. But again, congratulations there to AP Bren. And see you soon. They can hold their head high. First one to give AP Bren a loss here and then in the series, of course. But they're going to have to recalibrate as they get sent down to the lower bracket. But let's go ahead and see what AP Bren has to say with Mara as we head on over to the stage.
Congratulations to AP Bren! All right, everybody, let me hear you say this. Bren lang? That's absolutely right. Congratulations to AP Bren. Greatest 10 player in the world. Congratulations also. We were shocked, we were surprised with the Odette pick. Actually, some of the casters were questioning in the beginning, why Odette? But you guys made it work. Whose call was that? And why did you think to make Odette come just today?
Nirequest ni Coach Bren na na gamitin si Odette. Matagal na niyang gustong ipagamit yan Tapos ayun, pinagbigyan ko lang.
So Coach Bren requested for a few to use Odette, and he's been asking for this for a long time. So finally, few said, all right, I'll give it to you. But what is it about Odette that you saw that would make things work?
Sobrang sakit kasi niya Tapos parang dalawang item lang kailangan, pwede na lumaban. Ganun. Naganap lang kami pang early damage.
For early damage. Because Odette is masakit. Odette, hurts? Hurts a lot? Okay. Now, how was that experience like in terms of you knew a lot of people would doubt that pick, but you got to prove that it worked on the world stage. How did you like that performance? And will we see that again?
Possible naman na mapick ulit namin siya. Tapos, ayun, sobrang nakakatawa na napagana namin siya kasi pinapractice din talaga namin siya Tapos, pagdating na tournament, nagamit namin ng maayos.
So you've been practicing it for a long time, and he's really happy that he's able to make it work. He's been using it a lot in his other games, and he's glad that he's able to make it work here in the world stage. Now, up next, it'll be Geek Fam versus Burmese Ghouls. And if you were to choose, actually, who can answer this? If you were to choose who you would want to go up against, who would that be?
We're hoping for Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, Ogwin, Geek Fam. Bakit Geek Fam?
Baloy and Marky, gusto namin sila makapasok. Si Baloy tsaka si Marky gusto namin
Baloy and
makapasok.
Marky, you want to be able to face Baloy and Marky. Is there something that you want to say to Geek Fam right now? Hamunin mo!
Good luck sa inyo. Lalo na yung jungle ni Marky, inaabangan namin yun.
Oh, good luck! Especially the jungle Marky. He's waiting for you. But you know, there's also a chance that you get to meet Burmese ghouls. You already got to face them. If you were to face Burmese ghouls again, do you think that it would be a little bit harder, or the fate would just be just the same?
Tingin ko medyo may challenge kami kasi medyo malakas din talaga yung Burmese ghoul nung nakatapat namin sa group stage.
He thinks they'll be challenged because Burmese ghouls was really strong when they were able to face him in the group stage. So you don't think it'll be the same outcome this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe we have
just a harder time.
Yes, harder time.
Just a harder time. Flap?
Yung hawi ni Kai.
Okay. There's a special request in here. Okay, so, but that's okay. I can stay away. I can go like this. So yesterday, they were saying that I made Kyrie sweep his hair, comb his hair with his hand, and all the ladies went wild. So now Flap Teasy. So now, Few comes up to me and says, Ate Mara, Flap wants to do this because you made Kyrie do this. So okay, I'll give Flap Teasy a chance to do this, okay? You can take off your mask, that's okay. I'll step here. Okay, you can actually turn around first. Flap, turn around first and pretend when you go around that you're gonna see your crush, the most beautiful woman in the world. Let's see how you're going to look at her in 3, 2, 1. Dun, 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 dun. I think a lot more ladies cheered today for Flap Teasy. Once again, what do you want to say to the fans? Sige nga, Flap, what do you want to say to the fans? Message to the fans.
Thank you po sa pag-support sa amin. Sana supportahan nyo kami hanggang finals.
Thank you to everyone who supported, and he hopes that you support them all the way to the finals. All right, everybody, once again, Bren Long. Congratulations to AP Bren. They move on to the upper bracket semifinals. We're going to break it down for you, and we're going to go back to our casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, and also to AP Bren again. Congratulations. Flap, I think Kyrie's shivering right now. But again, great to see them perform, have some fun.
Sure.
Their outfits, their kicks look great, by the way. And
they got that drip.
They got that drip, right? Now, this game, this series, it was very, very in favor of AP Bren. And you heard them, too. They would love to actually see them go against, was it Geek Fam?
Geek Fam.
Ahead of them.
Geek Fam.
So very interesting words too that we heard there, cheering on their fellow Filipinos, and we'll see how that all kind of plays a part because that matchup's later, right? We have to see really where that happens because they even talked about Burmese ghouls a little bit. So real quick, MVP of that last game there is going to be none other than Super Marco, like we expected. The 11-1-3 performance, very dominant here on this Brody.
The MVP, the man of the match, Super Marco, shredding the side lanes, taking turrets and their gold, pushing his way through, and having this damage outcome was just inevitable at a certain point. Having all these damage items and not even taking the boots into consideration, he just goes for a full itemization here in terms of the damage only. With a kill participation of 70%, like having even a 70% on a Brody, even though he was supposed to be focusing on the Bruno matchup where Bruno won 80% of these matchups up against the Brody, but yet we see here that the odds or the numbers are not for the favor of the Bruno anymore. Flap Teasy at some point was so annoying to Team See Soon, taking those 3 kills in the early game. And not just that, also we have seen Ogwayne once and again dealing or like making a lot of casualties for the side of Team See You Soon once he uses his final slash, making them all out of position. Super Marco at this point with his damage won the monster kill, even though it was so near. Even though he was like half HP, he managed to take his life.
Yeah, even looking at the positioning here, right? A lot of the time, Super Marco's was working with the distance that they had, but eventually, you know, the damage is insane from this Brody pick, and it really makes sense why they went with this kind of draft here, building around that. Very tanky front line, ability to peel if he needs it, ability to pop the Nether Realm for a lot of these situations, and you know, that just kind of all fell into place here, allowing AP Brent to be very dominant, to be very strong and confident in a lot of these approaches here, and why it worked so well. And you know, again, looking back at Super Marco's performance on that Brody, who statistically, yes, has not done very well against the Bruno, but this time the tables were turned.
Yeah, and I'll tell you with full confidence that at this final moment for Team AB Brand, they didn't go in for the finish. They wanted to have a wiped out at some point because they wanted to finish, and they wanted to finish clean. So let's look here at the statistics given to us: 20-8 when it comes to the kills. Also the goal lead, 11 almost, or like 12 goal lead, and 12k goal lead. And we have seen such thing for the games where AB Bren were on the winning side. But here we can see that Kosei at this point, or at this match, wasn't served or like wasn't helped as much as the game they won. So looking at that, he was trapped in this gold lane. He couldn't move an inch, and at some points I told you guys, he was so zoned by Super Marco and his damage and also his teammates.
Yeah, and even looking at this again, Flap TZ starting a lot of that momentum early on, building into, you know, where this kind of all fell into place for AP Bren here. The disparity when we looked at that, the gold, the items alone, was a big reason why AP Bren was able to take a lot of those early fights, those mid-game fights, and lead into this. Even when you look across from this, right, Boxy the King being that sandbag for the team here, it just, unfortunately, the Minotaur, although we saw it banned out constantly, it wasn't enough to deal with this kind of lineup from AP Bren that was thrown at them.
And if we take a look at the entire damage dealt, despite the fact that Super Marco had such a big lead in the game, take a look at that damage dealt, right? Kusei wasn't actually too far behind. And now it's just the question of why the Bruno has such a massive win rate compared to the Brody so far M5, when realistically we saw the rates, it was 50,
we saw the
49.
theoretical,
The theoretical one, it's a bit closer, and we definitely got to see that a bit more here. How does the Brody win against the Bruno? Snowball, bro. If the Brody gets a snowball from the start, if the Bruno can't get the win of nature in time, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. It works like that, right? Again, things just fell into place so well for the lineups that AP Bren drafted. And I loved, too, hearing from the interview, you know, why the Odette? Because they wanted to play it, right? And eventually they're just like, hey, Coach was like, all right, go for it. You know, make it work, and they did. So that really leaves to question, like, what else do the players of AP Bren want to play eventually and pull out, right?
Kimmy, please.
Yasu's hoping
He's still
for the
dreaming
Kimmy.
for it.
He's still dreaming. He's hoping.
Right? If AP Bren are watching, or any other team there wants to grant him his wish,
Make
or
it
his
happen.
dream, make it happen. Pick up a Kimmy.
Would you know, how would you feel if it actually got brought up?
I will actually cry.
What if you're casting that game?
You will cry during the cast.
Yeah. Well, it could work, right? But again, we can only dream so much. But all of you watching at home, and maybe even here at EVM, the M5 Pass is live. So finish all the activity tasks to reach a level 75 for free. The M5 exclusive Yuzhong skin, the Dragon Shade, and the Yuzhong Cosmic Dragon, the Yuzhong figurine, and more await for you guys. Again, this is an amazing figurine. Finish that pass, that M5 pass. You only have so much time left. So thank you guys once again so much. We have to thank our sponsors as we wrap up this series of the day. Once again, M5 is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Kadia, our global presenting partner, supported by ROG, our official gaming phone, Grab, our official super app partner, and of course, Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Up next, Indonesia's Geek Fam and Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls will kick off their Knockouts campaign. You definitely don't want to miss the action of what this matchup has in store for us.
Niall no longer going to be playing for the next two series, and we have a replacement that is yet to be revealed. Who's going to be in the jungle?
Who's going to be in the jungle is the question. Once again, who? I am Naisu, this is Mirko, and that's Yasu. Thank you for joining us for the first series. We still have the second one after this break. Once again, it's Geek Fam versus Burmese Ghouls. Who will prevail? We'll find out after this short break. Stay tuned.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher, you're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. What's up to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love.
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory. but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bowing, 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 bowing. this Raleigh versus Gala. Got the power on my shoulders. Tawag ko siyang pataro. Kung isa buhat ko lang, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You set me in my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know you hold the power. Cause we are better than great. Cause we are better than aku yang terhebat, apa yang malu ku jadi terhebat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I believe the power to tell me afraid. Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah. The start of the game, shall reveal. Better than great, it's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're safe in my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know you hold the power. Cause we are better than great. Nothing Charlie, but don't stand in my way. Stand in front of you talking. We are better than great. Kita yang terhebat, hadapi dan tak kembali. Leopard tak berubah. We are better than great. Cause we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon.
Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar!
Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh!
May jao, may
Just it! Just it!
Welcome to M5 Gala!
Lapu-Lapu.
Iritel.
Franco. Nana.
Nana.
Nana! Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik. Kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang korona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
In every tournament,
Pros fight not only for glory, family, and their country, but also for the heart of every game. The fans. Are you one of them?
Hello everyone, my name is Queenie Tormis and I am representing Blacklist International Agent!
Perjalanan Sonic ini udah berdiri sejak 5 tahun yang lalu. Sampai kita kalah, sampai apa itu Onyx udah ada. Homeboys sebenarnya sangat penting sebab dia bukan saja untuk homeboys, dia untuk tingkatkan komuniti MLBB dekat Malaysia ni.
Kita nak kalau boleh komuniti tim lain bersama juga semangatnya macam Homeboys.
Hal yang bisa kita berikan secara maksimal itu adalah dukungan. Bila moral player tengah down, tapi kita orang tak tengah down, kita orang tengah hype. Kita apa-apa pun, kita sebagai macam homeboys ada 5 player, kita orang Flameboys adalah player ke-6.
And I can say that I'm the correct fandom because they really value their fans. I can feel that this is not just like playing games or what, but this is like a family, a whole family.
Player Homeboys punya gameplay every season macam improve.
Like wins or losses, like they're really not take it seriously, but they just take it as a room of improvements.
Menang atau kalah, still support.
Kalau mereka kalah meski sedih tapi tetap dukung.
Kekalahan itu awal dari kemenangan yang lebih besar.
We wanted to make sure and ensure that they still feel that we are still here for them no matter what happens.
Jadi ada 8 kota yang bakal kita adain Most Party.
Let's go Blacklist! Blacklist will only improve and they won't give up!
Even if they lose, they will win the next game.
Blacklist, break the code!
They have always felt your unwavering support and love.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo sa amin palagi. Sobrang namomotivate kami lalo lumaban sa mga next games namin dahil sa pagsupport niyo sa amin. Kaya po sana tuloy-tuloy lang. And yun, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat sa mga agents na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na manalo man o matalo, dyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Yun. Isa kayo sa mga rason kung bakit pa kami nagpapatuloy. Thank you sa inyo.
Pertama, makasih banyak yang udah dukung dimanapun kalian, dari Manado, dari semuanya lah pokoknya. Dukungan kalian sangat berarti buat kita, bikin kita semangat, bikin kita lebih konsisten juga biar menang terus. Guys, dukung kita dan kita juga nggak akan bosan buat juara. Terus yang terakhir mungkin selalu doain kita terus. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all Sonics for supporting us. It really is touching and we really appreciate all of you guys from wherever you guys are, and I hope you continue supporting us and don't be bored. We will try our best to win every tournament for you guys.
Fueled by their nation's pride.
Only 8 teams have the right to take that next step towards being better than great.
We are finally down to the final 8. Now let's recap what happened in day 1 of the knockout stage. The first best-of-5 knockout series of M5 ignited with an eruptive clash between Turkey's Fireflux Esports and EECA's Teos Volt.
Deus Volt will take game 1.
both teams fought tooth and nail and tied the score at 1-1.
Alter does come out. Watch for Apex with Conceal. Doesn't get stopped in his tracks. Matchstore still goes down, and Sunshine finds another.
The dark horse of the tournament is living up to the moniker with dominating gameplay.
Oh, a little bit of a side flank and attack. They land on Sunshine. 3 members.
Bunu keseriz ha. Bekleyin geliyorum lan. Çık. Tamam çıkarız. O ben bu arada hiçbir şeyleri yok.
Gel.
Oynadın Emre oynadın. Hiçbir şeyleri yok.
Hadi Emre.
I can pull it by here.
Pull if you...
Hold the door. Nice, go. Fight.
Kill.
Tamam.
Carve, you can, Carve.
No, it's gonna
Blue buff, we need blue buff.
Green here. I survive. Hit that.
Nice. I take ground.
It is now the Bomba era, as Kid Bomba and Deus Volt sent the Turkish champions to the lower bracket.
Maraming salamat, Pilipinas!
It was a fated meeting between the Code Breakers and the Sky Kings.
Edward brought down to half health. Eye comes out, but he gets knocked up. Kyrie in trouble. And Sensui gets first blood.
Blacklist started the series strong by constantly shutting down Kyrie.
Onyx trying to make the bite back. Trying to strike back. Sensui gets to play Kyrie down.
And after 30 minutes of tug and pull, the agents claim the first win.
Can they finish it? Kyrie dives in. He's taken out. Oheb finds him. Boot's gonna find Sensui though, so no retry on the board. Oheb will be the next to fall. It's 4 members of Blacklist. All that's left is the Hitman. Sandstorm locks in, and Onyx will take game number 2.
But Onyx recovered thanks to CW's flawless performance with Claude. If you think that was intense, game 3 was better than great. The Sky Kings triumph thanks once again to CW and Kyrie's heroic performance.
Backside with a blaze. He doesn't have a teammate. 1v3.
No teammate. Wait, he got teamwork.
Safely.
And the series continued as the agents equalized in style.
Penalty zone on all members. Sensui gonna go down. The crossbow tank locks on. Edward next. T-Boy in the backside. Divine Retribution. Sans finds it. 3 members down. Make it 4. Onyx have just taken control. And Onyx will reign supreme.
Ultimately, Onyx proved that they are the better team with a commanding Game 5 win. We will now head to Day 2 of the knockout stage. What sort of storyline will we see today? It's time to be better than great.
And then, okay, yeah, sure. And then put it.
Hello guys, hari ni kita nak rate player roam tank dekat dalam M5.
Kod. Bu sezon favori tank oyuncularımdan biri. Malezya'da bayağı izleme şansım olmuştu. S'e koyuyorum.
Dekat saya ada Apex 47 Apex 47 daripada tim, kalau tak ingat, B guys.
Keyboy. No. Keyboy. She here. For sure.
My classes is Keyboy.
Keyboy, my idol. I'm gonna put also in here.
Oh, my idol, Baloiski. The macro god, I think here. Oh, I think here. S+.
First off, me. I'm going to put it like 8 here. I don't want to overrate myself. Okay. It's okay. Oh. It's okay.
Betul. D. Sebab orang cakap dia tak tahu pun.
Me. Because I'm bad, I'm gonna put here. F. Sorry, Baloy.
And me. Okay.
Oh, Luna. Luna.
Luna B.
Apex, I think here. Here. It's okay. Here.
Like he's Thorn on my level. Thorn is like a mechanical player and also likes to taunt people.
Ogun, idol. F.
Oh, NJ will lose. NJ will lose. For me, F.
Thorn. My enemy. With me. Sorry, you're my enemy.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is higher, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. With starts of the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is higher, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
I am the #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk.
We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bawing, 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 bawing. Sa surut kangku tahu kita akan bangkit as this round versus game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Tahu ku sang petarung. Kau bisa buatku lengah, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're serving my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know we hold the power. Cause we are better than great. Cause we are better than great. Hebat, aku yang terhebat. Apa yang malu, ku jadi terhebat. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I believe the power to turn me afraid. Kemenangan bukan trik yang lemah. The soul of the game shall reveal. Better than great, it's how we feel. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're serving my arms. Cause I know just what we got. I got you like na-na-na-na. And you know you hold the power. Cause we are better than great. I can tell you about don't stand in my way. Standing tall and we talking jatuh. We are better than great. Kita yang terhebat. Hadapi dan takkan pergi. Leopard tak berubah. We are better than great. Cause we are better than great.
The Shadow Dragon was once my biggest weakness, but now it's my most potent weapon. Cosmic Dragon, rise and soar! Dragon Stomp! Dragon Scales! Dragon Rush! Rise beyond greatness and seize your own destiny.
Tonight, we celebrate MLBB Esport. Do the kaldak! Do the kaldak! This is the Suman Challenge. Go! Oh, 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 oh. Just it.
Welcome to M5 Gala.
Franco. Nana.
Nana.
Nana. Best dressed team. Best dressed Super Marco.
Thank you so much for joining us at the M5 Gala, and we'll see you at the M5 World Championship.
Have you ever wondered what is our identity?
Our identity isn't limited to just esport players.
Our style.
Sweat.
Our passion.
And vibe.
Feel our energy.
When we dominate the stage,
The hours of sacrifice.
shape who we are. So, what is our identity?
We are legendary.
In the history of M Series, no host country has ever won the championship title. No other region has ever claimed the throne. No team has ever secured the championship twice. In this thrilling showdown, 16 teams across the world have gathered once more to seize the trophy. Which teams will prove themselves in their epic rivalry rematch? Will a new region unveil their strength and climb to the top? And who will leave an unforgettable mark with their skills? Behold, the old guards, seasoned titans returning to reclaim glory.
Gala.
Судьба будет в наших руках.
The newcomers, eager to forge their legacy.
Kita di sini untuk lawan yang terbaik, kami nggak takut tantangan apapun.
Emerging from the ashes, the rising stars are vying for the spotlight.
Kita orang dah tunggu lama untuk momen ni.
This is our time. It's now or never.
Enter the contenders, here to defy the status quo and rewrite the narrative.
We've weathered the storm. This is where we break through.
Nós somos brasileiros e a gente não desiste nunca.
The Kings, legends in their own right, descend to defend their crown.
Kita sudah merasai kemenangan. Ini saatnya kita menguasai dunia. Naitaas na namin ang kampyonato at itataas ulit namin ngayon.
Babawiin namin ang corona para sa aming hari at reyna.
Get ready as the stage is set for the most dynamic championship of the year. It all begins here. It's time to see who will be better than great.
AP Bren, Burmese goals.
Getting drawn into the first two in that group, it's a match made in heaven. It's destiny. The hottest matchup in M2 was definitely Burmese Ghouls versus Branny Sports. They first met in the upper bracket, and Burmese Ghouls beat them clean, 2-0.
Ghouls head straight for the crystal.
Yung laban namin sa Burmese Ghoul na memorable, simula yung combo ni Ruby Didi sa Lunox. Nung ginawa niya sa amin, nagulat kami. Tapos, ayun, parang naging move na talaga siya sa lunos. Kada may gumagawa ng DDD combo yung din sinasabi.
12-minute game versus Brand Esports.
Faith put them together again in the grand finals. This time, Bren Esports won instead. This clash created an epic rivalry
Brand
between two
Esports
teams.
for M2.
This M5, both Burmese Ghouls and AP Bren are back with a new roster. But the rivalry remains.
Now, everyone fan hope new BG will win new AP brand.
Tingin ko naman yung global community masaya na magkaharap kami ulit ng Burmese Ghouls kasi parang ayun yung inaabangan nila na laban namin kasi nung M2 parang ayun yung nakikita nila na pinakamagandang grand final since umabot ng Game 7. Tapos yung mga sumunod, hindi na umabot ng Game 7.
We won the Pro League and got into the M5, but we got some trouble issue. We request Modern to extend our deadline. If they didn't, our player and all of us will break down mentally, and we will lose our dream, our hope, and many more. We travel more than 27 hours, and we sleep at the airport. We arrive at 29 November around maybe 9 or 10 p.m. They will be too sad and they will be emotional damage in their hearts. Because that is all of our dream and we want to play it in fun.
Bravo. Orang jauh lagi mah, kau nu ni be, siapa aku jam. Nói về chuyện nói về tiền. Tôi thấy đúng không tiền thật đấy. Tôi bắt để, tôi bắt. Nó giờ nào mà cũng biết hảo gì chống vào đó lại. Nó giờ nào mà cũng biết hảo cũng bị trên này của nó này.
All of their family is voted.
For our country and for our dreams. Oh dear.
So now we are here at Manila and we're ready for M5 and we don't afraid of nothing and we were trying our best in M5.
Burmese Ghouls, it fits the name, right? They're already dead, but they're still here, right? They're still fighting. So they have my respect. Burmese Ghouls surprised everyone by beating Mythic Seals in the qualifiers. So we shouldn't underestimate them.
Pinaka-inaabangan kong player sa Burmese Ghouls si Selena, yung mid laner nila. Good luck, tapos sana makapasok tayo ng knockout stage.
Who will win in this long-awaited rivalry rematch? Will the Burmese Ghouls avenge their old roster?
The world's first city, built for play, is coming to Saudi Arabia. Don't just live life. Play life. Qiddiya.
In every tournament, pros fight not only for glory, family, and their country, but also for the heart of every game. The fans. Are you one of them?
Hello everyone, my name is Queenie Tornis and I am representing Blacklist International Asia!
Perjalanan Sonic ini udah berdiri sejak 5 tahun yang lalu. Sampai kita kalah, sampai apa itu Onyx udah ada. Tembus sebenarnya sangat penting sebab dia bukan saja untuk homeboys, dia untuk tingkatkan komuniti MLBB dekat Malaysia ni.
Kita nak kalau boleh komuniti tim lain bersama juga semangatnya macam Flame Boys.
Hal yang bisa kita berikan secara maksimal itu adalah dukungan. Bila moral player tengah down, tapi kita orang tak tengah down, kita orang tengah hype. Kita apa-apa pun, kita sebagai macam Homeboys ada 5 player, kita orang Flame Boys adalah player ke-6.
And I can say that I'm the correct fandom because they really value their fans. I can feel that this is not just like playing games or what, but this is like a family, a whole family.
Player Homeboys punya gameplay every season macam improve.
Like wins or losses, like they really not take it seriously, but they just take it as a room of improvements.
Menang atau kalah, still support.
Kalau mereka kalah, meski sedih tapi tetap dukung.
Kekalahan itu awal dari kemenangan yang lebih besar.
We wanted to make sure and ensure that they still feel that we are still here for them no matter what happens.
Jadi ada 8 kota yang bakal kita adain Host Party.
Let's go Blacklist! Blacklist will only improve and they won't give up!
Even if they lose, they will win the next game.
Blacklist, break the code!
They have always felt your unwavering support and love.
Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta niyo sa amin palagi. Sobrang namomotivate kami lalo lumaban sa mga next games namin dahil sa pagsupport niyo sa amin. Kaya po sana tuloy-tuloy lang. And yun, thank you so much.
Maraming salamat sa mga agents na walang sawang sumusuporta sa amin kahit na manalo man o matalo, dyan pa rin kayo para sa amin. Yun. Isa kayo sa mga rason kung bakit pa kami nagpapatuloy. Thank you sa inyo.
Pertama, makasih banyak yang udah dukung dimanapun kalian, dari Manado, dari semuanya lah pokoknya. Dukungan kalian sangat berarti buat kita, bikin kita semangat, bikin kita lebih konsisten juga biar menang terus. Guys, dukung kita dan kita juga nggak akan bosan buat juara. Terus yang terakhir mungkin selalu doain kita terus. Terima kasih.
Thank you to all Sonics for supporting us. It really is touching and we really appreciate all of you guys from wherever you guys are, and I hope you continue supporting us and don't be bored. We will try our best to win every tournament for you guys.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are partners, don't change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind, no time for the weak. We start to the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are partners.
In the final series of the day, we see two teams racing against time to optimize their potential. Welcome everybody back to the M5 World Championship. Nice to here alongside Mirko, Yasu, and we are here to bring you the last best of 5 series between Geek Fam of Indonesia and Myanmar's Burmese Ghouls. Guys, how are we feeling after that first series? Now we're here for the second.
Well, the first series warmed us up, right? It was a 3-1. It was a dominant game. I think it's warming us up for a full best of 5 because for the most part, all the analysts backstage, even most of the casters who are watching here, just as fans today, have predicted a 3-2.
Yasu, you think it's a 3-2?
I predicted it's a 3-2. It was so intense to me that I didn't even know whom to give that third point, so I'm looking forward to look for a full series.
Well, we'll see if we get that like they did yesterday. Now, before that, we do have to thank our sponsors. Of course, the M5 World Championship is powered by Moonton. It's presented by Qiddiya, supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, the official chair partner. Thank you to our lovely sponsors, and of course, MF5 would not be possible without all your support.
Special shout-outs as well to our global presenting partner, Qiddiya. What is Qiddiya? You may be asking. Qiddiya is a giga project, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia, being the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture.
Hopefully one day, you know, all of us get to go and see Qiddiya one day.
No. Okay, after M5.
I was going to say, I don't know if it's ready, right? But we'll have to see. Speaking of, again, we have to give a mention, of course, before the matchup gets started, both teams getting all is situated here. I think there's a lot of questions, too. Exactly what's going to happen here for Geek Fam, right? Even lineup-wise, right? Who is going to be playing for that roster there. But real quick, if you don't already know, everybody watching there or here at EVM, the ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it packs the game-winning power of the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 chipset with a class-leading GameCool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit. It also comes with a spectacular 165Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 megaamp battery life to power you through your gaming needs.
Check out both Geek and BG doing their ping test right now on your screen, man. I mean, it feels so smooth. It feels like they just connect to the phone, just like, it's like, how do I explain it? It's like you're moving your arm. That's how smooth it is, you know?
That's pretty smooth.
You can't explain how smooth it is, but you experience it and you're like, damn.
Darn.
I think that with these phones, your dreams can actually be true.
Your dreams can be true.
He's basically saying the Kimmy could come to play.
Basically.
On the ROG 6. And, you know, we never know.
Look at that.
I mean, look at the
Chidera got a kill on Fanny. He's a marksman player. Is this foreshadowing? Is he going to play the jungle?
Oh, speaking of, familiar face right there as well.
Dude.
Banjin getting a closer look once again at the ROG 6 phone. Now, as we got to see, both teams getting prepped up and ready for this series, like we said, we already are wondering who exactly is all going to be playing into place for Geek Fam. But we have to talk about the headliner for this matchup, right? The fate of both of these teams. It was on basically I feel like everything fell into place with other teams.
Yeah.
Right? Leading into this stage, basically. So Geek Fam and the Burmese Ghouls, they both qualified for the KO stage thanks to the results pulled off by other teams in the groups.
Geek Fam, to get all the way to first place in the pool in their group, they had to hope for TOB to win against Homeboys, and that's exactly what happened. And same thing for Burmese Ghouls. They had to expect, or they had to wait and see whether AP Brent can beat the other two, because if they did, Burmese Ghouls would make it, and that's what we're seeing it now. Finally, their fate are in their hands.
And also, would have imagined that the opportunity given to Team Burmese Ghouls today is brought to them by their all-time rival.
Yeah, and not only that, but all of that falling into place here, the importance of squad depth. What does that mean, you might be asking? Well, if you're not familiar, again, this is in a time where we see teams have just very deep rosters, right? So who can actually optimize the team's potential here? Because if you're looking at it, right, there's been swaps from both of them. For example, you've seen Qiddiya, the goal laner, right, versus Shadow, now the XP laner, swapping in here for Nile and, of course, Carbon, respectively. And really, how is that going to play a part? For Shadow, I would say some of the play style that we've seen from Burmese Ghouls, especially early on in the group stage, has now developed into something different, right? It's a different flavor for the Burmese Ghouls, and the same could be said for Geek Fam.
Actually, I would say that Shadow was the virus needed for Team Little Gun to pull down the downloaders from Mongolia. And we have seen him play Glue, and also we have seen him play Uranus. And with both those heroes, he was able to zone the enemies away.
Well, speaking of zoning the enemies away, right? These guys right here, the roamers, they're the ones to help peel, to zone, and everything else. How do you guys feel about this ranking here? Beloyski going down a notch to number 5, and Blink X there, now at the 8th spot here, Mirko.
Despite me being the biggest Beloyski fan out there, right? Yeah. I gotta agree for right now. If this was back in the healer meta when we're still seeing Rafaelas, Mathildas being super prio, I would say Beloyski might be up there number 1 even. But the meta has shifted back to what it was before the whole photo meta. Yeah. What's a photo? Flask of the Oasis meta, right?
Yeah.
Personally, I don't like that too, but hey, I love the fact that Blink X, a very underrated roamer, is now in that top 8.
Yeah, and not only that, but I feel like always when you're looking at the roam role in general for all these teams, they change the course of a game. A lot of the times, whether that's in the early, through the mid, to the late. So interesting to see how that kind of all falls into place here. And really, again, who is going to be in the jungle for Geek Fam? But before all that, all those questions, we have to welcome out our marshals to go ahead and officiate the M5 World Championship. We have our marshals making their way onto the stage. They're here to ensure the fairness and the integrity of their game. It's all we need to have the best environment for these players once again as they get prepped up and ready for the last series of the day. Now, it's time to welcome the teams navigating through the arena without their star jungle. Trust the Indonesian powerhouse Depth to adapt and prosper in this clash. Let's welcome Geek Fam.
Despite having to suffer a huge blow in the roster change, they're gonna have to prove to the world that Geek Fam is more than just a systematic team.
And across from them, witness the unbreakable spirit and unwavering determination of the warriors from Myanmar. It's the Burmese Ghouls.
After an interesting way to get here to the Philippines, and also after an interesting way to be here in the playoffs, will the Burmese Ghouls use this second chance?
Now to guide the teams to victory, we have their head coaches and the analysts for Geek, Erpang, and also for Burmese Ghouls, Lin Daddy and DJ. As the fist bumps come between the coaches, the analysts, the players here, once again, we can only contemplate so much on how these two teams will approach this battle ahead of them and who will proceed on into the upper bracket alongside the lower bracket. But let's take a look here at Geek Fam, Mirko.
Well, there you have it, right? For everybody who was wondering who's going to be the jungler for Geek Fam, it's been revealed. It's Marquis taking on the jungle mantle from Nile, and Chidera moving in as the gold lane. A boy and Beloyski still staying as mid and roam respectively, and Luke obviously no changes there. Despite all the rumors, despite all the opinions of a lot of people, who's going to be in the jungle? Marquis. All right, I think the biggest question is whether Marquis can perform. I've never seen him play jungle.
Yeah, a lot of people haven't seen him
Maybe
play
in a
jungle.
different league.
Maybe in a different league.
Yeah.
But also across from them, Burmese Ghouls here, we've got Stitch, Nico, Shadow, Lena, and a Blink X. Again, one of the major swap-ups here. Shadow being a place of Carbon, and we know that it's changed some of the dynamic here, Yasu.
Yeah, it has been a really good addition for Team Burmese Ghouls, and I would say that Shadow is a really good XP laner when it comes to the duties, and actually he was one of the keys to victory for Team Burmese Ghouls. But again, when it comes to Nico and his utility heroes, he have shown us that he can also pull off a Nolan, so maybe we can expect some assassins coming from Nico.
And as we take a look here, you know, regardless of these assassin picks or anything, the head-to-head between these two teams, Geek Fam has done relatively well, right? They are the highest average kills in M5 so far, by the way. So, you know, how does that kind of play a part here against a team like the Burmese Ghouls, who they're a traditionally late-game centric team that likes to get to that part of the game, and then they pop off from there.
It's scary when you have the most kills because it tells you that you are a very active team, you're a very aggressive team, and you probably have one of the most deaths as well in this tournament because you look for fights. And the man you see on your screen right now, it's none other than Beloyski.
Yep.
One of the players who loves It sounds weird, but loves dying in game.
What?
He loves dying to bait out resources for the rest of the team to find kills, and that is the sacrificial gameplay that we basically come accustomed to now when we see Maloyski. It sounds weird, but it's great.
Wow. Well, speaking of great here, these are some great talent predictions, right? 3-2 across the board, but it's a little flippy-floppy there for Yasu. He's going for the Burmese Ghouls here. Any specific reason why, Yasu?
I told you, when it came to that last point, it was so hard for me. So I didn't make a prediction. Actually, it was a wish, because I want to see Burmese Ghouls go up against AB Brain again.
That's a good wish.
That's a good wish, yeah. Totally agree with that, but you know, even for me, as I went 3-2 for Burmese Ghouls alongside Mirko here, part of it was the fact that before this, when we did the predictions, we didn't know who was going in the jungle, right? So there's part of that. And the fact that that was kind of left up to chance, still, I think that even with that change and now knowing that Marky is going to be slotted into the jungle role, and, you know, you're still kind of left, I would say, even with game one, I've got to see how that's executed, right? How well does this fit with what we've seen from Geek Fam? Look at this. Look at the audience prediction here.
Nice support from
94% from the Burmese, only 88% from the Indonesians. Perhaps the change in jungle, the uncertainty in the roster has flipped a few Indonesians' minds across, but all across the world, it seems like it's pretty even, actually, except for maybe Nepal, 86% to Geek Fam.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, relatively compared to a lot of the audience predictions that we've seen from around the world for these different teams battling it out, that was pretty much, you know, for the most part, even across the board. And I think, once again, that's a true statement is, you know, a lot of people are wondering, how would this work with the change-up given the circumstances for Geek Fam, right? So, again, we'll all see it unfold in game one, but also in this match, do watch out for the TikTok drops. Watch M5 on TikTok for 5 minutes, and you can win one TikTok viewer chest. Watch for 20 minutes, and you might win the TikTok Deluxe chest. So good luck to everybody watching over there. We know there's plenty of you. And now, once again, as we wait for that first draft to be upon us here, we saw some pretty interesting things even from the previous series, right? Is this, do you think, Yasu, this is something for them to, either of these teams, pull something out like a niche pick or a cheese pick, whatever you want to call it, whatever you regard it as, like we saw their Hellcurt earlier?
We have also seen the Odette.
The Odette as well. How could I forget?
Look, I would actually say that both these teams and like the fact that we are here at the playoffs, they should play whatever they have been saving in their arsenal so far. At the wild card, we said that about some of the teams, and also in the group stage for survival reasons, we have said that for some of the teams. But now it is the time for you. If there was anything that you are hiding, this is the perfect place. This is the perfect timing to pull it off.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, you're considering the fact that, you know, you still technically have an extra life, if you will, right? You can go through that. If anything, I feel like that's why it called for what we saw earlier today with the first series between AP Brand and See You Soon, right? There was actually confidence there, like we heard from the interview, that for the coaches to be like, if you want to try one of those heroes, go for it. You know, this is the time to kind of go with some of the experimentation or some of those comfort heroes that necessarily aren't the meta that we've seen so far, you know, that can end up working for them.
And that's why I'm very curious to see what Geek Fam want to play, right? Because you're talking about maybe picking comfort picks, going for the norm. What is the norm for Geek Fam now that we've seen this change? There's already such a big change in the lineup. I wonder if Marky is an assassin kind of player or a utility, right? He's a marksman, so technically he has that carry potential in him, the carry instinct. But maybe the safer route would be just to go utility.
Yeah, probably utility, but, you know, knowing the fact that Marky, he's from, you know,
he's the solution,
Philippines,
man.
he's the solution. Like, I would say one thing, he definitely, I feel like at this point you could play the assassins in the jungle if you wanted to, you know, go that route. But, and honestly, going against Burmese Ghouls, that might actually be warranted. It might actually be okay. Whether that's the Nolan, by the way, we've seen this first picked up so many times, parked in the jungle by so many teams. So if the draft ends up going that way and the Nolan is open, I could actually see Geek Fam going that route, right? Just go ahead, pick it up, put it in the hands of Marquis, let them roll with it. But then I think that's where the importance is. How do we take care of this Nolan, right? Give him the best rotation early on to shine later and then go from there. Now, once again, too, utility, obviously still an option if they want to go that route.
Yeah, Utility has been dominating the meta for so long, and it is still one of the best choices that any team can actually do. But if I have a wish before the game starts, I wish to see Team Devil get a second chance to go up against Team
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam. Well, we'll see if that all happens as we jump into the draft here for game number 1. Burmese Ghouls going to be on the blue, Geek Fam on the red. Look at these bands already coming out, too. Talking about the Nolan, he's going to be taken out of here.
What a start, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the Lilia band, instantly the respect given to a boy, and even the respect given over to Luke.
Wow.
They know exactly what Geek Fam have been able to utilize so far in the group stages and even in MPL Indonesia Season 12 to find the momentum. Because, hey, Geek Fam, if there's a team that relies heavily on momentum, this is it. They are momentum. That's their name.
Momentum.
Geek Momentum Fam.
Geek Momentum Fam. 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 Well, there it is. 1-1.
The 1-1 ban. And as you said, they are momentum, and they actually perform so good when they have a really good aggressive early game, and that's what Geek Fam are, I'm not gonna say all about, but this is one of their strengths. So for Team Burmese Ghouls, actually, so far we haven't seen them win except for that one time in the group stage. So we haven't seen what can Team Burmese Ghouls actually bring up to the table, so I'm quite interested to see what do they have in their pockets today.
Man, speaking of, just this, I feel like Burmese Ghouls in itself has been a story, right?
Yeah.
Everything they went through to get to M5 in the first place
is a story.
Yeah, and then everything that they went through in the group stage to end up here in the knockout stage, it's kind of crazy. Now, my biggest thing with that is, how have they adjusted to that? Like, what have they adapted to that whole scenario on almost to the point where they didn't make it here? And even seeing some of on their official channels, like some of the posts that they put out, right? So when you had to like recalibrate this mindset, like, okay, we're in the knockouts now, we're up against Geek Fam. Yeah, they had some changes, but let's come out with a win for this. Like, I feel like this is where you kind of clean the slate and you just approach this one game at a time for this series, right, for Burmese Ghouls. And I'd love to see how they decide to do that with this first pick. Now that we have the first phase done, there's still a lot of great options here, Yasu.
Yeah, we can actually see the Guinevere. We can also see a Valentina. But yeah, it is the Guinevere. We can see it here being picked up by Nico. He will go for the utility approach, or maybe we will see a change in these rounds. We might see Guinevere go for a not gonna mid lane. Actually, she can go for a mid lane, but it's kind of, we haven't seen that so far. But she can be switched off to the roamer duties or even the XP. So far it's a flex pick, but for Team Geek, they can go for a Valentina, or I would say even a Faramis and a Bruno. A Faramis and a Bruno seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, sounds good. Faramis, Bruno especially though, because Chadera loves that Bruno.
Yeah.
If it isn't Bruno, if it isn't Brody, he does really struggle in lane. He wants to go for the bully type picks. And with the Bruno now and the Faramis locked in, those are two comfort picks. Those are two big boys. BBs.
BBs. Speaking of BBs, there's Uranus. So he's locked in. Valentina alongside that. This is one of those picks, man, that Uranus, there's a reason why he was so popular in the XP lane for the longest time.
Yeah.
Maybe fell off a little bit because now XP lane, let's be honest, a little bit flashy, flashier now. Uranus is the opposite of flashy. Like, he's just a brick, basically. But still, very useful in a lot of these team lineups here.
And I can assure you that Shadow, especially using that Uranus, is gonna be so lethal to Team Geek Fam, because at some point when he was playing up against Team Lilgun, he was kind of controlling the whole map and also zoning the enemies by himself alone. And not to mention that the Valentina for Team Burmese Ghouls at this point can actually steal that Netherrealm or whatever comes next from the side of Team Geek Fam. So far, I can, even though Geek have a really good first draft, but Team Burmese Ghouls, I think there's a tie here for me.
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
So far for the first phase, you
I
feel
think
like
that's
it's
fair.
fine? Yeah. I think, the bases are covered for this first phase for both teams.
Yeah.
You've got, at least for this, Burmese Ghouls, it's like, all right, well, what do we want to park in the gold lane? I think that's one of the biggest questions for me. Really, if they're trying to force that matchup that we've talked about extensively, the Bruno, the Brody, I mean, come on, we know statistically where that's going, right? But the theoretical win rate was basically 50-50. So if you are picking that up, you just got to be able to give it the best experience in that lane.
Looking at the way the Geek Fam are drafting towards, right, the Feramis, the Bruno, the Baxia, they have a heavy emphasis on roaming around and also possibly just playing for the team fights front to back. Knowing this, honestly, it feels very Geek Fam with Rafaela. It feels like that kind of Geek Fam. MPLID Season 12 Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And we did just see yesterday Ren and Jay pull off the Rafaela and win against Onyx in game number 4, I believe. Yeah, one of the games, but game number 4. So the fact now that they are banning out the Claw, they are banning out the Minotaur, it may be a Rafaela pick to support the Bruno even more. And heck, they already have a frontliner. They already have another HP bar. And Luke's probably going to get something like a Terizla.
If you didn't get to it, like before, I was actually about to call Rafaela for Team Geek Fam, because I think when you see the Paramis there and also the Rafa Bruno combo seems so tempting, and after taking both Matilda and Angela out, it makes so much sense to give the Baxia even more heal and even more HP and make him so invincible. No one can actually touch him at a certain point. But Team Geek Fam, what other options do they have? And Team Risk Gold, after they ban that Digga, I think they will go for more crowd control. Maybe a Tigreal at some point.
Nope, they take it away.
The other way.
Taken away.
You can say no. No.
No.
No.
No.
No implosions. No more. Right? Geek Fam snatches that up.
That's a big ult, though.
It's a big ult, but you know what's scary is like this is getting to that lineup, you know, just the beefy lineup. Getting to that point. You got the Baxia, you got the Tigreal, you got the extra health bars like you mentioned, right? But really, what are they going to cap that out with here? Yasu, what are you thinking?
Add a Terizla on Geek Fam's side, and I am going with them with that draft. Add just like one more crowd control, era crowd control. Terizla seems to be the missing piece for me. But for Team Brimis Ghouls, after banning the Digi, they should be the ones who take some crowd control. Ixia is a good match against Bruno, but...
That's great.
It's been a minute.
Right now, Geek Fam have a tough road up ahead if they want to dive to the back, right? They have the Baxia, the the Tigreal. Now they might have to think of something like a Benedetta or maybe even a Yuzong to dive onto that Ixia, because it's going to be real tough if the Ixia doesn't get bullied, doesn't get shut down in the lane.
Oh, this is a lot left up in the air here. The one thing too is, I always say, Ixia, glass cannon, right? You got to be able to utilize that full barrage. A lot of the times, the most aggressive players, you'll see them flicker forward, right? Once they pop that, and really that is great and all, but obviously you expose yourself, right? You put yourself up to getting taken out. There's the answer. The Yuzhong is going to get picked up here. Another hero, like we mentioned in the previous series, that has kind of fallen off. You haven't seen it picked up so much, but it's still great in certain scenarios, and this is one of them.
Well, in a 1v1 battle, Ixia will win against a Bruno, but it's not a 1v1 game, it's a 5v5. So we will see the Yuzong actually take care of that Ixia, because she doesn't have mobility whatsoever. She have to use her flicker to get her to see her way out. But the thing that I actually really like about Rimis Ghouls draft is that Akai, because Akai can actually go in for this neutral objectives and use his heavy spin just to, I'm not going to say zone out Marky or Team Geek Fam generally, but to at least apply some crowd control to secure his retribution.
Well, with those in mind, let's get locked and ready to jump in the land of Dawn here. It's the last series of the day. Both teams are looking for their own form of redemption into this game number 1. It's Geek Fam versus Burmese Ghouls. Who will start out on top as they get us situated here? And once again, a lot of eyes going to be on Marky. How does he perform here on this utility pick for this first game? It is a Baxia, should work relatively well against a matchup that we've seen so much, right? The Baxia versus the Akai. And this might just come down to the execution factor for both teams leading into those objectives on who can allow their gold laners to shine further here.
I would say for me personally, what the most thing that I am curious about is the positioning of Marky, because he didn't get used to be in the front lanes. He was the one dealing the damage from back there. So Marky here, he is up for a really tough challenge, especially because we are here in the playoffs in the M5 World Championship. Nico is like on the counter, he's playing something that he's so comfortable with, but the only person I would say when you should take care of someone, and that someone for me is Shadow, because Shadow is really farming there.
Nico as well, level 4.
Wow.
Marky's doing a good job at catching up. Seems like Nico has a bit of a lead, but now I want to ask you guys, right? Burmese Ghouls definitely have an advantage coming into the first turtle, right?
Yeah, for the most part, you know, especially depending on how they utilize the ultimates that they have. One great thing, even as we take a look preview here of these emblems, is the things fall into place, right? There's a whole lot of tenacity, by the way, that is going to be in favor of Burmese Ghouls, how they transfer through this game. A lot of penetration with ruptures as well, playing into that. Again, looking to get the upper hand on a lot of this. Now, the turtle's going to be up here, and that's what I was going to say. Nico with a heavy spin is always going to be a profitable ultimate, whether it's to secure yourself this, you know, retribution, zone certain people out if you need to. That's one of the biggest things, but already you can see both teams kind of getting in position for this battle.
Malloy going to be initiated on a spatial migration coming down as well. Malloy's 1 HP, flickers out. A boy with another realm. Now they're looking forward to kill onto Nico, who pops in a heavy spin, already super low. Malloyski in the back, looking for the implosion, does get it down, but it's first blood still for the Burmese Ghouls. Marquis with the on point, retribution secures the neutral objective. 1 for 1.
1 for 1, but the same trade that we have been asking about in the last game. Again, I would choose to have that turtle, but look and take notice that Shadow was the one who got the kill, and also, as I told you, if he is free, and also if there's something that I can take into consideration here, is that there's no crowd control enough to hold this Uranus. Not just that, actually Burmese Ghouls, going back to the emblems point, I think that they are using the emblems in their favor to have a tanky approach in the early game, and this will actually help their formation.
Yeah, again, when you look at that fight unfold, right? Things can fall into place for the Burmese Ghouls early on, but still a lot of this is going to rely on extending these fights, right, for Geek Fam. And that's why, again, you have this Faramis alongside the Tigreal to help you out with that. But, you know, Lena, his job is probably most of the time to get that Netherrealm himself. But there could also be some unique usage of using an implosion, right? Depending on how they decide to roll with that. Now, biggest issue, anytime you have an Akai on board or for a roster, is positioning. You don't want to actually knock people away in the wrong direction with a heavy spin either. So it's kind of, you know, a mini game in itself, being able to lock down the right targets here. But so far, so good. It's nothing, you know, crazy for either of these teams when you're talking about the lead as we wait up for the next objective here.
We will see that in the XP lane, there's,
Spatial migration into the Requiem. Baloyski going to fall for the second time in this game. Meanwhile, Chadera does some damage back on the Stitch, but we know how this XGO matchup plays out. Full barrage even committed down to poke Chadera even more under the turret, forcing a boy to rotate over towards that gold lane to maybe relieve off some pressure.
He wants to take the full gold of the turret. Stitch is now getting so much gold. But looking at Shadow, he cutted that lane, and now he can go and perform some danger.
Black Dragon form going to be used up. Nico still at full HP now with a heavy spin. Able to zone everybody away, but it's going to be still Nico who wins it out. Another realm onto another realm from both these teams. And it's both teams disengaging. No further follow-up, no further commitments. Chadera and Stitch are rotating over to the mid lane, though.
Okay, so equal on the turtles here, but Burmese Ghouls slowly but surely building up a lead, right? That's going to help them in favor. And with that, once again, the fact that Stitch has that early kill will be able to continue to kind of bully that lane a bit. You can even see gold-wise, right, he's very little ahead, but he's playing like he's further ahead. Now, can Geek Fam punish that and get, you know, Stitch behind a little bit here for Chadera? That's what they kind of have to work with. We've seen this work before. But so far, Burmese Ghouls doing a relatively good job on a low-action game so far, you know, 5.5 minutes in.
Geek Fam, on the other hand, I just saw that a boy took the Nicholas Endurance, so he can actually be using the anti-heal upon the Shadow and also the rest of the teammates. But I think that when it comes to the gold lane competition or like the matchup there, both of these marksmen need the steel leg pants because both of them are dealing damage just by the basic attacks. And so far I see them that both of them are going for a, I would say, an aggressive approach.
It's funny because this lineup kind of reminds me of come on, Nico.
Whoa.
About that, right? Beloyski is right here. Blinkx looking for the rotation. Chadera slide tackles out. Full barrage going to be committed down, but Marky jumps to the back now with the helmet. Another round. It's already a flicker from the side of Beloyski. He wanted to go for the implosion, but it's a good requiem to keep them at bay. Burmese Ghouls read out a great proactive maneuver.
So that's exactly what I was going to talk about, right? This is like the lineups that's reminiscent of the one we saw just the other day, where it's, you know, all these tanky heroes, these kind of, you know, finicky lineups where you initiate, the fight is extended, everybody's just, you know, slapping each other, and then no one dies, right, for the most part. That's kind of where we are until we get to the later portion of the game.
Oh.
For this.
Migration onto Marky. We're still holding on to the Poissons. Blinkx backing up. Shadow doing the same thing. Now pops the Consecration. Looking for another opening into this turtle pit. And it's going to be Nico who's brought back, shoved back, but that's the spatial migration into the Requiem. Nico, with the help of the heavy spin, picks up the Retribution. Marky pinned down to the wall. Beloyski looking for a big implosion, finds 3. The combo comes in as well. They're able to pull it off. A boy 1 HP leader versus the world finds them. And it's an all-out fight that actually Luke wins out in the end. It's a double kill for the Roamer, a double kill for the Geek XP laner. Who won that one?
Oh, Yasu, who won that one? Turtle went to Burmese Ghouls, but there was bodies everywhere.
I think that at this point I would actually say that Geek Fam are the ones who won that team fight, taking 3 members down, having some of these shutdowns, and Team Geek Fam are just, like right now, I think that Team Geek Fam can actually split bush and use all their heroes, especially the Bruno. And also, there's a really good take here. I think that Luke is so free in his lane, 2-0-1, and also he manages to join that team fight on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, again, when you looked at that team fight kind of unfold, right?
Yeah.
Things just fell into place for the most part on both sides, but ultimately it was an extended team fight because of that interaction between, you know, Lina and, of course, Aboy, and how they play around with these nether realms and everything else. And also set up potential-wise, right? It's great. Blink.
Requiem from that spatial migration. A good nether realm. And Beloy finds an implosion. No follow-up, though. It's Beloy pinned down under the turret. And what looked to be a great play from Geek Fam ends up in disaster.
Luke.
Maybe not just yet. Luke diving to the back a bit too deep. Whoa, what? Luke just dove and died.
Maybe that's not the Yu Zhang we know, right? I mean, made a beeline for the back line and ends up getting punished. So right now, Geek Fam has to respond to this momentum that Burmese Ghouls is going to throw at them here in the mid lane.
Full barrage, zoning them away. A boy respecting the damage will fall back and give over the tier 1 in the mid lane to Burmese Ghouls.
I think that at some point, Blank is the one who's really doing the final touches for Team Burmese Ghouls, even though at some point I would actually say that Burmese Ghouls, after they took the turtle and also the team fight, they were winning. But again, we have seen these individual movements from Blink and his positioning, but there's a conceal here and they might just go for the team fight and not that Lord.
Uh-oh, Marky's low, half HP. Beloyski finds an implosion, but no one's there to follow it up. The Furious Time, but it's a bit late right now. Is Nico still going to be able to find a heavy spin onto the back? Marky's zoned away. Nico, he has all the right to win. Beloy on top of it all. How does he get the Lord?
Well, he's Beloy, but at that point, again, was it worth it, that whole exchange here, Yasu?
Well, I'm just caught up in this moment by how did Tigreal actually take it. I didn't see any skills from the Tigreal when he took the Lord, but again, at some point, maybe the rumors forget that they are rumors, and this time it's the time to take some neutral objectives, not just kills.
I don't know, man. Something about that shield and the hammer right there.
Bro, Beloy got it with first, he just popped the hammer down and died. He literally sacrificed himself for the Lord.
Tigreal's had enough. He's like, it's my time to shine.
What the heck?
Oh.
Right?
BBB.
Does he have a flicker? Oh.
Big boy Beloy?
Big boy Beloy.
Big boy Beloy.
Beloyski.
That was a play and a half right there, and now they're going to play around with this Lord going down the bottom side. Geek Fam getting in position here. Burmese Ghouls, yes, they're in the lead, but is it even enough? Beloyski using the conceal on the backside.
Oh.
Pops in the consecration, Beloy with a explosion, but it's going to be cancelled out almost instantaneously by Nico. The Netherrealm grants him another HP bar, but the full barrage takes him out. Luke in the back as well, not able to melt him just as fast, and it's Nico with an amazing cover to save his gold lane and to win out on the fight.
2 times in a row, Luke and Beloyski, both of them go down, even though the engage at some point almost was perfect. But again, Beloyski is being stopped over and over again by Nico. And looking here at the map, at the mini-map itself, I think that even though the gold lead is for Burmese Ghouls, Geek Fam are the ones who are winning when it comes to macro.
Okay, it's interesting how everything's kind of falling into place here, right? Burmese Ghouls, even with the lead they have, Geek Fam somehow pulling things through. Beloyski also, you know, this is one of the things about the Tigreal. You kind of try to force some of these situations out. Quite tanky himself, but really that's kind of one of the new nuisances, I guess, playing against the Tigreal, is the setup potential. Whether he has the flicker available with the implosion or not, he's still just this front line brick. Not only that, but he can also take the Lord when you're not expecting it. Now, I still think, too, going back to it, if you're waiting for this next objective, 30 seconds away here, Geek Fam actually has to utilize the fact that they have this lineup, extend the fight, but not get pushed away. If you notice, too, exactly what we expected from Nico, right? Having the heavy spin, they're trying to force Marky out of this situation. So once again, Conceal going to be used. Do they commit all this? 10 seconds now for the Lord. A lot of action here on the top side of the map.
Shadows trying to follow Luke in the back. Blink axe already with a conceal. Luke going to be knocked up by the spatial migration in the Netherrealm from a boy. Grants him another HP bar, but he will still lose his life. It's Blink axe who picks up the kill. The roamer with the most kills in the game for his team.
Well, not having Luke at this specific moment is not actually looking anywhere the word good for Team Geek Fam, because the Lord is up and they will miss that zoning and also that the crowd control coming from the experience by Blink.
Okay, he's taking a brunt of the damage.
Yeah.
But he's going to be fine. Shadow now, too, spotting them out.
Well, onto the back, getting everybody low. The implosion is even bigger. There's no one to follow it up. Beloyski has made big plays, but that's just him alone.
Man, that's tough to see. A great implosion, but no follow-up. Unfortunately for Beloy and Geek Fam, now they're going to have to play the tune of Burmese Ghouls as they take the Lord and get ready to march towards the base of Geek Fam with a great lead of 6K here.
Shadow brought back, Shadow Stampede. Shadow's 1 HP, gets out. Rita pops in the Netherrealm that he stole away from a boy. And the Burmese Ghouls look for a siege.
The next engage is gonna be so intense between both these teams because both of them actually have, Luke!
Flies out.
It's a good looking skin there.
It actually is.
Get that preview.
Yeah.
That is a dope skin.
Can they defend? This Lord's gonna be made quick workup, but Stitch, man. All Stitch has to do is lay down a full barrage and you have Geek Fam running for the hills. So what is the answer? Beloyski should be fine, gets out of there. The base still going to be worked on, though, for Burmese Ghouls. Again, a 7,000 gold ahead. It's getting dire for Geek Fam. Yasu, what do they have to do? Where's the saving grace for Geek Fam?
I have the answer for you. Geek Fam have to know the potential of their crowd control, their area crowd control heroes, because when it comes to setup for Team Geek Fam, they are much more better than Burmese Ghouls. As much as Stitch needs this area crowd control heroes, he only have Blankex and maybe Nico. But on the other hand, you have Beloyski with the Flicker ultimates. Also, you have Luke to reach the back line and to force that Flicker out of Team Burmese Ghouls. So just buy more time, make good setups, one play, and everything will go really great for Team Geek Fam.
They're looking for more. Black Dragon form onto the back, Blink X uses the Requiem just to disengage. Beloyski's still looking for it. Stitch is going to be rounded down by Luke and Beloy. Furious dive to the back. Stitch is going to be CC'd down, and that's a shutdown picked up by Marky. A boy found Shadow. 2-for-0 to Geek. Spatial migration. Marky up into another round from a boy. Once again, to help him dive this time around.
Okay, a little bit of a redemption there for Luke as well to find Stitch, put the pressure. They followed up on it. Now they make their way down the mid. They get two turrets. Jadera's damage has to be respected here as well. Still going to be working on it, but Geek Fam bites and fights back.
15 seconds on stage. They can actually go for the end. One straight push is what they're looking for. 9 seconds going in. Spatial migration connecting on to 3 members. Requiem as well. Avoiding to be taken low. Still able to back away. Beloyski losing the immortality. Geek Fam have to pull out, and they do. All their members low except for Marky and Luke. That was dangerous, but they took the risk.
If they stayed, man, one full barrage could have possibly annihilated them. Better that they go back. They get the base turret in the mid lane. That's great for the Geek Fam. Burmese Ghouls, how do they recoup from here? Itemization-wise, too. Things fall into place for both teams now, and then we're just seconds away from this Lord.
I hate to say it, but I told you that it will need one flicker ult from that Tigreal to flip everything around and make Team Geek Fam come back to the game and come back to the calculations. We have seen that happen, we have seen that being executed, and now losing the inhibitor turret. And on the other hand, Geek Fam, even though they were pressured, they haven't lost any inhibitor turrets so far. So we will see together what will happen for Team Bremen's Ghouls. But again, this Lord Dance might take so long because both of these teams are waiting to set up a really good composition.
Okay, half health on the Lord. We'll see if either teams commit to it. Both junglers holding it together. Marky, though, half health himself. Immortality for Nico, so has a little bit of an upper hand. NetherRealm also will come in clutch here. Geek Fam, how they approach it. Shadow,
Stampede. Oh, that's a lot of damage, Naisu.
Beloyski is taking all the way back. Look at Beloyski, what he's doing.
He's looking for the biggest flank of his life is what he's doing. This might be the big break play. If he finds Stitch, it's going to be over. Has found it, but Nico finds the entry. It's a 2v4 in the back. Luke gets a petrify, and Geek Fam now collapse with the help of the NetherRealm. Chidera dealing the damage, and now it's a full barrage from Stitch to turn it around once again. Chidera outplaying for a bit. Lina finds a killing spree despite the big play from Beloy. It's the Burmese Ghouls who take it a long way around. Now knocking Luke up. A complete wipeout for the Burmese Ghouls.
Despite a big brain play from Beloyski, it doesn't matter, says the Burmese Ghouls, as they punish Geek Fam in a turn of events, and now with a lead will make their way to the top side. Can Geek Fam get back in time?
If it weren't for the wave management, Team Bremen's Ghouls actually could have won that game with just taking that team fight, but now everyone will be back in time to make that defense once again. Team Geek Fam can actually make this defense work because not just the damage, but also having the NetherRealm, and not just the NetherRealm, also having these ultimates coming from the Tigreal and the zoning coming from the Yusong.
Well, Lord makes its way down the bottom here. Geek Fam gonna have to defend their lives out for this one. Nico staying up at the top side, mid-turret gonna be worked on here. Geek Fam still, can they stay in the game? Time after time, Beloyski finds these setups, but there just hasn't been a follow-up just yet. So they lose the top turret, the bottom. Burmese Ghouls setting their sights on that mid. If they still put the pressure, they're still respecting the fact that Geek Fam has some setup potential and can turn things around, but here they go.
Once again, spatial migration by Blinkax into a full barrage. A good NetherRealm grants them some safety. Marky in the back line going on a stitch, but it's a NetherRealm as well for the side of Lina. As Luke gets pinned down by the heavy spin. Chidera still able to find Shadow. Chidera free hitting. It's Chidera all the way, now looking for some damage. Blinkax is low, and Geek Fam has turned the tides again in the 19th minute of the game. It's pull and tug, and the Burmese Ghouls are running for the hills. Marky, shield unity onto Nico with the help of Luke. It's a 2v1 against the Kung Fu Panda. Furious dive with another big dragon tail spin. Nico, super tanky. Luke is just trying to stagger as much as possible, and Nico will finally lose his immortality with one more dragon tail and Furious dive. The brutality pop. They're looking for the mid lane.
Marky.
This might be a one straight push from the mid lane as Blinkax is able to find a good Requiem onto 3 members. Lina gets a Terrify back, another round once again. Blinkax gonna be taken down, explosion and a flicker. Geek Fam, they brawled their way into a win. They did not just go for the big brain plays, they went for the big brawl plays.
A turnaround again and again and again on the plays of Beloyski and the rest of the team. Geek Fam turns it around, takes game one.
What the hell was that? What a performance! What a weird brawl game!
That was the better setup and that was the better execution. That was the use of the mistakes of your enemies. Team Geek Fam, once they found one little tiny mistake, that was all what it took to flip everything around upon the previous goals.
Man, you got to give it up once again. Consistency there for Beloyski. How many times did the man find setups with the perfect implosions? Sometimes, the first couple times, there was no follow-up. He was left to himself. A great one leading into that Lord, and then eventually it all falls into place. They won that game even with nearly a 4K deficit in gold. Again, insane performance there from Geek Fam.
Stunning. I don't have any words.
Who is the MVP here? It's got to be Beloyski.
It's got to be Beloyski, man.
It has to be.
It has to be. Despite the KD, right?
Yeah.
Let's see.
He's like, oh,
we know it's you. We know it's you, Beloy. Is it not you? It's you. 1-8-6 KDA. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. We learned it yesterday, and it happened here. BBB, the big brain Beloyski.
In this case, he was a big boy.
He was.
Yeah. Big boy, big brain, BBB. You can call it whatever you want, but you cannot call this performance forgettable. Beloyski with 1-8-6 with a KDA that I couldn't have imagined that one day will be an MVP for a game in a World Championship. But yeah, here everything comes, every dream comes true. And here we can see the amount of effort done by Team Geek Fam, but yet the execution from Blank was really on point when he tied that team fight up. And here Beloyski taking that Lord and flipping everything around, even though there was 2 retributions, 1 Tigreal with 1 first kill, was able to take it down.
This was the biggest ult play I've ever seen in my life. He stunned all 10 players.
It's one of those moments where you're like, darn, there's no follow-up, you know? It looks amazing, but he did it time and time again, and I think that's the point here, especially the deserving of the MVP. Working back from fights like this against Burmese ghouls, like it's intense, right? It was a pendulum between this game alone, how it went back and forth, back and forth. Stitch had a massive game here, and I gotta say, even for Luke, man, Luke, he had some questionable initiations, right? Let's be honest. But there was moments there where he actually zeroed in on Stitch, focused and put the pressure where he had to, and things like this happen because of moments like that, right? They were able to turn things around, even with this as the game-winning moment for them. It all pushed in and pulled in through.
Well, Stitch with the full barrage. He couldn't do anything where no one was held down into his ultimate, and that's why I told you they needed more crowd control, but yet they were able to execute their draft in a really good way. Team Burmese Ghouls, even though the statistics here and the numbers can be in their favor, yet Team Geek Fam were the one who won with gold difference in their favor, 3K gold difference. But when it comes to late game, actually these gold differences don't actually matter. But again, it is a gold difference, yet they are the one who lost. It is a difference also in terms of the kills, but yet again they are the ones who lost. Kadera here, using his Purify, was able to escape Nico and also to escape Blank multiple times. And not just that, he went for a full damage approach, which means that he was trusting his teammates with his life that they can front the damage, that they can keep everyone away from his way just to deal the damage needed. And not just that, we have seen Beloyski, even though he made one of the most clever gameplays or a flicker ultimate coming from the backline, there wasn't a really good communication between his teammate and him, but yet if there was a good communication, this will be one of the best, if not the best, moments so far in this tournament. Rich Guy 751, we have seen a lot more than that in this series and today, but the Sandbag Shadow with 230k damage taken.
Yep, typical, right, for Uranus players there. But I gotta say, too, this is kind of what we talked about with the lineup going into the game. The fact that you have this very tanky lineup and then both gold laners need to shine, that's why we saw the rich guy and the carry for both teams respectively really kind of try to outdo each other. They had great games, right? On the backs of a lot of what was set up by their roamers, by their XP laners, and also even for a boy, man, he had clutch Nether Realms in some of these situations, able to extend some of these fights, allow things to be set up properly there, and allow Chidera to even just pop off on the Bruno here. So again, when you look at it, you try to dissect that game one, even despite the lead that Burmese Ghouls had, things fell into place where they had to, right, for both teams. Again, we call it the pendulum here. It was back and forth. Teams were being won on both sides, but ultimately, again, one side has to win, and this time it's Geek Fam. It's a very interesting game one if you look at it.
Yeah.
Who knows what we're going to see in game two?
Well, if I have a saying in here for Team Burmese Ghouls, the only thing that I would actually change is applying more crowd control. If you have a hero like an Ixia that you want to deal damage on a huge area. So if I added one more crowd control for Team Burmese Ghouls, this game would have actually took a different approach.
So just CC?
Yeah, I want to see more CC. If there was a Minotaur, actually I like the fact that they used the Akai and to flip everything around and to make the Guinevere on the room, but I didn't actually quite like rooming Guinevere.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I feel like they already had enough CC. Valentina, there's a Guinevere and an Akai.
All right.
I personally feel like it was just a throw. Was it not? The execution, right? To a certain point, they were just gambling on their leads.
I was going to say, I feel like at one point when you're knocking on the base of Geek Fam, you're confident that you have this big lead. It was 7,000 at one point, right?
Yeah.
When they were actually on the front door steps of Geek Fam. And unfortunately, that's the thing about this game is like, even with a lead of 7 to 9, we've even said 10K gold leads get turned around, flipped around, right? So in this case, I want to say, like, Burmese Ghouls, it's great to see them. They're looking better than what we saw on the group stage, right? But still, when you have that lead, you still got to stay in the game, right? You still got to keep things together, and that's why you see some of the best, some of the best teams out there from around the world when they have a 10,000, 14,000 gold lead. Sometimes some people are like, man, why don't they just finish the game? Well, they know that there are some instances where it might get flipped around. So again, we can only talk so much about game one, but before we head to game two, we do want to go ahead and mention that the December Starlight is officially available. For only 300 diamonds, you can get the exclusive Starlight skin, Arlot's Fury of the Deep. Upgrade your Starlight level to unlock the painted skin, Arlot Scorn of the Deep. In addition, all Starlight members only need to spend an additional 100 diamonds to unlock the bonus December Starlight painted skin, Arlot Ire of Deep. That's a whole lot of Arlot, so all you Arlot mains, get on it, right? The special Starlight perk is at it. The perks end at the end of 2023, which is just, weeks away. So don't miss the beautiful, bountiful rewards. Thanks for your continued support. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB New Skin. And it's for Arlot, so I'm sure a lot of people will be happy.
Yeah, I'm not an Arlot player myself, but I love the 11-11-1-1 skin, man.
That's true.
Oh, 1-1.
You're a 1-1 main, so.
You're a Gord main. What's
I
the
am.
last skin that you got, dude? It's been
Honestly,
a while.
I have all the Gord skins, so I don't get skins. You know? I
But
get
do you
support
want
chests.
to see more skins for Gord?
That's a good question, Yasu. Yeah. I'm pretty happy, to be honest.
All right.
I'm pretty happy with the skins, man. Sometimes I can't decide between the legend or the player one. I forgot what they're called. The Starlight.
Oh yeah.
They're too good.
It's really good.
They're both really good.
But this was your moment to ask for one more skin, but you just missed it.
Well,
make a nice Sue Gord skin, please.
Nice Sue Gord skin would be great.
Nice
also,
Sue Gord skin. It's him surfing.
Yes.
That works too. Nice tuna. That could work.
That can work.
That could work. But also, real quick, some more here. In this match, do watch out for the TikTok drops. We talked about this earlier. Everyone, you have to just watch the M5 on TikTok for 5 minutes. That's all it takes, and you can win a TikTok viewer chest. But if you want to watch more, you can watch for 20 minutes, and you might win a TikTok deluxe chest.
Wait, you mean if I watch M5 on TikTok
M5
for 5
on
minutes, I can get drops, and 20 minutes I can get deluxe drops?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bro,
20
what?
minutes is like a...
It's not even a game.
It's a pregame.
It's pregame.
Yeah, it's not even a game.
No.
Just like...
Well, it depends, right?
Well, I was going to say, some games are like 11. We've seen some 11-minute games.
Yeah, true.
You know, so definitely go ahead, and we got a ton of stuff for you guys, so make sure you get it. Again, M5 pass as well. We got to finally see the Yuzhong, by the way. Great to see that. And it won. I was like, for a second, I was like, oh yeah, they did win, right? So that's great. But also, speaking of great, better than great, Beloyski's mentality. I don't care whoever is our opponent. We must be confident, even if it's the strongest or the weakest team. And that's from Beloyski himself.
I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Beloyski's mentality, I think he's been tested time and time again for his entire career, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he keeps on fighting, he keeps on having that determination, the hunger as, I would say, a veteran.
Yeah.
A veteran of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, of the professional league. I just have so much respect for this guy.
Let me ask you this real quick. Beloyski mentality or the Bomba mentality?
Oh. They kind of have the same mentality, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe his name could be Bomba Beloy.
That could work.
You know, or Kid Bomba could be, maybe Kid Bomba is Kid Bomba. Beloyski is Adult Bomba.
Oh. Hey, who knows? Maybe they end up going against each other at some point, depending on things falling into place.
Imagine they meet in the grand finals.
That's your wish.
Yes.
Imagine.
I'm imagining.
They
Grand
meet
finals?
in the grand finals.
Whew. Wow.
That would be a storyline, man. Group D would then solidify itself as the best group.
After being in a group of death.
Yeah, group of death, and then all the way to finals.
Didn't we hear from interview, like, I'm not 100% sure if this came from Kid Bomba, but the problem versus the solution.
You're right.
Wow.
Bomba is a problem. Marquis the solution. He is the Marquis.
The Marquis.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And speaking of fun facts, you actually said one of those fun facts about Beloyski himself. He said that the more he dies, the better he performs.
I told you, man.
186.
He's always waiting for like a power spike. And for Beloy, I don't know why it's 6 deaths or 7 deaths. That's a 7-death power spike. Yeah. So he needs to get to that threshold, you know? He stacks up his deaths.
Yeah. Then the power level goes through the roof, right?
And then the brain becomes big.
By that time, it's done. As you would say, bada bing, bada boom.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Shout out Ghani.
Bada, bada, boom.
Shout out to Ghani. By the way, player head-to-head here as we talk about Beloyski and Blink X. These guys across from each other in terms of statistics, right? You're going to see a lot here for Beloyski. Now, for Blink X, on the other hand, I feel like in a way, I'm still going to say this, like their play style now, and off the fact that, you know, Blink X has had to step up a little bit more, especially against some of these roamers that he's against. We saw that breakdown. But overall, Burmese Ghouls, I like the way that they're playing right now in comparison to what we saw previously, right? I feel like the time that they had to worry about even making it to the knockouts with everything falling in place from these other teams, like they have refined some of the strategy, even with the change of putting Shadow in, right? I like what they've shown us. It's just that's the thing. I think they have to stay focused when they have that type of lead, knocking on the base of their opponents. So, again, we'll see if they're able to replicate at least how they performed the previous game, but cap this one in to even the series out 1-1 as we load up into the draft here for game 2. We'll see where things fall into place. We've got Geek Fam on the blue, Burmese Ghouls on the red. Bans, though, already coming out. The Khalid, still respected. Nolan as well.
Well, before we get in depth into the draft, I have a question for you, Mirko. Would you say, when it comes to the jungle, did Marquis do enough for Geek fans to be assured that their jungle is in good hands?
I mean, when it comes to Red Tree battles, it's kind of weird to blame him in a matchup against an Akai, right?
All right.
I think the jungle is in good hands for now. With that Baksha game, I think he proved a lot of people that, hey, I can stand toe-to-toe against the best. And currently he's standing toe-to-toe against Nico. A pretty good jungler himself, right? I mean, hey, in the group stages, winning against a Lil Gun, and then having some solid performances against the other teams as well.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see how they develop. Because though I would say it's very okay for him to be the jungler for the team, it feels like they still lack that synergy. The miscommunication was very clear. There was very clear errors going around in that department. That's nice.
That is nice.
The bans.
The bands, the picks are coming through.
Everything is nice. We have Naisu also.
Thank you.
So getting into the banning phase here, the first banning phase, we can see that they have respected Shadow's Uranus. So that sends a message for me at least. And looking here, no flying allowed. This is a no flying area in Naisu.
Yeah, they don't like the Matilda. They don't want
They're
to deal
ghouls, man. They can't handle it when people fly by.
Yeah.
That's why they couldn't handle the Yuzong.
Oh, that's true. Well, you know, again, I'm glad to see the Yuzong will pop up. I still think it's very niche currently. Like, you got to be able to... It's picked for a certain purpose, whereas, you know, back even in M4, we saw it picked nearly every other game pop up here. So there's the Joy Band. We'll see, once again, what the priority is for Geek Fam now that they're on the first pick here. A lot of options.
As always, a Guinevere. At some point, actually, look, this actually reminds me of the Fredrin, when the Fredrin was in his prime.
Yeah.
So Guinevere's the new Fredrin.
Yeah, for me, the Guinevere is the new Fredrin.
I like Guinevere more.
Yeah. Do you?
Oh.
I guess Geek Fam don't.
They don't.
Right.
They like the Bruno more.
94% contention rate.
Lilia. Okay.
That's a really good pick here. Actually, Team Geek Fam are the ones who played Lilia for 4 times out of 7 when it came to the group stage. But also, Team Grimace Ghouls on their end, I haven't seen them play Lilia so far. It's a really interesting pick for me.
Interesting pick, but I think it serves its purpose, right? Not only that, but now Grimace Ghouls have the Guinevere. They're going to go ahead and play around that once again. And I feel like Lilia is also a good choice because then, you know, you provide a lot of that even early damage potential. But across from you, Geek Fam picking up the Valentina, a hero that has been in constant, I feel like, still debate if it's worth sometimes that first pick or, you know, of course in the first phase it's great, but now how does that play apart? Glue, a hero we don't see often picked up.
But we have seen him being played by Shadow, so this is the second time we see Shadow plays Glue, and after seeing Glue, you should expect to see a Faramis in the ban list. Oh, I don't think that they will take a Faramis though, Team Geek Fam, because they already have the Valentina. But speaking of the draft that we have so far, not just like the expectations that we will see on the ban list, I think that having the Lilia here for Team Grimace Ghouls actually serves a really good purpose, and that's Bruno being tied and being slowed down to the limit that he cannot actually survive without using a flicker at some point. So far, I would say that I actually kind of like Grimace Ghouls' first phase of drafting more.
Yeah, I like Geek Fams a bit more, because right now they're already nailing down in the gold lane department, and for Burmese Ghouls, right, this Lilia can't be the sole damage dealer. They need someone who can actually stand toe-to-toe against the Bruno. If they, let's say the Ixia here gets banned out, right, already banned out, they ban out the Claude as well, that is going to be really tough. What do they want to go for? They go for the Brody. We know that matchup.
Yep.
We know how, well, statistically, how bad it is.
Statistics.
It's weird because it's like, okay, they say it's 80% the Bruno, but theoretical, it's 50-50.
And Super Marco kind of played with those numbers.
Yeah,
but he's Super Marco, you know.
Super Marco.
He has super in his name, so it's like already, he's different, man.
Like the Brody is a good choice if really your game plan is, okay, we want to play from a distance, want to get the marks off. The problem with it is you know, you're working against a Valentina, you're working against a lot of probably usage once again with a Kai, like heavy spin, sandwich plays, playing under the turret, things like that. You know, Brody, you got to be able to move around really well and then be protected, right? The problem with that is there's the Minotaur ban, so relatively your options for gold lane are pretty small. We might see a Claude here though, if they actually decide to go that route.
Yeah, I think a Claude will make a lot of sense here, but also we might see a Tigreal, since Team Grimace Ghouls actually banned a Diggy. So maybe we'll see a Tigreal, maybe even not a Terizla, maybe a Terizla on the side of Team Geek Fam.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's so tough right now for Burmese Ghouls, because if they pick up a Claude, this is going to be 2 losing lanes, right? They've already revealed the Glue. They'll pick up a Claude into the Bruno matchup. That's what they do anyways, because Claude is the safest pick here. If you go Beatrix, you get bullied even harder.
Yeah.
And now Geek Fam can close out their draft with a Terizla, which is going to be great. And for the Roamer, that's the question I have. Do they want to go for something like a Rafaela? Technically, against this kind of team, if you are able to outmaneuver and heal and, you know, just bait out the skills, you're going to be good.
Yeah. That's why I think, you know, Claude's a great, like when there's nothing left on the table, part of it's like, okay, at least Claude has BMI. So you can at least try to juke things out, right? Bait some of these ultimate, survive the best you can. But if you pair it up with a roam, like you mentioned, whether that be the Rafaela or not, it kind of adds to that survivability, right? So we'll see exactly what they're planning, but that's interesting. The Arla and the Lapu Lapu pickup for Geek Fam.
Huh. Heavy emphasis on anti-CC, bro.
Yeah.
For me, Arlott has been here for the longest time, so it's not a surprise to me at least. But in this match particularly, we will see him play in the room. And for Luke, for Marky, sorry, because they switch a lot of roles there. So for Marky, playing on the Akai can actually help him so much with the Retribution battles. And so far, I think that the damage output from Team Brimis Ghouls is equal when it comes to magical and physical. I don't know. This is a Beloyski especially, but it's for Team Brimis Ghouls.
This is a Blink X special, right? I mean, like, this is a hero he loves.
Yeah.
So
he does. He really loves that Ruby, huh?
Yeah. Now, does it work all the time? Sometimes.
Sometimes.
You know, you saw the win rate. It's not that great, but for the lineup-wise, you know, maybe you can delve into this a little bit more, Yasu. How do you feel about these lineups here?
I'm not feeling comfortable. That's something. Because I'm seeing really, I would say, a variety of combinations from both teams that we haven't seen played at the same team before. Like if we are talking about Team Brimis Ghouls having Glue as well as the Ruby, I haven't seen that combo together, and also the Guinevere with. Like, I think that everything for Team Brimis Ghouls actually disturbs me, but yet it feels somehow really good.
Okay.
Well, we're going to find out here. Once again, if it feels great or not, or uncomfortable or not, we're going to load up into the Land of Dawn. Game 2 here. Geek Fam and Burmese Ghouls. Can the series be even out 1-1? Or will Geek Fam continue on here with the lineup they have? Marky, you know, the question was, what kind of jungler is Marky going to be? The fact that a lot of people watching right now have not seen him jungle at all. If you look at game 1, he did all right? But it's kind of safe. He's playing safe. He's playing the safe heroes. Go and focus on the utility and work around that. Look at this pressure already in the bottom side. Burmese Ghouls.
Already a sprint from Stitch committed down, and he's walking up even without the sprint. Gonna get poked down real good by Chidera on this Bruno, and this is what you expect the matchup to look like, man.
Yeah.
The sprint actually, it's a really good spell by Beloyski.
Wow. Remember, 7 death power spike. He needs to look for it. Blink X taking low. Chidera dealing a lot of damage. My goodness gracious. On that Neymar skin too.
Yeah.
That's so early to deal such damage, to be honest, but Chidera seems to know how to pull that off. But again, the sprint is really good on the Claude, but yeah, I think that there's a lot of crowd control there from the side of Team Geek Fam. At some point, I think that he will struggle a little bit having the sprint instead of the Purify. But anyways, let's go and have a look at the in-game equipments. And for Claude, he goes for the Steel Pants and he will take some of that damage. He's going for a safer approach, even also with the... that was so fast.
In the mid lane, but Niku's gonna be pinned down, and this might be a trade 1-for-1. Marky picks up the kill, and it's a trade, an exchange.
Good lockdown, right? Marky also getting on the board alongside Nico. So Turtle now up. Both junglers will make their way there, but the teams here also still trying to get these level 4s available. Shadow's now got his. Luke going to get in position as well. This is really going to be crucial here. Blink not having that I'm offended just yet. We'll have to just kind of engage here the way he sees fit. But right now,
Shadow.
It's a 4-man slam, pass, but Shadow's the one who gets taken low. It's a good split over. Luke with the Brave Spider to the back line as well. Nico versus Marky. Who's it going to be? Nico able to dodge away from the flicker stun combo. He pops into Requiem, but still going to be terrified. And the heavy spin with the help of the Vengeance takes him out. Marky picks up the turtle, and now it's Blink X against the world. Beloyski. We won't need a 0-7 power spike. Chidera in the bottom lane might get solo killed. One shot. Stitch has done it. Solo kill in the gold lane.
the moves, the BMI. Stitch able to pull through on that. Shadow?
Ow.
Traded in, a solo kill down below, a solo kill up top as well.
What is happening already? I mean, looking at these two teams, you're not expecting this much action going back and forth, but I guess so. 1.5K ahead now for Geek Fam. Able to secure that turtle earlier as well. The double kill going over to Beloyski this time.
Oh, final slash, but he's just finding his way out. But speaking about what happened in the last team fight, I would say that Nico overcommitted to that turtle. He lost his life literally for it.
And now it's Shadera again who loses his life. This time in the bottom of the lane. Nico picks the kill up and Stitch on the Claude. He's happy, man. He's getting a lot of gold.
That's, you know, at this point, Shadera being 0-2 right now this early on. Again, this is a Bruno pick against this Claude. It's tough, right? Tough early game already. So real quick, in-game items. How's it going here, Yasu?
It's going again for the Claude. Oh, there is a team fight.
All right, Blink X, very, very low. They're trying to get him out of here, but Shadera, with the help of Marky and Beloy, will get him down. Beloyski will an aggressive vengeance to eat up a few good hits from the turret there, just soaking in. He wants to get the sandbag trait.
Hey, man, he's got tenacity, he's got the brace fight, and he's got firmness. Like, he's all right. Plus, he's got 3 kills.
Yeah.
He is stacked right now.
He's a big boy.
He is a big boy. Definitely going. He doesn't need those deaths for this power spike this time around.
Oh,
Shadow, though, should be fine from this.
Wait. It's going to happen again. Shadow flickers out to safety. And now on the bottom side, Geek Fam setting up for the turtle. It's going to be the second turtle of the game. A boy doing a good job at screening. Trying to zone everybody away. Lina going to be engaged on, forcing the black shoes out very early. Final slash. Not connecting. Beloy needs to get rid of Nico. Spatial migration. Even the Violet Requiem really used up. They're going to concede the turtle, only going for that kill. Marky jumps into the back and Stitch as well, but it's going to be the retribution that finds it. Oh, it's Luke with a stun and a flicker. Shadow split. Now mounting a boy, looking for a playback, but a boy still has the black shoes. He's all good. Shadow might be in trouble now.
Doesn't have flicker.
1v3, no flicker. That's a glue. That's super squishy.
He is gone.
That wasn't a trade, not at all. Taking both team fights and also the turtle for Team Geek Fam, and not just that, the scenario didn't look like, oh my god.
Sliding tackle to the front, Shadera versus 2. And it is Shadera who falls again 3 times in this game.
Beloyski and Shadera just have kind of swapped experiences for now, right? Beloyski's like, you know what, I got it for now. Shadera, you will get to a point where you need to be. Because even look at the gold, he's doing all right farming. It's nearly identical against, you know, Stitch.
Well, I don't think that this was the scenario that we were looking for down in the bot lane, especially after the early game advantage that Beloyski gave Shadera, but yet it seems like Stitch found his way up and found his way to not just do really good on the bot lane, but also to make a split push up on the top lane.
I get it now.
What?
It's not Beloyski, it's Geek Fam. They need someone to get that death power spike. Blink X with a good I'm offended onto Beloyski, but again, that's just the roamer who's still going to be able to outplay it with a final slash, with a vengeance, sustaining back up, and Shadera is free hitting. My goodness, he stays alive in that skirmish.
Oh, they want to put the pressure here. Marky in position. See if a boy actually joins us as well. But it looks like they may just call it off. So what you're saying here, Mirko, is
someone needs to hit that power spike.
Someone's got
that power spike, and it's Shadera now.
It's Shadera. 0-3. He's looking to increase his power level at the mid to late game.
That's the Geek Fam power level scaling.
Yep.
0-7.
That's the
at some point. At some point, 0-7.
Shadow might beat him to it, though.
0-7 is a little bit too much, though, Yasu. You know?
For a marksman, yeah. Okay. They are now trying to walk around that turtle, but Nico's overcommitting.
Wait, Shadow, slam, pass. Shadera still able to use that worldie to back Shadow off. The split is not going to be used up to completely go in. Luke already flanking. It's Beloyski, who's the choice for Shadow. Blink X is going to be terrified, locked very, very low already. Luke wants to go for the kill. Bravest fighter. Luke with a flicker as well, now diving in deep for the roamer. Stitch rotating as well. BMI defensively, a boy caught in the glooms, pops into black shoes. Lina forced to back away as well, and they've done enough damage to the Burmese Ghouls. What a chaotic yet beautifully coordinated fight.
Very chaotic, and with that, Geek Fam gonna secure the third turtle of the game.
And an orange buff, I think.
And the orange buff. Putting pressure here. He's gonna even stop Nico.
Wait a minute.
Luke. It's a split.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's gonna get pulled though.
Oh, he's ulted.
Oh.
Pulled back under the base turret. Luke, very low. Get some HP from the minions. He's all good, man. He says, Glue, you're out of the meta for a reason. And now another one comes in with a Violent Requiem. Luke very, very low. He finally dies. That's the punishment, bro. You can't do that for too long.
Oh, and with that happening, we just saw the first turret of the game go down for Team Geek Fam. But down there in the bot lane, Stitch is just forming left and right in the mid lane and also in the bot lane. Gold earned. Oh, it's a kill for it. Oh, it's a Stitch. Nah, he goes back.
Polisky, though, he's been doing this multiple times. So, still, a boy gonna be just fine with that. Geek Fam looking at it, now they've got the 3K lead. They had all three turtles in their favor. A lot of the fights were quite chaotic, though. So Burmese Ghouls, in a way, they're trying to make this work. They're trying to make this lineup work, right? The Golden Staff being picked up here now for Stitch. This is where you get to a point, okay, Lord's going to be up here. We got to get some space to work around with. We have no turrets just yet. That's why you see them putting some pressure here. Uh-oh.
Aggressive maneuvers by Luke. Gets the stun down.
Oh.
Final to cancel. Final slash on a Stitch. The Brave Spider slash is not connecting, and Luke has just given his life away. Stitch picks up the kill. Now it's Beloyski,
Nico,
who jumps back in with a vengeance, dodging away from the spatial migration. Marky chooses to back away, and now it's a boy who's rotating over from the mid lane to try to help his comrades in the bottom side of the map. But the Burmese Ghouls will just take a free turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they do work. They get the turret. All this 10 seconds away from the Lord now. So at least they get a little bit of space to work with. And that's the thing, right? Whenever you have the Claude, you can always continue to put pressure on these side lanes if you want to. That is a factor for a lot of these team fights going on, especially as you get to the later Lords. So right now, that it's spawned Geek Fam in position. Gold lead was whittled down a little bit here by the Burmese Ghouls. We'll see how they play around this. A boy also holding onto the black shoes here. That's the choice of ultimate. So right now, still going to be fighting Luke though.
1v2 on the bottom side, trying to distract right now. Shadow jumping into the Jadera. Good worldie by Jadera to peel away from Shadow. Split, but he's still going to be chasing, and he mounts Marky up. Heavy spin already used up. Blink X looking for the play right now as Nico jumps in and finds the kill on the Marky. Who's going to get it? It should be Nico, and it is going to be Nico. A boy pops into black shoes against the world right now with a good Terrified. Disengages from the skirmish, but the Glue's following through. Shadow with a slap, pass for the Jadera and Luke against the world. Jadera on HP, Luke. Brave Spider, Stitch trying to go for it. No. Finds a stun, and it's going to be a boy who capitalizes with the help of Jadera. One last shot from Shadow, who's still mounting on Luke. Jadera has hit his power spike.
Luke saving the day there, turning things around. What a play. What a response from Geek Fam, but they got to deal with this Lord now. Burmese Ghouls, this is looking a lot like the previous game. We're getting to the point where it's the back and forth.
At some point, I actually didn't know how would Team Geek Fam balance what just happened, but it seems like the answer was simply Luke. And looking at that, Team Geek Fam, I don't know how actually did they recover. Luke was the solution for me, but looking here at the itemization from both teams, the thing that catches my eyes is that Lilia already on her third items, having the glowing one and also the Ice Queen one that can actually make the slowdown effect much more annoying for Team Geek Fam, and even Shadow with his itemization, taking the Molten Essence, working with the gold that he has, and dealing the actual remarkable damage, but he's in the air right now, Marky.
Missing the final slash as well. Both these teams decide to disengage for now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to respect it once again. Shadow gonna be the front line here, but will pop the split. Still, both teams gonna disengage. Again, nothing really worth fighting for right now. We're still more than a minute away from the Lord. But right now, it looks like Geek Fam wants to try to go ahead and convert some of these turrets, right? Get some more space to work with. They get the next one here in the bottom side. Eyes set on the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Still Stitch, top side, putting pressure there where he can, trying to clear things out. But right now, Geek Fam just finding these small windows where they can get the space to work with against Burmese Ghouls leading into this second Lord here.
Yeah.
Taking real quick damage dealt though. You can already see it on this list. Stitch up there alongside a boy and Luke.
Oh, whoa.
Speaking of Stitch, he's gone.
What? What was he doing?
I'm not sure why he was there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why.
He came from the top side again. He was clearing that up. Maybe not expecting.
Maybe he relied on Dexter way too much. Just to go back to his second skill. Oh, nice final slash.
He baits out the Black Shoes alone. That's Beloyski, and now BlinkX is going to be stunned up by Luke's big blade right there. A boy, good dash out of the spatial migration. Now Shadow gets knocked up, and Chidera picks up everything. He went from goal lane to hyper carry real quick.
He's getting to that. He doesn't need the 6 deaths, right? But he's getting to that point where he is online now. Still going to be fighting for it, though.
Beloyski.
No Black Shoes on Lina this time around, and the final slash connecting on the 2. Now a boy forces the Black Shoes by himself. It's going to be the blazing duet by Stitch onto the back. A boy will fall to Stitch. A great PMI back as well.
Kadira
doing the same thing onto Nico, finding the kill. And it's a big shutdown. Meanwhile, Luke against the world. 1v3, distracting everyone. Given time for Marky to go for the retribution as Luke jumps in forward once again with Beloy. Stunning BlinkX down. One more hit is all they need. I'm offended by BlinkX, but the big ball to the face by Chidera.
What a fight again. Stitch with a great entry for the Blazing Duet, but unfortunately, Luke and Beloyski keeping Burmese Ghouls at bay for the majority of that fight for Geek Fam to secure the Lord, and now get to the point of knocking on the base of Burmese Ghouls.
This guy, Luke. Look at him. He might have been a bit too much that he can chew.
Look at him.
And he does. And now this might be actually very disastrous for Geek Fam. Pops the heavy spin. Oh, trying to run away. Pass, locking him down. Shadow picks up the kill in the bottom lane.
I actually do love Shadow's selections when he goes and takes someone out from the team fight. Remembering that Lord up there in the top lane where he targeted Marky and not Kadera, even though he had a full stack on Kadera. And right now, he knows the targets that he needs to take down for Team Burmese Ghouls. He's doing a remarkable job, but who's also doing a remarkable job here in terms of when it comes to balancing things off is Luke. Luke, as you said, Mirko, he is one against the world.
With that, we come to a stalemate once again, leading into the next objective, 1.5 minutes away. Burmese Ghouls, though, given everything that's happened, relatively, they just lose that bottom turret, right?
Yeah.
And with that,
Five-man collapse onto Beloyski. Only the immortality can pop here. Luke jumps into the Raven Spider. Oh, it's going to be Shadows traded in. 1-for-1 so far in the skirmish. Marky waiting in that bush for a moment to strike. It's an XP lane for a roam. So is it still worth it for Geek Fam?
Well, Kadera right now, I would say it was worth it for Geek Fam because Kadera reached his power spike, as you guys said, not in terms of dying, but in terms of actually dealing some damage. So this was the test for me to see if Geek Fam have the damage output needed to take Burmese Ghouls down, and I can assure you that they have it by now. But the crowd control and also the melting, did you see how much damage was dealt to Marky? That's the work of the Divine Glaive there from the Lilia.
Yeah, that damage hurts, right? You gotta respect it. Lina's done an outstanding job so far on this Lilia pick. Hasn't died yet. Played really well with the Black Shoes utilization and then everything else. You can often see, damage dealt. Stitch and Lina leading that. And that's kind of what's happening here in a lot of these fights. So what's transpiring is the fact that Geek Fam has to respect the amount of damage coming out from Burmese Ghouls lineup. Even like that, right? Black Shoes avoiding that follow-up from the final slash, but still, final slash not going to be available just yet as this Lord comes up here. Does Burmese Ghouls actually want to do something? Conceal, though.
They want to look for something, but they're not able to find it, Niso.
Forcing them out. Now, once again, getting in position. Burmese Ghouls, they have all the ultimates available for them. So do Geek Fam. Which team, though, will decide to go?
Final slash, only onto the roamer. BlinkX taking low. I'm offended. Finding 2 into the spatial migration and the Requiem. A good heavy spin, and Chidera is able to pop the Winter Nature in time. A boy in the back, Chidera kiting away for his life. Shadow. Split, fully stacked, bringing Chidera back onto Lina. And that should be a kill over Marky and Chidera falling in the bottom side of the map. No! Beloyski saves Marky for a bit. He does fall in the end, but now it's gonna be Beloyski against the world. Facial migration once again to knock him up, and it's only a boy left standing. The Burmese Ghouls have fought their way back into the game.
What a decisive fight there from Burmese Ghouls, flipping the table on top of Geek Fam, and now they're going down the mid.
Everything went upside down because Team Burmese Ghouls, oh, they can actually go for that finish. It's not about the Lord. Do they have the time? I don't think they actually have the time to defend, but they go for the safer approach. They go back, they send their troops back to defend the inhibitor turrets and also to take that Lord. But let's have a really good take at what just happened in the map. I would tell you, definitely, Shadow, by bringing back Kadera to the hands of his own teammates, that's what I told you, a wise selection whenever it comes to selecting the member to take down. Not just that, he stunned Kadera with Marky using his first and second skill, and that what made Nico have a really good window to use his second skill and to bring everyone up in the air.
Yeah, again, you're looking at things just kind of unfold here. Completely flipping in favor of Burmese Ghouls. 4K ahead. They're going to go ahead and even out these waves and march in to the base of Geek Fam. Once again, you saw the damage unfold from the lineup of Burmese Ghouls. Do they want to push it in further? They can't just tunnel vision on this. They're going to go for it.
Pass by Shadow. A boy walking up front, getting a good Terrify in. Luke still able to use the bravest fighter, and the Lord will be cleared out.
Wow.
Spatial migration and the Battle Requiem on the Super General pops into Purify. Now over to Nature as well. Bates and Stitch into the midst of it all. That's a win of Nature pop by Stitch, but you can't win the Nature magic damage. The boy does exactly that. Geek Fam find a pick to stay in the game and to hold Burmese Ghouls back.
Well, looking at this, Team Burmese Ghouls didn't have much to do actually at this point because they were distracted, I would say, by Geek Fam's movement. They were all around the map, and Team Geek Fam pulled off a really solid defense right there, using the damage coming from Kadera. And not just that, also we have seen them moving all in the mid lane, particularly because they knew that this is the only window that Team Burmese Ghouls actually have.
Luke gets pulled back by the I'm Offended, has a bravest fighter, the final slash on the back as well with the Spatial migration and a Battle Requiem. Marky in the midst of it all. Chadera, what? Chadera falls in the team fight. Where was he even?
Shadow.
In the back, but it doesn't matter. Now it's Marky who's locked down by the Shadow. And Marky falls to the hands of an unstoppable Lina.
Long timers here. Still 60 seconds away from that Lord. Burmese Ghouls alongside Stitch set their eyes on the top side here. Questionable, where was Chadera? He got pulled in, he was displaced. He just was not where he wanted to be, so he's out of the picture for another 20 seconds. Marky for 30. They have to get ready for this defense. Still no objective to take, but right now Burmese Ghouls might just want to take this base turret to expose the base a little bit further of Geek Fam. As they do, that's taken care of, and they get ready for that next Lord take as they get in position.
Taking the turrets one by one, layer by layer. Team Burmese Ghouls are stepping towards the right path for them, but Team Geek Fam, with the crowd control they have, with the heroes, they have already done all the itemization. But I think that someone needs to tell Marky to complete the items because he have the gold, right? He does have the gold to complete the Cursed Helmet if he wants, and also he can go for an Athena or something. But anyways, let's jump back into the action here. I think that if there is an opening for Team Geek Fam, it will be with Beloyski and no one else but Beloyski.
Interestingly enough, not going to find the connection on that one, but positioning once again between both junglers.
Look
here.
at Shadow.
Going to have to keep an eye on both sides. Shadow in position has constantly given Chadera a hard time here. Also the fact that now they're going to have to work against this. Blink won't find I'm Offended there. Just checking that bush. So we'll see. Geek Fam still going to put the pressure. Here, Shadow now joining the fight.
Slam, pass. Flicker into the back, but he doesn't find Chadera. Chadera's still going to be able to escape right now as Blink X flickers forward against the don't run Wolf King. Beloyski finding the same into the back with a vengeance. Now baiting in for Luke. Flicker forward with a stun only onto one member. Nico knocks two members up. Final Requiem, not going to use up just yet. Chadera still free hitting in the back right now as Blink X tries to get closer to him. Gets a don't run Wolf King. Chadera losing immortality. Will he be able to dash out in time? He gets out. Nico with a knockup onto two. That slays Chadera. And now it's Luke once again. 1v4. This time it's Lina who melts him down before he can even do anything.
Living
My
on the
goodness.
edge. Wow.
The team fight prowess here from Burmese Ghouls just comes out swinging, and they might end the game here.
They should. It's only a boy and Marky versus the whole Burmese Ghouls. A boy trying to look for some cleaner. The spatial migration knocks him up with a Battle Requiem as well, and that has given Stitch enough room to free hit onto the base to equalize the series in game number 2.
A strong showing from the Burmese Ghouls coming out swinging in game 2. Evens out the series against Geek Fam. The tables, the pendulum, once again swinging back and forth. But the Burmese Ghouls pull out this one.
We have predicted a full series, and it seems like it's going that way. Team Burmese Ghouls right now coming back, taking it to 1-1. So that means that this series will not finish until we reach its 4th match. Best of 5 full series. It's no longer a dream.
Would love to see it as today unfolds here once again in this last series, but got to give it up to them all around. Once again, you know, they were working from this time a deficit here for Burmese Ghouls in their favor, and you know, they flipped it around, and I don't know who to give the MVP here. Lena was outstanding on this Lilia. Love to see how sometimes he was just baiting out the final slash from Beloyski. Even Beloyski had a great start of the game, but ultimately, I don't know, man. The shadow on the glue, too, a hero that we don't typically see much.
True.
Just was very difficult to allow the movement from Chidera there. You know, it was a tough time, not to mention Blink under the signature pick here. So let's see who the MVP is going to be for this game.
Nico.
And there you go. Again, all around, they were all pulling their weight here for this one, but it's going to be Nico on that Guinevere. A great showing, 9-3-9.
Well, when it comes to numbers, Nico is the MVP. When it comes to the silent MVP, I would definitely give it to Shadow. But having here 9-3-9 KDA for Nico and going for a full damage approach when it comes to the emblem, and at some point actually he bought that Genius Swarm, but he sold it by the end of the game and he went for a full defense set for the in-game equipment. Having a kill participation of 82% means that he was there whenever he was needed. It's not necessarily to have those high numbers, but we have seen him during the whole game in the Lord area and also in the Turtle area, who is really doing good. Stitch here, this was a game, I would say this was a game changer for him when he was in the bot lane at the beginning, but here Luke did a really good damage. Also the Flicker ult here changed a lot to Team Geek Fam, and this game was actually, it actually has a lot of highlights because the game was going back and forth. There was no one actually handling the game for a long time. Team Burmese Ghouls, once they just loosen from their end, Team Geek Fam holds the tie, but when it happens the other way around, Team Burmese Ghouls get the opportunity and also they have the best out of it. This time we have seen that Blink and also the rest of the team for Team Burmese Ghouls were trying to go back, were trying to hold back some damage, and at some points living on the edge for Team Burmese Ghouls was the solution. And at this point we have seen Shadow bring back Shadera, and not just that, he also stunned Marky, and not just that, he was able to finish things off by the help of Lena and also Nico.
Yeah, I love the way that it was executed here. I mean, this is really where, you know, that last fight leading into this, that's where you saw that lineup really shine, how tanky they were, how much initiation factors they have, even the pacing, the movement and positioning of Lena, and how this game unfolded. You know, it just worked really well for them. And the layering, right, of Shadow, able to split, bring people back, and everything else to the team is what worked out. Again, Luke was having a hell of a game, right? But eventually, you just get stopped out. And once again, Lena, so dominant on this Lilia pick, really proving why they wanted to pick it up so early. As you can see, it all unfolds till they cap out the win there. Just, once again, all rolls, despite some of the troubles they had early game against Beloyski and the setups there from Geek Fam. It really worked in favor of Burmese Ghouls as the game went on.
Well, I actually at some point questioned that flicker from Lena, because I'm kinda always used to see a Purify. But having that flicker actually gave me a glimpse that maybe at some point the crowd control will be enough for Team Geek Fam to stop Lina from using the black shoes. But when you see now the KDA of Lina 7-0-11 or something, like I'm not like we will see the KDA together. But Lina was actually breaking off the really good placements to deal the damage enough and also to go back. And his black shoes was used wisely by a boy himself as well. And looking here at the emblem sets, we will know for sure that team who was it? I think, yeah, Lina was going for a full approach when it comes to the damage. Look here, 7-0-10. Even though you have a flicker and even though you are facing not just the Arlot, also Lapu Lapu at some point and the heavy spin from Marky. That was a really dangerous spell there by Lina, but yet he managed to make it go all the way through. And BlinkX at some point, he made some solo plays with Flicker Ultimate to the front that actually made his team come back. I think that this was the flipping point for Team Brimmy's Ghouls in the mid game, where Blink just went in and took like two members by the I'm Offended, and he was able to flip everything around for Team Brimmy's Ghouls. Looking here at the statistics to carry on with it, Shadow again as the sandbag of the game, taking a lot of damage. And actually, I don't know if this is what the game actually reveals to us or Geek Fam actually reveals to us, but they banned the Uranus and he took the glue. So for me, is he a two-pick wonder? Because
two-pick wonder?
Yeah, because he was really good on the glue when he was in the group stage and also the Uranus.
You know, I think either way, whatever you decide to park in the XP lane, most of these teams make it work, right? Even if it's the glue, a hero, like I said, you don't often see this hero picked up. But this time around, you know, it allowed them to have not only an initiation factor or at least a zoning factor, but you could also overlap it, right? You have BlinkX on this Ruby pick who, you know, he's one of the few players that still picks this up and makes it work. So when you're overlaying and you took a look at the items there, you essentially had 3 tanks for both teams the way that they were built out, but ultimately it was Lina just going crazy with the damage in comparison to a boy, right? Especially, that's why we've seen Lilia rise up so much over the course of this M5 alone. And then, of course, you know, Stitch, able to find his own angles that he needed to with the Blazing Duet, really turned the tides of a lot of these fights. So, you know, breaking it down, essentially, lineup-wise, it looked similar. But just execution-wise, Burmese Ghouls, they came out swinging at a certain point in the game, which helped them turn a lot of those fights around for them.
And so far, it basically just shows that in the knockout stages, the level of competition has risen even further. From the group stages that was already close.
That's what I'm saying, man. The improvement alone has already been very apparent. But before we head over to Game 3, we are going to be throwing it over to Mara for an interview to hear what's happened in the crowd there before we focus on Game number 3. Mara, take it away.
We're here backstage where the players are, and right beside me is the Burmese Ghouls dugout area. So the players just took a little bit of a break. Now, we want to take a peek and see what's happening inside, and maybe we can talk to somebody. So all the players are talking. Hi, is it okay if we talk to any of you? Yes. Yeah, sure, hi. Come, you can, is it okay to come in or you want to come out? I can come in. Or we can go, I can go in, you guys can go out, but we can give the players a How you guys feeling? How you guys doing? Are you guys feeling good? If you're feeling good, give me a thumbs up. Are you guys gonna take game number 3? They look pretty confident. All right, let's go in here. Because for sure, they're going to be doing their huddle. They're going to be talking about the strategy about the game. Now, let's talk about what just happened just now. So, you guys took game number 2. It was quite chaotic in a way that one moment, your opponent was leading Geek Fam, and in another moment, you guys were taking the lead. How's the mood inside right now?
Yeah, they stay calm and they have full potential to win, so we are not excited and we were trying to win.
You're trying to win. And you're Tura.
Yes.
You are the head manager.
Yes.
And you are Evian, the team manager. Okay, let's talk to the team manager because you're very up close and personal with the players. So, did any of the players tell you that they were really nervous about this match? What was their mindset, especially now that it's 1-1?
Wala naman sila sinabi sa akin and pinapakita na kinakabahan sila. And siguro, kailangan lang siguro nilang gawin ngayon is maging consistent sa kung ano yung pinakita nila nung early game. So, yun, kung kaya naman.
Yeah, while we're talking, we can actually come over here. Here we go. I actually wanted to show a little bit of the players, but if any of you can let us know, Shadow was not playing in the first 2 series. He just recently played this game and the last series. So what was the rationale? What was the decision behind bringing Shadow in?
Yeah, he is so good in ESB lane, so that's why we hide him. He is only for the playoff. Yeah.
He was looking forward to the playoff.
Yeah.
So when did you tell him that he was going to come in for the playoffs? Was this a last-minute decision, or he knew the entire time that he was going to be the one playing?
Yeah, it is the last decision. Yeah.
Last-minute decision.
Yeah, of course, yes.
So when you told Shadow, what was his reaction?
Siguro naging ready naman siya sa paglaro ng tournament ngayong M5 kasi hindi rin nag-stop siya sa pagbabatak. So nagtuloy-tuloy naman yung grind niya and hindi rin namin actually hindi ko rin in-expect na mapapasok si Shadow kasi naging maganda yung naging performance niya during scrim.
So you didn't expect that Shadow, even you, the team manager, didn't expect that Shadow was going to be playing for the playoffs, but he was ready because he's been practicing. So you guys suddenly pulled him in, and you said he was ready because he's been practicing. But what was his initial reaction when you told him, okay, you're going to be going in for the playoffs?
Wala, okay lang sa kanya. Parang normal lang sa kanya.
It was just normal, no reaction.
Yeah.
He was not shocked at all. Now, who would you say, who are you fearful against? Like all of the players from Geek Fam, who are you really scared of, if there's one player?
We don't afraid of anyone.
We're not afraid of anybody.
Yes.
So right now, it's 1-1. If you can give me an inside scoop as to who amongst all the players is the most vocal out of all of them that you know would pump everyone up?
Siguro, napansin ko, ang pinaka-vocal talaga dito is si Lina. Yung voice niya nag-overtop sa mga ka-team niya. So, and maybe si Shadow yung personality niya is nakakatulong.
Shadow's personality helps everybody.
Nakakatulong din yung personality niya na maboost yung confidence ng team niya.
Now, if you were to give you as a team manager, for sure, right before they come to the game, you give them an advice, what would you want to tell them right now? Yeah.
Okay lang.
Yeah, sure.
Siguro, masasabi ko lang sa mga players ko is pagpatuloy lang nila yung kung ano yung momentum na nasimulan nila and hindi rin kasi, alam kong hindi rin madali para sa kanila na makalaban na yung dalawang Pinoy and respect ko din talaga doon. And siguro...
The two Filipinos, he said, to continue their fight because you're saying that it's not easy to face the other 2 Filipinos, you mean Marky and Baloyski?
Yes.
What is it about them? You were saying that it's not easy to face Marky and Baloyski.
Lahat naman ng players. So, hindi naman madali. So, ang kailangan lang nilang gawin is tuloy lang nila yung nasimulan nila and keep the momentum alive.
To keep what they did, to keep going, and to keep the momentum alive. All right. Well, we wish you luck. Right now, it's 1-1. We're gonna see if Burmese Ghouls take this one. They've had a difficult journey going to M5, and so far, so good. All right. We're gonna go back to our casters and see how it goes. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Marna. Great to hear the story once again of Burmese Ghouls, how they've approached this whole scenario, not only this matchup against Geek Fam, but their journey up to this point, right? Once again, they've been through it all. And so who knows to what can be in store for them, ahead of them, if they can cap out this series against Geek Fam. Right now it's 1-1 though, so we'll have to see how things fall into place. It is a best of 5, but before that, we want to go ahead and remind everyone, once again, there are TikTok drops happening for all you watching on TikTok. Just watch M5 for 5 minutes and you can win 1 TikTok viewer chest. Not only that though, if you watch for 20 minutes, you can get even more. There's a deluxe TikTok chest for you guys. So keep an eye out for that. Again, thank you to everybody watching online or whether you're here with us in EVM throughout the course of this M5. We love to see you guys. Now, once again, we have to talk about the matchup here. Game 3 upon us, but this quote first, right? This is from the coach, Lin Daddy, out of the Shadow into the knockouts. Actually, Shadow is part of our main lineup. And also, they can't predict the play style with Shadow joining the rest of the team. This was going back to the fact when some people are like, man, why did they decide to switch, right? But this is going back to what we said earlier on before we started game 1. It's great for teams who have this depth to their roster, right? This is something that has been happening now for, this past year especially. Teams that have, 6, 7, sometimes 10 deep rosters. So, Yasu, how do you feel about Shadow's performance so far, especially even what we saw from the previous game with the Glue?
Well, look, as we have spoken before about the wild picks, we can now speak about a joker player. Someone who haven't been into the considerations of other teams, yet he was there since day 1. And Shadow playing this good, as I told you, he was a really good player and a really good addition to Team Bremen's goals when it came to that victory against Team Lil Gun. So, if I'm Geek Fam at this point, and for my players to play comfortably, I would say that you need to take care of Shadow, because Shadow is dealing, or like at least he is annoying my members. If I'm Geek, he's annoying my members, so I need to take care of him. So, if he's a 2-pick wonder, and you take away the awareness, at least take the Faramis to prevent him from taking the glue, then see how things will go from there.
That's true, man. I mean, the Faramis is one of the best counters, if not the best counter, towards the glue. And it was up for grabs. It was kind of already countered by the Lilia pick. It was already kind of, predicted. Burmese Ghouls had an answer, even if the Faramis was going to be picked up. And, hey, they hid that glue pick until the Valentino was shown.
Yeah, I think that's why, again, you had... At one point, it was like Marky was just rocking the Molten Essence, man. That was to help kind of whittle down even some of the split, like globs there. But ultimately, you had a couple options, and that's the beauty of the draft, right? And that's why so many analysts out there, they love the draft. They love predicting things and seeing some of these surprises. Like Wolf, W. Wolf, right?
Wolf.
Yes. Well, speaking of Wolf, let's jump into the draft. Game number 3 here. It's 1-1. How's it going to be this time around? Burmese Ghouls off to a strong start after the previous game. We'll see how it all plays apart.
It's just so cool in this matchup that it's not just a battle of these two teams, but it's a battle of these two teams who have similar traits.
Ooh. What kind of traits?
Burmese Ghouls. They have a Shadow, but they played it just recently.
Yeah.
Geek Fam, they've had a Shadow for a long time now.
Since the start.
And the Shadow's always been in the play. Just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Shadow player and a Shadow analyst.
Yes. The Shadow analyst walks on all 4s. The Shadow player walks on 2s.
Does he actually walk on all 4s? That's crazy.
Yeah. And he sometimes howls.
You saw him at MPLI, was it?
I saw him at MPLI. I saw him in... I actually saw him just earlier as well.
He's here.
Geek Fam's playing, bro.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he was actually here. Like, how did he walk here on all 4s?
Look at the arena, Naisu. There's a lot of lights. And when there are a lot of lights, there is going to be a Shadow that has been casted.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's that Shadow?
That's so wise.
So has the Shadow ever casted before?
Oh, that's a heated question that I cannot answer.
Shout out Mafel, I stole that from him. He said that in MPL Indonesia playoffs. But here are the drafts.
Yes.
Take us through it, Yasu.
Okay, let's go through it. For Team Bremen's Gold, they do pay respect to the Lilia that was picked by... at least, I'm not by Lena, because Lena is on the side of Bremen's Goals. But generally, throughout the tournament, we have seen Lilia rise up there in the top 3, I would say, when it comes to the majors, and also the Khalid. And we have said that it's a no flying zone for Team Bremen Schools, so they stick to banning that Matilda. For Team Geek Fam, they keep on respecting the Uranus and also by banning, I think this is the same 3 bans from the side of Team Geek Fam from the last game.
Okay. Well, given that situation, too, I like still the respect there for the Uranus. You mentioned this earlier, Yasu, right? But Bruno being the priority pick for Burmese Ghouls is great, right? This is probably one of the safer options, I guess. But on the flip side, what are you going to be giving up, right? What is going to go in the hands of Geek Fam? It's the Guinevere. This is now the Fredrin. And there's the Faramis. So Guinevere, Faramis picked up. Is this Valentina for Burmese Ghouls? Should they go that route, or should they just pick up? I mean, because Lilia's banned out, right? So do they just automatically go Valentina here?
You know what? A smart move here.
Yes.
You will not take the XP laner for Team Bremen Schools. You will leave it up until the end because no one knows what do you have on the XP lane. So far, we have just seen the Uranus and the Glue, and by taking the Faramis, you are sending a really good message that if Faramis is picked off by you, Bremen Schools, it's gonna be punished so hard. So just keep on the XP lane until the end. But yeah, the now answer me. I think it was really good if you leave that Trizla because so far we haven't seen Shadow play any crowd control XP laners.
I think it would be really good if he had other heroes that are like very out of the meta that he can utilize, right? The fact is, his comfort picks were those 2, and now with the Uranus banned out, a Faramis picked up, you can't pick the Glue, you might as well pick up the Terizla, because that has to be the next safest option for you in the XP lane. You do not want Geek Fam to take that away from you, because look at this, look at him.
Geeky but deadly, right? Luke, he holds the highest average kills among XP laners at M5 with 3.57. So if you're going to match up against the Riz in your Luke, what do you take?
Luke.
An Arlet so far is there?
They take the Minotaur first. They say, hey, you want to dive? Come dive.
Come to my fury.
Why haven't we seen an Arlet though? I think the Arlet was one of the best, not the best, one of the most picked heroes so far in the tournament, and still he can work in such draft. So it might just get banned at this moment from the side of Team Bremen Schools if they don't want to actually take. Actually, Arlet works on both drafts so far.
So Arlet roam for Bremen Schools?
Yeah, and XP for Geek.
I think either way, if you're facing off against this Terizla, right? And we saw the performance previously. Khalid taken out of the picture, so I'm wondering if, for example, Luke, not sure if he wants to go the Lapu Lapu here. A hero that has kind of fallen off too in that matchup against Terizla, right, has been the X-Borg. Not sure if they want to go that route either, but still, XP lane, a lot left on the table, not to mention the gold lane too. What are they going to deal with this Bruno? Is it going to be the traditional matchup we've seen so far for this M5? The Brody still going to be available for now. So, you know, what are we thinking here for Geek Fam?
For Geek Fam, I would say they want a Claude or an Ixia. I think an Ixia will make a lot more sense. But for Team Bremen Schools, I'm actually wondering why did they ban the Beatrix and not these 2 that I just mentioned. So for Team Geek Fam, the priority is either Claude or Ixia, and for Bremen Schools, I think they want an area crowd control after this Digi ban, so we might see a Tigreal.
All right, I'll tell you why.
What?
For Burmese Schools, why they banned out the Beatrix is because for Geek Fam, that's his comfort pick. That's Chidera's comfort pick. When he doesn't get the Bruno, he goes to the Beatrix or the Claude or the Brody. So it's Brody, Beatrix, Bruno. Those are his heroes. So that's why they banned the Beatrix instead of the Ixia. We actually haven't seen Chidera on Ixia.
Yeah.
Ever.
I feel like it's almost a little too risky though. Like, Ixia's great, but she's just glass cannon. You know, and at this point, if you really want to utilize the Ixia and make it work, then, you know, you have to rely. It could work because you got Faramis. You got Faramis. There's the Cloud Band. So now we might even get closer to that being a reality here. Faramis is going to help you protect that Ixia a little bit more. You have a Minoy and Fury to set up into the full barrage. But again, really, I feel like just naturally, Ixia's kind of a gamble, right? It's one of those heroes that you really have to take care of. And that's the gold lane already, man. You have to give them the gold lane experience to shine later on. Bruno just does that a little bit easier. So the answer right now, I mentioned this earlier, Lapu Lapu's going to be picked up again for Luke, playing into that Terizla here.
Maybe Coach Lindaddy is actually forcing Kadera or like putting him into taking the Ixia? Because you said, Marikora, just now that you haven't, based on your own experience, you haven't seen Kadera play the Ixia, right?
The beat of the flash.
Yes. I think that would be a solid option to go for, right? Just ban all of his heroes, which they aren't doing right now with the Beatrix, Claude, and the Bruno pickup. But I think it's more so to force the Brody out. The Brody will be punished by this comp a bit more than the Ixia per se, right? I mean, technically now with the Joy pick, both are pretty bad, right? Both can get countered here. The Ixia can get dove, the Brody can get stopped by the penalty zone, and Burmese Ghouls, they go for the Ruby.
They went with it again.
It's a comfort pick. Might as well. It worked in game 2. Let's try to make it work in game 3. What's going to be the final pick, though? Safest choice, Irithel.
Irithel, wow.
Has to be, right? Yeah. Safest choice.
We haven't seen her pop up too much.
I've been
Oh, that's a risky pick there.
There's no Adet this time.
Yeah, against the Joy,
Yeah,
right?
against the Joy.
And the Ruby. You're not really like a super long-range marksman.
And that Terizla, though.
And you're,
the Terizla actually not bad, because you're going to bring the Purify.
I was going to say, but you have the Purify
but
for only so long, and then you've got multiple things of CC being thrown at you if you're the carry. Yasu, how's this looking? In just a second, we'll see the breakdown for these lineups for both these teams. Things falling into place here. But so far, off the 2 drafts, how do you feel? Which one are you leaning more towards?
I feel more comfortable in terms of the execution for the draft for Team Brem's Ghouls, actually. Because they have the crowd control, the air crowd control. Not just that, they have the Bruno, the Snowball, all the game. And not just that, they have the Joy that has proven its worth all around the tournament, because not just of the mobility, also because of the immunity, and not just that, the electrifying beats. Reaching those backlines will be lethal at some point.
Let's see. We'll find out. Once again, jumping into the land of dawn. It's game number 3 here. It's 1-1 between Burmese Ghouls and Geek Fam. Interesting lineups once again coming to play. We'll see how they execute it this time around. Who gets the momentum built this time? Also, Marky for game number 3. Yes, it's still Guinevere, but a little more action-oriented this time around compared to the last 2 picks that he was drafting. Against a Joy, who has been dominant so far throughout M5. Once again, things fall into place.
And this is where it gets kind of concerning for the side of Geek Fam. Why? Because they actually hesitated to pick up the Guinevere. In game number 2, Guinevere was wide open. They went for the Bruno instead. What does that say? That tells you that maybe Marky isn't too comfortable on this hero, right? It is him just finally, his very early stages of adjusting to the jungle. Oh, wait a minute, in the mid lane. Boy, needs to be careful. Nico's just jumping in. Boy, still able to flicker out, but it's a flicker burnt down. Let's see. What do you think? Is it hard to pull off Guinevere?
I think, Guinevere in a way, especially in the jungle, is, it takes a little finesse, I feel like, for the most part, right? Spatial migration is work. It is very strong. Violent Requiem too, but, for the most part, you've got to be able to find your own setups or follow-throughs. And, yeah, you got to be able to pull it off properly alongside the rest of the roster you have here. Now, I think that's why, once again, you kind of cover that, right? You have a Netherrealm and you have this Minotaur here in Beloyski. So the layering should work in favor of Marky, but still, when it comes down to the actual objective takes, the actual objective fights here, the dance changes, right, from what we've seen from the previous 2 games, especially when you're talking about a Joy versus a Guinevere. So they're going to be very reliant on their teams also to kind of set those up for success as that turtle does spawn. Both teams are working at these level 4s as soon as possible. Luke now has it, a boy, just nearly there. But that's it, Marky, just going to go for it.
And it does seem like Burmese Ghouls don't want to contest at all. Marky finds it for free. Beloyski now needs to be careful. Minos Fury and a flicker to the back. Marky with a follow-up finds first a blood. Netherrealm going to be popped in by both Lina and a boy right now as Beloyski gets taken low, but still going to be able to survive for a bit until Shadow smacks him with a hammer. But now it's a spatial migration. Marky's 1 HP, gets the damage done before he gets taken down, and BlinkX gets brought back in the end. 3 for 2.
That was actually a really messy fight right there. I wouldn't say that any one of, both of them actually won the fight 2-2, and also the turtle, even though I would say that Nico was forced to use his retribution just to get that purple buff. And speaking of Marky, actually, in a matter of 3 games, he have tried 3 different utility jungling heroes. At the first game, we have seen him on the Baxia, and then on the Akai, and now on the Guinevere. So it's a really huge challenge for Marky, and I actually don't know about the hesitation that you pulled off, that maybe he hesitated on taking that Guinevere earlier on, but let's see.
Oh boy, gotta be careful. Flicker's out, but Nico electrifies him with the beats.
Yeah, that's what's scary about it, right? The Joy is going to be picked up, and this is usually contested for a reason or banned out. The damage this early on, 3.5 minutes in, has to be respected already. And, you know, given the way that if you look at the previous game, Burmese Ghouls, they didn't get any of the turtles, right, in the previous one. But they were okay with that because they set things up to get to a point where then they could contest the Lords. And I feel like that might be a similar situation here.
Nico.
Battle for the purple.
He steals it. Spatial migration canceled. NetherRealm giving him some HP. Oh, the pullback from Blink X all the way to the turret. That actually ends up saving Marky as he found the angle to jump out with the clone. And Geek Fam get out. They get a win too. They stole away the purple buff.
That purple buff being stolen and the levels going for the favor of Marky, but looking at the emblems a while ago, Bantina going for a really good approach when it comes to the penetration, and also the Bruno wanting to rely on himself when it comes to laning phase, taking that tanky approach and also buying the Has Claws as fast as possible.
Hey.
What happened?
No, I'm just saying hey because it seems like Luke is saying hey to Shadow.
Yep.
Don't get too far across the lane. I'm gonna smack you.
Just waving his swords around for now. Turtle gonna be up though, so Geek Fam in position. Burmese Ghouls wants a response.
A fight across the map. Up top, they wanted to go for the engage. A boy able to disengage from this one. Blink
that's
X.
far.
They don't have a flicker, man, and he is caught in the midst of it all. Don't run, Wolf King. Good one. Now they're in a penalty zone. On to 3. Locking him down for now, but Luke is able to bring out the bravest fighter. A boy, 1 HP, now gets smacked down by Shadow. But it's a turn. It's an exchange. Chidera rotating from the top side, or the bottom lane, perhaps. Now, what? Just jumped to his demise. The Burmese Ghouls capitalize, and Stitch find a turret as well.
Man, that response, just to go for the mid turret, put the damage. Chidera comes up, finds his death, and now Nico also going to take the purple buff. So they didn't care about the turtle. Again, they might just want to give it up.
They might want to go for it too. Remember, Nico didn't use his retribution, but it's going to be bursted out. A bit too fast unless Shadow gets a cheeky steal. Oh, my goodness.
If he would have got that.
That was close, but Beloyski.
In his fury, this time Blink X. There's no way he escapes that. He's been escaping out of a lot of things. Luke tried to go for a flicker play. Didn't quite find Stitch there.
All right, taking a quick look at the items here. Yasu, how's it looking?
It's looking actually pretty good when it comes to Bruno and his farming. And also, he's not only farming in his lane, he's also now using the assist of the minions in the mid lane. And the top lane, Burmese Ghouls are taking a turret. On the bot lane as well, we can see the trade coming from Geek Fam. And Joy is not looking in a really good position here.
Well, what I noticed too, the way that Nico's playing this, hold on, Marky.
Very aggressive, now gonna be punished. I'm offended, Terrify, and the ball coming down from Stitch. Goal.
See what I mean? Goal. That's, at that point, that's what I mean by it takes a little finesse to make the Guinevere work, right, for the most part. But with that, going back to what I was saying earlier, Nico, for the most part, for this Joy jungle, it seems like a lot of times he's just gonna try to farm up as fast as possible, get the items that he needs to win some of these team fights later on, whether that's getting an automatic kill against Geek Fam leading into these objectives, you know, or how they play around that. That's really up to Nico, but so far he's kind of just gone as, let me just ignore these turtles for now, but in the mid lane.
Luke wants to ignore everything, but gets caught in a lot of damage. He dives in deep, but Stitch finds a worldie. Luke is 1 HP, and Shadow demolishes him with the penalty zone. As Stitch buys the Berserker's Fury. Is that the power spike they were waiting for to finally take control of the game? To just dictate the game.
Just getting that position they're going to be looking for. Holy Crystal now being picked up by Nico. Shadow going to get dragged. Still trying to work on this mid lane turret.
Oh, nice hook.
Got Requiem.
Ooh,
still
that
gets
was
out.
close.
Still gets
That
out.
was close.
A bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, so with that, they might actually go ahead and just try to take this turtle, but as you see, Nico not even a part of this right now. Still working on his buff, the orange buff. Gonna go ahead and grab that. Marky doing the same. Both teams getting in position, but this time around, Chidera's not part of this fight.
No.
So it's just gonna be Turtle now going to the hands of Burmese Ghouls. They've garnered themselves a 3K gold lead up to this point. very decisive once again in a lot of these decisions they're making throughout the course of this game. Geek Fam has to answer them, finding their own. And again, item checks here, Yasu. How's it looking with that almost 2-5 now ahead?
Well, I'll tell you about the items, but just after I tell you this point, Team Brimmis Goals, the only difference between them and Team Geek Fam is that after each team fight, Team Brimmis Goals actually take an objective after it. So let's say, for example, if Team Brimmis Goals wins a team fight, they go for a turret. If Brimmis Goals wins a team fight, they go for a jungle invade. But for Geek Fam, they are not doing that at all.
The scariest thing I saw from the items here, aside from, that point you just made, is the fact that Nico has that Holy Crystal, has the Genius Wand. If he just causes havoc, reducing that magic resistance from Geek Fam, and then here comes Lena popping in with the Valentina, it's going to be quite a bit of damage to deal with for Geek Fam, and they're not necessarily where they need to be defensively yet. It's still early on, right? So as these team fights unfold, that's where you kind of have to rely on the kits of these heroes that you've drafted. Beloyski even taking quite a bit of harassment. Yes, he's going to be able to heal back up, motivational roar and everything else, but still, that's the plan for Burmese Ghouls as they go through this. Looking at the damage dealt, though, you can already see things once again favoring Burmese Ghouls. Stitch there on top.
Team Geek Fam actually at this point, they are looking for a really perfect setup to find an opening for Kadera to go in, because it's so hard to set up for a hero like the carry. But looking here, Shadow is waiting.
Penalty zone onto Jadera, still able to kite away, and he bursts him down. Shadow did that for the tier 2. Now, we'll see if that's going to be worth it here, as Burmese Ghouls were actually able to find another objective up top. So it ends up being completely worth it. 1 kill for 2 turrets.
Yeah, macro level. Burmese Ghouls is just on point so far. With Shadow gone, though, for another 8 seconds or so, they're going to have to wait. Probably stall out the Lord the best they can against Geek Fam. Given the situation, Shadera still planting the bottom side, waiting there. Now Shadow going to make his way for this. We'll see. Geek Fam, once again, do they actually want to pull the go on this? Given the situation, being 3K down here, it is going to go ahead and reset. So neither team wants to commit just yet, unless Burmese Ghouls decides to give it a go. Still a lot of this too. Nico waiting patiently.
Carries in the bottom lane. Beloyski gets pulled down with I'm offended. Marky now trying to run away, but he's get caught in the wall. And he falls. Geek Fam, were they trying to just concede it all the way from the start? The carry was shown, and they still look to try to contest, and Shadera doesn't get anything aside from the tier 1.
Well, for Geek Fam, the only setup that was possible there is for Beloyski to go in and use his ult, maybe with a flicker in, not out. But here,
good, I'm offended. One more shot should do it. Worldy is bouncing all around. That is truly a Worldy from downtown. A half-court shot. Beloyski getting saved by that Nether Realm, but my goodness, Burmese Ghouls, they're outplaying Geek Fam.
Can I say this is a different Burmese Ghouls from what we saw from the group stage?
Wow.
Yes, I know they made a little bit of a change there, but still the game plan that they're approaching this with is just showing that it's working, right? The synergy between them, the shot calls, the way that it's unfolding here, it's a refined Burmese Ghouls from the group stage right now with this Lord top side making its way. Geek Fam, full force though, should be able to defend against it. It is rather quick to deal with. We'll see how they hold on to it. Shield's gonna go.
Electrifying beats just jamming in the back line of Geek Fam, in the base of Geek Fam.
Oh, there's a conceal here by Blink, but he's not committing to it.
Gonna be happy with that mid turret going down 2 already. Once again, early Lord taking down these 2 turrets.
I'm offended. Onto the penalty zone, the combo. And you can see the Nether Realm isn't even going to be used up. A boy died before he could use anything. Chadera finds a kill back onto Shadow, but just like Stitch, sliding tackle forward. What was that? Now the turnaround onto Blink X, a triple kill should happen for Chadera, and he does find a triple kill to redeem himself from game number 2. But what the heck was that?
Stitch what happened? He didn't have to go forward.
No, he didn't.
Well, that gives a triple to Chadera, man, on this carry who has been waiting for a moment to shine and pull through, and now that was probably it. Yes, it's still a 4.4K gold lead for Burmese Ghouls, but this is going to translate into turrets going down. Geek Fam making it work. Let's take a look at exactly what transpired there from this instant replay. Once again, presented to you by Kadia. Look at this. Pay attention. That's actually after he had slid forward. And then they just capitalize on it. Man. Tough for Burmese Ghouls there going into the base. We talked about this even before in the series with a lead that they had, and it slipped through their fingers. If they continue to play like that, do those kind of mistakes, Geek Fam will punish them.
Just really want to know if it was a misstep or it was like a conscious decision, right?
Like, go for it.
Maybe he got overcarried by the damage he can deal. And also Kadira, as I told you, he needs just one opening, and Geek Fam at this point, they are all about the counter engage and not about the initiation themselves. So Beloyski actually needs to respond whenever Shadow or Nico goes in and try to go for these risky gameplays. But now they are dancing with the Lord, and there's a possibility to contest.
They just gotta give it up.
Yeah, Marky's completely zoned away, pops into Valor Requiem in desperation. Beloyski gets a good knock up, but the penalty zone locks him down. It is Fury knocking a stitch up. Luke going in, the Purify's not there. Tadera! Into the back, able to find Stitch. Nico not popping the electrifying beats in time, and Blink X will lose his life. Run down by the legs of Geek Fam. A boy takes the kill. And Geek Fam, is this their ticket back?
Again, very similar to what we were just talking about. Geek Fam knows how to punish here. Burmese Ghouls look like they should have won that fight. They did get the Lord. So right now, Geek Fam has to be on the defense, working around it. But down 2 members, what will this result in for Burmese Ghouls? Geek Fam still keeping it together here.
Well, for a boy right now, once he got the Holy Crystal, now he can deal a decent amount of damage. He can use the groupings that Team Burmese Ghouls can actually do, but Kadira can also find his way through with this damage, with the true damage that he can deal to these tanky heroes. And if you look at Burmese Ghouls side, you will find Shadow, Blink, and not just that, Nico at some point cannot deal with the damage output that Carry can actually do. Look at the damage dealt here. You will see that Stitch is sitting there on the top, but again, right now, when you look at Team Burmese Ghouls, they are not actually setting up anything for Stitch at this moment, and he got over-carried by his damage, and this is where you face the consequences of your actions. Team Burmese Ghouls, after being in the driver's seat, as we say, they are now afraid of the counter-engage that Beloyski can pull off. Beloyski at this moment is the turning point for Team Geek Fam to get into the game, and not just that, to finish it all off.
We'll see if they're able to do it. Once again, you saw the damage meters there. Burmese Ghouls doing an amazing job. Shadow also top there for the damage. Has been on point for a lot of these setups. So Geek Fam, you know, they've slowly whittled down that gold lead that was in favor of Burmese Ghouls. But here's the thing. The reality of it all, as that Flash of the Oasis picked up Beloyski, which will help them, they still have to manage this base. It's fully exposed, right? That's the advantage that Burmese Ghouls has right now as they wait patiently for this Lord to come up. Because at that point, they know, okay, Geek Fam, you got to respond to us. Either join us for the dance, manage your waves, manage the base, maybe possibly split them up. So, Burmese Ghouls, even given that situation, if they get displaced themselves, if they get set up upon, are not able to deal with their Nether Realm, the Minoan Fury, that type of setup potential, they could lose another fight, which would just heavily swing things in favor of Geek Fam if they secure this Lord in 10 seconds.
And speaking of that possibility, actually for Geek Fam, if they win one more fight, it's actually enough for them to finish the game, because having the minions in this period of time, like 17 minutes into the game, you can actually tunnel through any lane that you choose, and you have an advantage into.
They're gonna go for it here, Geek Fam. They've got the information.
Oh, Shadow!
Marky's gonna be zoned away. Beloyski jumps into the midst of it all with the Minions Fury, but is unable to find much. Now the rest of the team caught in the I'm offended. Blink X finds a big play, but now Chadera's free hitting in the back. Nico jumps in with electrifying beats. Marky gonna lose his life as he pops into Violent Requiem in desperation. Chadera terrified and taken down. The Burmese Ghouls come alive once again in the 17th minute of the game.
A boy and Luke are going to be alive here. Burmese Ghouls, though, alongside the Lord, are going to run it down mid.
All the way, they're looking to end game number 2. Luke with a desperate flicker forward, not even taking Lina down. That's a killing spree for Stitch and Nico as they take us to match point for the Burmese Ghouls.
The Burmese Ghouls once again come out swinging, won't let it slip through the hands this time as they get to match point against Geek Fam here with another decisive match against the team from Indonesia. How will the adjustments be made? But so far, what a performance from both of these teams. Burmese Ghouls, though, coming out on top.
Burmese Ghouls at this moment, they are rising from the ashes. They are appreciating this second chance and using it to its full. Right now, they are on the road, and right now, they have the opportunity to finish this match totally off by being at match point.
Well, again, as things unfolded there in that match, it looked good for a moment. Things were starting to turn around there for Geek Fam. They could have possibly flipped the script once again, but the roster, the lineup that was initiated here from Burmese Ghouls, they knew the game plan, they executed it well, and they kept it together. Again, learning from the mistake from the previous game in the series where they had a similar lead and it slipped out of their hands, right? So again, they refined that gameplay. They were able to keep it together and end the game to take it to the match point. Now for the MVP here, it's got to be Lina right there. Again, amazing performances so far throughout the series as he struts his stuff. Again, this time around on the Valentina, 1-0-15.
Wow.
This guy does not die.
No, he doesn't. Game two, he had 0 deaths as well. This guy is unkillable. The unkillable Lina.
The unkillable Lina.
Unkillable Lina. Well, he had a 7-0-11 if I'm not mistaken, and now he have a 1-0-15. And as I told you, he's going for a very good approach when it comes to damage. Either you are speaking about the emblem or even the in-game equipment. And when we go right now to the highlights, you will see the amount of damage he dealt, and also when we go to the statistics, and yet you will see that he got the assist, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that his team finished the job for him. And here Geek Fam were actually from the beginning doing really great, but Blink at some point always finds his way through to trigger this I am offended and take everyone into his hands and make everything flip around. But Shadow seems to be the Joker player that Team Burmese Ghouls needs to just flip things around, and he have proven that he's not a two-picks wonder. He have proven that he is worthy of being. Oh, this was the last ball from the Bruno, but I will go back to my point. Shadow have proved that he can actually play a lot of XP laners, so a lot of teams right now have to take care of Shadow and not just the Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls at this point had an opportunity to finish because Stitch made a mistake. He got overcarried by the damage he can deal, and he actually he gave a lot to Kadera that he cannot, and you say bite more than he can chew, right?
Yeah, bite more than he can chew, yep.
So he actually did that at this point, and Team Burmese Ghouls have faced a lot of consequences out of it, and we have seen together how much Kadera can deal damage at this point. But Team Burmese Ghouls, once again, they come back on top, they come back into the game, and they take it all the way through, dealing all the damage needed, and not just that, having the perfect positioning at the perfect timing, also the perfect execution.
The thing that really stuck out for me here too, and Mirko was the one that even asked this earlier on in the game, was, you know, the Guinevere, right?
Mm-hmm.
How does that fall into place here? Marky in general, right, from what we've seen for the previous 2 games, was more towards that utility, right?
Sure.
And it allows you to kind of pay attention to these objectives, roll around that. You're not so susceptible to getting picked off and, you know, being bursted down. But, you know, this time it was a little bit hard for Geek Fam to execute because of the fact that Marky wasn't able to find some of these setups that we see from, you know, Guinevere typically, right? So then it had to rely on whether that was Beloyski, whether it was a boy trying to keep them alive with the Netherrealm. It just didn't fall into place for them. The answer this time, though, from Burmese Ghouls has been very consistent throughout the series. Who, MVP, Lina is part of that. Nico, a lot of times, like I said, early on, they didn't care too much about the turtles. They wanted to just farm up as fast as possible. Those item interactions, right? The Genius Wand, alongside the fact that Lena built that burst damage really quickly. He had the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Tranche into the Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, just allowed them to overload the magic-reduced defense of Geek Fam in a lot of these fights.
Well, also, back in Myanmar, Team Brimis Ghouls were, and specifically Nico, played for junglers only, a utility junglers, and in this tournament here at the M5 World Championship stage, he have pulled off the Nolan, and not just that, also the Joy, and both of them, he have executed them with really, I would say, in a perfect way. So looking here at the damage dealt by both teams, Stitch at some point, as I told you, he was dealing a lot of damage, but here comes Kadera and he comes back into the game. Maybe I would say 10 minutes into the game, Kadera was able to deal a decent amount of damage. A boy also got some penetration items and he was able to deal some damage, but he wasn't, I would say he wasn't always successful when it came to the Netherrealm. So I just might think that this game and the momentum can go for the favor of Team Brimis Ghouls.
They definitely have the momentum right now, right? Especially after that game. I mean, even throughout the series, they've been doing a great job at dominating some of the early game and transitioning from there. So we can only speculate so much how the adjustments will be made. But once again, we want to invite all you guys to watch on TikTok, because there's some TikTok drops once again going on. Just to watch M5 for 5 minutes and you can win a TikTok viewer chest. And if you watch for 20 minutes, you can get a chance for the deluxe chest on TikTok. So even for you guys here at EVM, pull up TikTok, give it a watch, grab a chest. And now, once again, match point here for Burmese Ghouls. Mirko, how are we feeling so far about all this? I feel like this series alone is one of the more like action-packed, team fight-centric, back and forth series we've seen so far.
For sure. I think it's definitely one of the most action-packed today, right? Because we saw in the first match there was a lot of objective battles. Heck, I feel like even in game 1 of Geek Fam versus Burmese Ghouls, there were a lot of... It was very, very low action at the start.
Yeah.
And then we started getting into the later stages of the game. The Tigreal started going for these crazy maneuvers, and then we started to see action. But I feel like that's just how they need to... for Geek Fam, that's how they need to play. That's the way that they were able to find wins, even in the group stages, right? That's their kind of style. If they are able to find team fights around neutral objectives, they somehow get the dub. But it feels now, even though they have been able to find these team fights, they just haven't been able to execute as well. Now, you can say maybe it's because they have changed a bit of their lineup, have changed a bit of their roster, but the Burmese Ghouls, it also looks like they've improved so much in these skirmish battles compared to their group stage performance.
It's funny because when you think about it, even days ago when we happened to run into them in the lobby, right? Some of them out there, and they didn't quite at that point. They didn't quite know the situation yet, right? They knew things had to kind of fall in place for them to get to the knockouts here, but they were basically having some fun, but they were practicing, right? And we heard too that they've been preparing for this, and now it's very apparent. You just look at, once again, the execution factor here for them in comparison to what we saw in the group stage. There's very apparent improvement just in the fact too, even if they switched up Shadow, for example, right? They brought that out. There is a little bit of a difference there as well, but it seems to work. It seems like the pacing is working for Burmese Ghouls. And now flipping it over to Geek Fam, like you said, there are some changes there, but since you've watched them for quite a bit, play style wise, Mirko, how is it that much different? Do they still have the same game plan, just a different roster here this time? Like how does that fall into place?
I think it's a mix of both the jungle, obviously Marky maybe not being too comfortable in the jungle, and also Chidera's hero pool, right? Because even Burmese Ghouls, when Burmese Ghouls can get that level of a read, that's the level of a read that you expect MPLID teams to have over you, right? Bruno picked away. Beatrix banned out. Claude as well taken out.
Yeah.
It was only the Brody and the carry that we got to see. The Brody is not really safe either, right? I mean, against the Terizla, against the Joy even, they just read him completely. I think now we really understand why they put so much emphasis on first picking Bruno when they're on blue side. Because it's so important to them. If they don't get that pick, they get banned out completely, or they're forced to play Chidera weak side of the map.
And then they're forced to alter their strategy, throughout the course of the game here, where, once again, you find yourself, if you're a Beloyski, trying to force some of these situations, whether that's like we said before, there are some roamers that are just the sacrificial, lambs to their teams to try to get things going. But, now that you're facing match point for Geek Fam against Burmese Ghouls, you got to somehow figure out how are we going to adjust this, right? And the approach of the game. For me personally, Yasu, I don't know if you agree with this, but I think go back to it, right? Put Marky on one of those utility junglers, allow him to just kind of focus on these objectives, focus on extending some of these team fights and not worrying so much of landing those spatial migrations, landing this or that. Fight for the objectives. Let the rest of the team shine there. And also, if you can, like Mirko said, get Tradera one of those picks, man. One of those picks that he needs to really shine in that gold lane, because there's been a lot of focus from Burmese Ghouls towards there.
I'll take 2 points. The first point is related to the one you just said. I agree with you. I would say that Marky should keep on going with the utility heroes, and not just that. I would like to have a slight change. I haven't seen him put himself in the best position possible with the Guinevere. Maybe he was actually better on the Baxi and Akai. So I would say I would not say like go back to playing that or that. Maybe the positioning with those heroes or other heroes for him are better than the Guinevere, because with the Guinevere he was a little bit aggressive and his positioning at some point was obvious for the opponent team. But here comes the problem that Geek Fam is facing. He is not the main jungler though, so you cannot like put all the burden upon him. But there is also a factor that is being neglected at this point, and that factor is the stress. And Team Geek Fam at this point, they are facing, I would say, not a reverse sweep. Did they start off the series? Geek Fam was, yeah,
it's not a reverse sweep, but yeah, they started off on top.
Yeah, they started, but then everything is just going south for them at this point. So the stress, I think, is a really good factor here that we haven't talked about.
The stress from winning game 1?
No, the stress of like now everything is rushing towards them losing, Geek Fam.
Well, I think, given this stage, there's always some, unspoken form of stress for all these players. But relatively, they're all pro players, right? They've dealt with this type of stress so much in and out. And with that, you have to consider the fact too, right? They are technically, it's double elimination. If whichever team loses this, they still have a chance, right?
Yeah.
Now, given that, I think, yes, there is some adjustments that we're seeing here. Not only, of course, in the roster, but kind of the maybe playstyle a little bit, synergy a little bit here. But of course, if you have a deep roster, you practice this even off the stage, and they're ready for these changes. Now, ultimately, what does that mean? Geek Fam, they're just struggling a little bit against Burmese Ghouls, who has had to go through a very similar situation. And so across from them, right, I think this comes down to these power picks for the team. So, jumping into it, let's go ahead and head into game number 4 draft. We'll see exactly how Geek Fam wants to adjust from here. Do they lock in a priority pick for Chidera? Do they build up upon the utility junglers for Marky? All to get them to a game number 5. You can see it. They're going to be on the blue side. We've got Burmese Ghouls on the red. Bans already coming through here. We'll see, once again, what the priority is.
It'll be pretty scary to see if the Burmese Ghouls ban out a Bruno. Then what? This whole blue side option that we went for, what is it for if the Bruno gets banned out? What I find very interesting is the fact that they are willing to first pick a Bruno, but they're not willing to first pick a Wanwan. Guys, if you've been following MPL Indonesia, you know that Chidera is probably one of the best 1-1 users that we have as well.
Yeah.
It's one of his main picks in Indonesia. When it's open up for grabs, especially last year when it was broken, they'll always pick it up. They'll always have it on the hands of Chidera.
Well, speaking of the draft right now, I would say another point here is that I haven't seen a certain pattern when it comes to the picking phase, but I've seen a pattern when it comes to the banning phase. Because so far we have seen Nolan is like forbidden so far, and not just that, also the Matilda will be banned at some point by Team Burmese Ghouls, because the banning can be divided into 3 different divisions. The first one is the meta bans, the second one is the target bans, and the third one is the bans that you cannot play against, or like the picks that you cannot play against. And I think at this point, Burmese Ghouls cannot play against Matilda.
We'll see if that's okay. Let's say it's not banned out here.
All right.
Are these one of the teams that would actually like to, in a way, take the Matilda? I mean, is this the game plan for them? Do you see that? Because still, I think given the fact that Bruno so far not being banned out, I think this is a first pick Bruno for Geek Fam.
First pick Bruno for Geek Fam, but for Brimmy Schools, I'm not gonna go for an all-in again. I'll say 99.99. I will leave 0.01% for doubt.
You're going 99.9.
0.99.
So you're leaving 0.1.
Yes, for doubt.
99.9 for what?
For a Matilda ban.
Ah, for a Matilda ban. Okay.
Matilda ban.
Yeah.
Always on the way.
Yeah.
Good. There it is.
Yes.
You got it.
Not Mr. 100% anymore.
Hey, that's called statistics, right? But you believe in your gut, you go with it. Right now, is this the pickup? Is this the Bruno for Geek Fam? And if they actually take it, where do they give up?
Yeah.
Right? There's the Bruno. So the give up here, what are we thinking? Is it the Faramis? It's not banned out.
Yeah, look, as I told you, there's a pattern when it comes to the banning phase, but we have forgotten something. Brimmy's Ghouls and especially Shadow can now pick whatever he wants because Uranus is open, Glue is open, and not just that, also the Terizla, and not just that. I just might think that Coach Airbang at this point gave up on focusing on Shadow because he doesn't know what is the draft pool for this guy because apparently he can play a lot of XP laners that we haven't still figured out.
I think given that situation, these picks, the XP lane,
yeah,
there it is.
Shadow, it's Shadow. We know what he's going to pick, and this time they also pick away the Baksha. So they know that the Uranus wasn't as effective because they had a Baksha. In game number 1, now it's Geek Fam. The ball is on their court.
Is this the Akai Baksha matchup?
Akai Baksha again, but
Yeah.
this time it's Akai on Geek.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it. The Guinevere could also work though, right? I mean, I don't know. What do you think about Marky's Guinevere?
I don't feel good about the Guinevere from the last game, man.
Me neither, man, to be honest.
You know, Marky, hey, I'm happy to see you in the jungle, man, but not the Guinevere.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You know what's gonna be so annoying if Team Geek Brimmy Schools did right now?
Yes.
Angela.
Actually, the Angela would be a very good choice
with
to
the
go
Uranus
for right now. Yeah.
With the Uranus.
Yeah.
With
Uranus
the
and
Bucks,
Baksha.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so annoying.
Guinevere and Nyroth.
Guinevere and Nyroth. Are they anticipating possibly even an Angela pick here into this? I mean, Nyroth locked in, right? This is a good matchup against the Uranus. This is something that we've seen plenty of times in the past,
True.
you know, months and months ago. But it still works, right, for the most part. So, like, if you're Burmese Ghouls here, Yasu, do you actually believe in this Angela pick? Is it the right choice, or do you go somewhere else here, right? Do you actually want to lock in your gold lane option, or just save it? Save it because most likely those last couple bans, there it is.
99.99%.
Can I get a boppy boppy boom?
Poppy Poppy Boom.
There it is.
Poppy Poppy Boom? What did you teach him? What is that? Poppy,
That's
Poppy Boom?
the sound.
He taught me that in Wildcard, man.
Oh.
That's Angela's sound when she does her ultimate.
When she hard guards.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Poppy Poppy Boom.
Wait,
And-
she does that?
Yeah.
I don't know what game I've been playing because I've never heard that in my life.
I don't play
I don't play Angela though.
I don't play.
Yeah. The choice was whether you want to strengthen the Uranus and the Baksha with the Angela, or you want to diversify your composition. And right now, basically what they have is a Uranus and a Baksha that is going to be almost unkillable. I won't say unkillable. I'll take the Yasu route. 99.99% unkillable.
So we're just doing that now.
Poppy Poppy Boom?
Boom, yeah.
Poppy Poppy Boom. Nice.
Bobby Boom, baby. If, you gotta celebrate the Angela pick. It's been banned out so much.
Yeah.
And this is close to the Yasu dream.
Close to the Yasuo dream.
I really need to check that. I don't know if you guys are messing with me or if that's an actual voice line in the game.
That's it. I'm pulling it up.
All right.
You guys cast for a bit. I'm pulling it up.
All right. We will
You
get a
didn't know this?
confirmation. We will get a confirmation from Naisu right now. But until we get the confirmation, we will see that Geek Fam actually banned the Ruby because learning from the past, we have seen Blink being so toxic using that Ruby. And not just that, for Brimmy's Ghouls, they have banned not just the Minotaur, but the Valentina, because the Valentina at a certain point can be also used to steal the hard guard and to benefit not just the Diroth, but also the Guinevere. And the Guinevere, as you said, Naisu, for Geek Fam, it hasn't worked quite as we have seen Guinevere players throughout the tournament so far.
Okay, well, as we get through this, there's, like I said, if you don't pick up the gold lane options, right, it's going to be focused on a little bit. Already the 1-1 taking out the Ixia, or earlier the 1-1, now the Ixia. So once again, do we leave this up to already? Fair miss. Locked in here too.
Now Geek Fam can go. It's tough now, right? The Valentina's been taken out. The Lilia's been taken out.
Wow.
What does a boy play? These are all the 3 heroes. So they took a different route this game. Last game, it was Banchidera, limit his heroes. Now, it's limit a boy.
Yeah.
Make him a kid.
Make him a kid.
Yeah, from a boy to a kid, you know?
Yeah, but there's Kid Bomba though. You cannot underestimate kids anymore.
Well,
but he's Kid Bomba, you know? He's not a kid. This could be a kid, you know?
Well, looking at
Poppy Boom.
Poppy Boom. We will get a confirmation soon from Naisu because he's searching that up.
He's been searching for some time now,
it's
man.
right here.
Yeah, it is. See? See?
Poppy Boom?
Boom.
Yes.
Poppy Boom.
Oh, nice! Finally!
He just lost his mind.
Finally, I see an Eve! Finally!
That's the sound of joy right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yasu
If
just
Angela
went to his
says
knees.
Poppy Boom, Joy says whatever he said earlier. Because that is literally the sound of joy. I've never seen anyone as happy as that to see a Eve pick in my life. Not even a Russian, he mains the Eve.
Sorry, I feel like a lot of us have gone through the Eve.
I am done with Eve, yeah. So when I see Eve, I'm disgusted.
Eve Farsa, Eve Farsa,
Oh,
Eve Farsa. No more.
Get it out of here.
All right, Yasu, take us through this breakdown here.
Okay, we have given a lot of credit for the Eve right now. I would also mention the Claude being picked alongside with the Angela, because whenever I see an Angela, I would just expect 2 options most likely to be picked, which are the Claude and also the Erythel, but earlier on. The Erythel, after the little bit of a nerf she got, I wouldn't recommend her that much, but an Angela with a Claude, that's lethal.
Well, we're going to find out here. We load up into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's match point for Burmese Ghouls. Can Geek Fam extend the series to game number 5? Once again, it's been a back and forth between both these teams duking it out. Interesting lineups too. Another debut pick for M5 so far. Now 70 unique heroes. 3 more to break M4's record of 72.
We're still on Knockouts Day 2. We're going to beat that for sure.
Maybe it's the time for Kimi. Maybe it is the time for Kimi to break some records.
Man, if Yasu went on his knees for the Eve, I don't know what's going to happen for him.
I told you I would cry. I told you I will cry.
He's going to cry. So we had the sound of joy. What?
Oh, wait.
Orange taking the detour, the entire thing, man. Beloyski, he knows exactly how to make the orange buff make a detour. He's recoding the game.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. Real quick, emblems. How's it looking, Yasu?
It's looking quite good for the Baxis, also looking quite good for the Claude, because Claude needs to be defending himself at a certain point, because Blank will not give the assist for him. That was a steal?
Good wall, bro.
Wow. He's an engineer, maybe. He knows how to build walls, yeah.
This is just Beloyski doing...
An architect.
Yeah, I was like, an engineer building walls sounds strange.
Yeah, but I'm an engineer, by the way. So yeah.
You build walls?
I build the wall.
You build a wall?
A wall.
Okay. Is it the Guardians area? Right now.
I don't think so. The Guardians barrier is not looking too good right now. Beloyski's HP bar isn't looking too good right now.
Okay, going back to this too, lineup-wise, yeah, it's been forever since we've seen an Eve, but ultimately, still works, right? I mean, RWM.
Marky.
Violent Requiem, Lina pops in that Purify. He ain't dying today. He ain't dying this series, bro.
Yeah, not again. He can't ruin that record so far.
Oh, a boy.
There it is.
Dealing good damage.
Yes. Luke as well, man. Getting brought back by the Stampede, but he dashes out of that range, and now they're set up properly for the first turtle that has just spawned into the land of Dawn. RWM, oh, it does feel good to say it once now. Nico has that nether realm to keep him at bay. Safe for now, jumps into the shield unity. A boy trying to run him down, flickers out, and Nico still is able to find first blood despite everything that's used on him. Poppy, boom onto Shadow with a hard guard, and Beloyski's forced back with a wild charge.
Affected by this Poppy. Poppy boom.
That's for you.
That's for you, man.
Right. Again, Angela is going to be a nuisance here for the most part, right? Working through that hard guard, dealing with it, but ultimately Geek Fam able to secure themselves this turtle. But we've seen this before throughout the series, right? Burmese Ghouls sometimes just like, you know what? Let's not worry too much about these turtles. We'll just fight it out and work from there. Also, real quick, you know, itemization-wise, build paths. Where are we looking for, you know, as these first items are worked on?
Look, when you are on the gold lane and you're playing against a hero who can deal damage with the basic attacks, you kind of want to go to the... let's look at the team fight first.
No. You're supposed to hard guard here. Blink X. No, the wild charge, and a big ball comes down. No Poppy boom for the next 7 seconds, man.
Feels bad for you? Not having a Poppy boom?
We can't say it anymore for... Oh, yeah, he's back. We can say it again. All right, it's all good now.
All right, so I was saying that whenever you're dealing with a hero that can deal damage with the basic attacks, it's kind of good for you to go with the steel... Oh, I cannot finish it.
Oh, wait, whoa, Chidera with a flicker. Very defensive there. Just gets out, and then Burmese Ghouls, they also don't choose to fully commit here.
Okay, so, you know, seeing things unfold here, there's 3 Purifies for Burmese Ghouls. That's part of the big thing. Oh, RWM once again going to push them out.
Whoa. Bishop Strike kind of whiffs there.
They get a lot out, though. Like, that, I feel like that's the play. Like, if you're Geek Fam and you're working against...
What happened to Blink X? No! Another 13 seconds, we won't see it. And Geek Fam now utilizing the space to go and take the tier 1 up top. Lena trying to open up, trying to give Burmese Ghouls some space, but it just seems like Geek Fam have control of this game.
I just wish I can finish this point without anyone fighting. So I want to say that whenever, I don't think that I'm going to finish it.
Nico gonna get caught in that barrier right now as Geek Fam look to go for this turtle. Hard guard coming down on the Shadow, wild charge as well. Marky gonna be able to find the retribution right now, but he's gonna be caught inside of the turtle pit. Chidera as well is next on the chopping block as Nico picks him up. Beloyski trying to run away. Blink X coming down from that hard guard. Beloyski flickers out, but Shadow still finds a double. Meanwhile, Luke, Blink X getting saved. Luke with a flicker forward, finding the kill, but now 3 members of the Burmese Ghouls is chasing him down. Shield Unity coming down. Luke able to dash out from that one, but now gets caught in the Shield Unity as the rest of them go and dive Luke. It should be a kill, though. He jumps out. Shadow takes 2 turret shots and walks away.
Love how he had literally along the action that was unfolding, he had all the stickers. Right? He had it all painted perfectly, even with the double arms up at the end as he survives. Now, taking a look here, gold earned. Chidera's where he wants to be. This is why that Bruno was so crucial for them, but given that fact, right now, Burmese Ghouls, a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights are working in their favor. How long can they keep that up, though?
Oh, the hard guard.
Everything, real world manipulation, you're stuck in the real world. Everything at the kitchen sink was thrown at Stitch. My goodness, that was brutal.
Well, I was asking how long could they keep that up, skirmish-wise. Geek Fam, though, a very decisive response. Berserker's Fury also picked up now for Chidera, so the damage department is going to be there. He has the 2 crucial items.
Spatial migration to the back, finding Blink X, Marky disengaging, Beloyski taking low. Have the conceal to go and run away, but now it's going to be Luke who pins them down, gets this penetration on it. Chidera is just free hitting in the back with no care in the world. Shadow, one last hit should do it, and it does. Chidera picks up a shutdown, making a double kill in the 6th minute of the game.
After taking the first turret on the top lane and also the first turret on the bot lane, you cannot expect less damage from Chidera. 4-1-1 and also having all the gold in the world that he needs. And right now, if we look at the items, if it came, thank you producer. We have now the Has Claws, and not just that, the Berserk Fury. He's so far ahead in his game. He's 2K ahead from the Claude. He's 1 item ahead from the card.
Yeah, that's kind of massive, right? At this point, Burmese Ghouls, they're going to have to just let go of the 3rd turtle of the game. Shadow.
Oh, my goodness. Beloyski with a flicker, wild charge. Oh, my God, they commit. Even a boy finds an off angle to take Uranus down.
Geek Fam is mad.
They're mad. There can only be 1 Shadow.
There can only be 1.
And it's our analyst.
Yes.
Dang, this type of lead this early on, very strong showing from Geek Fam. Whatever they decided to talk about before the last game, they figured things out. And with this, once again, playing around this lead that they have, they set themselves up perfectly for that first Lord of the game, which Burmese Schools, again, looking back at the series as a whole, they haven't been too far behind this early on, right? They have had some comebacks throughout the courses of the game, but at this point, it's like you need so much time for Stitch to get online here, and that's one of the downsides of the Claude, right? You need more time than in comparison to a Bruno. So then you're really relying a lot of the times on, what is your mid lane option? Well, this time, yes, Lina, he's on this Faramis. He has to play around the Netherrealm a lot of the times too, responding to all this setup potential from Geek Fam.
And now, what I want to say is, wait, before that, Shadow locked down by the Valor Requiem, a real-world impilation. A Purified to respond it over. Shadow's just trying to buy as much time as possible. Dives under the tier 2, gets walled! and gets taken down by a boy. Beloyski is truly an engineer.
Yeah.
You wanted to make a point there, Mirko.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. You don't give Geek Fam momentum, right? Because
they are
saying
no. I thought
even
this is what you said earlier.
Yeah, they are momentum, but there's a better saying in MPLID.
What is it?
Don't let Geek Fam cook. Because when they cook, they also eat.
They also eat.
Yeah. Have you seen? Oh, Lina, nice steal. But yeah, have you seen their players? They're healthy.
They are. Yeah. Let them cook.
Then let
or
them
don't
eat.
let them cook.
Let them cook and then let them eat.
All right.
Speaking of the hero lines here, Angela actually say that I can do all the chores, but not cooking. So Team Bremen Schools cannot cook, but Team Geek can.
Technically they can with the Angela. Shadow can't cook either. Whenever he starts to stuff, he gets pummeled by a few balls from Shadera. God.
Well,
is Nico trying to steal here? No, he's not.
Yeah, Nico's not even going to get close, right? Luke going to make sure of that, keeps him at bay. Lord, like we mentioned, this is just going to be Geek Fams. They've set everything up in the early game for them to be at this point. Now, once again, as they approach into the base here of Burmese Schools, they'll continue to get these tier 2s down. Lord makes its way top side. Burmese Schools just has to watch as their turrets go focus down here.
By the tanks, right? I mean, they're trying to defend in the mid lane. They do a pretty good job, but in the bottom lane, Chadera's just eating these turrets.
Yeah, when you have a Bruno, you cannot expect less because once he finds that turret kick up, he just keeps on scoring goals, man. He keeps on scoring goals. Having that Lord coming up from the top lane, it's actually so hard for Team Bremen Schools to pull up a solid defense. They do have the Primus to give them the opportunity to come back. Oh, Beloyski, why did you hit your head to the wall, man?
He's taking the name of the skill a bit too literal. Wild charge.
Wild Beloy, right? Just
Big
again, working, waiting for that Lord, making its way topside. RWM going to be dropped, though, from the pressure. So now, Burmese Schools.
It's a weird angle, but it gets the job done. Marquis jumps in with the spatial migration. Burmese Schools able to clear out this mid lane pretty well. The Geek Fam want to utilize it more in that top lane. Burmese Schools doing a pretty good job and will only just lose one base turret. I would say it's a... Never mind. It was the first Lord. Geek Fam got so much value then.
That's what's crazy about it, right? When you look at it, look at the numbers, look at everything that Geek Fam got out of that first Lord, especially that base turret on the top side. That's troublesome for Burmese Schools here, right? So Yasu, given the situation, 7,000 behind, even itemization-wise, what's this looking for Burmese Schools? How do they get back into the game?
For Team Bremen Schools to come back into the game, they kind of need... Where is the crowd control? I kind of neglected that. Where is the crowd control
for
from Team Bremen Schools? Yeah.
Well, they don't really have crowd control here. They only have Nico.
Who will keep Geek Fam into the Blazing Duet, though? If you don't have any crowd control.
I don't know, man.
That's tough, right?
Yeah.
When you look at it, you're like Faramis. If he had a flicker, you could probably make an amazing flicker stampede combination, but you got Purify, right? So
yeah.
There really isn't anyone there to keep them together for the Blazing Duet, yeah.
Huh. So for Bremen Schools to come back into the game, we should see Stitch's damage output because I've seen him whenever Bremen Schools is focusing on contesting on neutral objectives or even looking into the bot lane, he's always on the opposite side of the map. He's always farming and finding his way through that farm. So I want to actually see how much gold does he have because Stitch Stitch is the one who's cooking actually from Team Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, he's got to get to the point where, like I said, Claude takes a little bit longer to build up, right? But at this point, you know, how much time are we talking about? You know, 5 minutes? Oh,
Marky.
Shadow's been lifted up too many times this game.
Yeah, he's tired of it, you know? Even if you are
he's
the
already
Uranus here.
he's already floating, you know what I mean? Like
how much further can you float?
Oh,
well,
a
he
boy.
can float onto a boy right now who's going to be able to pop the real world manipulation inside of the wild charge. Saves it for a bit. Now Chidera joining in the fight, doing some damage on the Shadow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map is going to be Geek Fam going up against the rest of the Burmese Ghouls, but the Burmese Ghouls can't really force anything. They just got to take what they get, and what they get is just a boy.
Yeah. Just get a boy. But with that too, Geek Fam will be able to get this Lord. Burmese Ghouls trying to just find the wins they can, right? Given that situation, you're getting to the point, yeah, some of these items are being locked in here defensively as well for Shadow, but still, ultimately, base-wise defense is what we have to focus on here for Burmese Ghouls. Yasu, do they have a good high ground defense? Can they actually defend in their base here with this lineup that they have? Now that in just seconds, the second Lord here will be marching in the base.
Well, before I see the Blade Armor coming in for Shadow, I would have questioned the words I'm going to say now. So I would say that they can actually pull off a good defense if Shadow goes in and fronts the damage coming from Shadera. Not just that, they can even make the defense possible with the damage coming from Stitch, because I've took a quick look at the gold difference between him and Chadera, and it's actually 600 gold. Even though they are behind with almost 8k, he's not behind when it comes to gold with the most gold holder from the side of Geek Fam.
All right, let's see it. Burmese Ghouls doing a proper defense. Luke already forced to flicker early on. Valoisky to go down as well. Stitch doing a whole lot of damage. The wall charge comes down with the real world manipulation and the Abyssum Strike.
The Lord.
But the damage has been ignored by the Nether Realm. Luke able to escape. Base turn number 1 in the mid lane. Taken down, but Chadera falls as well.
Well, right now, Burmese Ghouls, successful defense, although they lose that mid turret. They hold it together for now, gaining a little bit of gold as well. Stitch now picking up a Malefic Roar.
He's doing it.
Will help him. Yeah, he's cooking.
Yes, let him cook. Oh, look! I told you, he's doing really good when it comes to finding when and where to farm, and even he's giving vision to himself. So, oh, Nico.
Oh, Luke walks up while charge stunning them. Purify out, real world manipulation now onto Lena with another round, and he's gonna be Stitch with a blazing duet. Finds Valoisky under the tier 1, and now Marky's running the hills. But he's gonna be pulled down, and Lena bursts him with a Ghost Bursters, takes him out 2-0. Burmese Ghouls are back in the game.
What just happened? Again, as this whole series has gone on, this is back and forth past the 15-minute mark. Burmese Ghouls fights back.
They fight back, and they can actually flip everything around, because as I told you, Stitch have been finding all the right angles and also doing all the right decisions, having this damage right now.
He's a protractor.
He
finds the angles.
Yeah.
He finds the angles.
You got to get it. You're an engineer.
Okay.
We love math.
I love math. Maybe not quite much, because I'm casting right now. I'm not working as an engineer.
Hey, you can be an engineer analyst.
Yeah, I mean, if you can be an engineer player, right? Because technically you make walls outside and also on Grok.
The perfect angles.
And I'm a roamer, so everything adds up. So
what are you not? You know, like roamer, engineer, caster.
I will not flex my achievement, but
Filipino, we'd like to say sana all.
Sana all.
Sana all, Yasu.
Sana all, Naisu. So I would say that, look, let's get back to the game. I actually kind of forgot the game.
Okay, Chadera's still free hitting. Slight tackling forward. Nico shield unity, locking Chadera down for a bit. Now flicker backwards from Chadera, defensively going to be able to piss a lot of damage out. And Abyssum Strike comes in, and Blink Marky able to flicker out for now. Marky gets kited away by Stitch, and Nico walks out of the real world population. With a burst of damage. Chadera still able to sustain back up. And it is a jungler taken down for nothing. The Burmese Ghouls.
They keep going. Again, they're going to have to go ahead and handle some of these waves pushing in, but they're going to ultimately start up this Lord. Burmese Ghouls now, throughout the majority of this game, has not had this type of lead. Can Geek Fam keep it together and keep them from getting this Lord?
Let's see. Shadow gets the help of the hard guard, and that's going to be the Lord going to the hands of Burmese Ghouls as Luke dives in with the Abyssum Strike. Still going to be Janera doing some damage. Stitch going to fall. Janera free hitting in the back, hiding away. The real world inflation comes at a time.
A boy!
And a boy finds them all.
The base. They got to get back. Okay. Lena's up. Blink is there. But making a line for it. You have a boy, Marky up. Lord gonna spawn though, so they're gonna be fine. But what an exchange for that Lord.
A triple kill to a triple kill, one by a boy and one by Nico. Both of them found every target possible to take down, but it seems like Geek wants to go for a little bit of an aggressive approach, yet the timer is working for Team Burmese Ghouls. They can actually come back and make a really good defense, and not just that, by the help of the minions coming with that enhanced Lord, some of the turrets might actually go down. And seeing and looking here at the map, you'll see that Team Geek Fam are one mistake away from losing the game because they already have an inhibitor turret to defend there.
Wow, man, these fights, this series, I feel like this entire series has been the depiction of that fight right there, right? The back and forth is what we see from Geek Fam and Burmese Ghouls. Ultimately, but I'm still, my arms went up in the air. Because positioning from both these teams, sometimes when you're looking at the gold lane, you're like, whoa, what is going on? And then things kind of get topsy-turvy. Ultimately, though, we have to point out the fact, yes, things are pretty much evened out. Gold lead diminished. But the base of Burmese Ghouls is the one that's nearly exposed. They hold on to that one turret. They have to constantly send Blink X there, probably to manage a lot of these waves. You know, Angela can only clear things so well, but ultimately, that's the advantage for Geek Fam right now. Expect that not too much is going to happen unless we get a crazy setup from either of these teams. Probably Beloyski would be the one putting the pressure there. But ultimately, you'll wait a minute for that Lord to come up, and then you duke it out, right? We also, the thing about this lineup alone from Geek Fam is you really can't put pressure on the side lanes. Unlike the Claude across from you for Stitch, right? If they somehow extend the game further, that is going to be a winning condition that they could execute. But right now, Burmese Ghouls holding it together ultimately against Geek Fam.
If you saw the damage coming from the Eve right now on Shadow, which is the most tanky person on the side of Team Burmese Ghouls, you will be surprised. But when you look at the itemization, having that glowing one, Nicholas of Durance, Ice Queen, and adding more cooldown to it, I think that Aboy is actually a master when it comes to itemization, because he knows what he's up against. The tanky heroes, he's melting down. The heroes with no ability, he's making them paralyzed. They cannot move out of the real world manipulation. And setting up for this upcoming fight, I can actually see a wall built by Beloyski and a real world manipulation by a boy. So it's gonna be so hard for Team Burmese Ghouls to execute this upcoming fight.
Well, once again, Lord now gonna be up. Blink still on the top side. Hey. Come in anytime with that heart guard. So still, notice how hesitant even Geek Fam is to go ahead and commit to this. Marky does not have the immortality this time around. Nico doesn't as well. They can probably swap in some winter tranches if they want to. But right now, they'll go ahead and start this up. Both teams taking their time with this one. Fourth Lord of the game here.
Super slow push built up top. If you see it right now, Blink X is going to have to deal with that. And Geek Fam are trying to posture up, trying to look for an opening, trying to look for a big wild charge combo onto Nico. To give Marky a big play. Spatial migration, not with the wild Requiem, baiting up to the nether realm, but the Lord knocks two of them up. Beloyski gets a 4-man wild charge. There's some strike coming down as well. Luke holding it in, looking for the big play. Real world inflation in the back line. Genera pops in over to nature, and that's into the wild Requiem, blocking Stitch down. Beloyski finding him with the power of nature. The Winions in the base. Lena takes Beloyski down. A boy with a flicker forward. Now chasing Lena. Putting him down. Lena buys the immortality. Forced back in the Burmese Ghouls. They disengage. Lena still going up. What? Lena wants a fight. He'll get a fight. And he'll be taken down. Luckily for him, he does have that passive. He can still come back in.
Buying more time is an actual solution here because Burmese Ghouls are lacking a lot of damage when it comes to the wave clearance, and if Team Geek Fam use that to their advantage, they can actually finish. Before Stitch even comes back up, they don't need the Lord Push. They can just go in with the minions. 10 seconds away, and Brimmy Schools are not looking good. A team or a full series looks so tempting for Team Geek Fam.
Burmese Ghouls waiting a couple seconds here. Stitch should be up, holding on to that one turret. Mid lane, though, the concern.
Oh, look with the penetration. Marky with the facial migration.
Ooh.
Nico getting bursted down. Another round coming down in time, and Lena will now march forward, giving Shadow a little bit more HP with the help of the hard guard, but Shadow gets melted down by the likes of Marky. That was facial migration by Sul, and Geek Fam will force it to a game 3.
They extend the series. Geek Fam will go to game 5 here. Ahead of them, once again, a very strong showing. The back and forth, back and forth. Now it comes down to that one single game ahead of us.
Outstanding, remarkable, stunning, and amazing. These are the terms you can use for such game, and as we all expected, it's going to a full series.
Well, just like yesterday, right? Second series of the day, went to the full series length. And now once again, we have it in store for us here. It's been a heck of a series, man.
And it has. It really has, man. It's so good of a series that I lost count of the games.
Yes, even I for a second. You know, when you do when you do these 2 series in a day, sometimes you lose track of time. You know.
True.
It's just crazy because it's a 5-game series, but it's so exciting to watch. It's
so
every single
exciting.
game. There's a lot of back and forth. You know, it's never really truly a dominant game by any one of these teams in any of the games in the series.
And I feel like every single time, there's always been a chance for a comeback here. Who's the MVP? Is it going to be Marky here again? It is. Marky, this time, his own form of a redemption on the Guinevere, too. As we talked about it the previous game, I specifically said, you know, I wasn't feeling the Guinevere, but this time, Marky, you did it. 4-3-9, and a great performance from him.
He's sending a message. He is trustworthy for you guys. For the fans of Team Geek Fam, he did really good on the Utility Heroes, and he came back with that Guinevere. But look here at the real world manipulation, giving that space to to Geek Fam, and giving them this momentum in the early game. As we have said, they are a momentum-based team, and once they have the early game aggression, once they play the aggressive gameplay in the early game, they get into the driver's seat. Here, just buying some time, so this wasn't like one of the hottest moments, but here was the moment where Team Brimmy Schools were trying their best to defend the base, and they actually came out with 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I was mistaken. Anyway, Brimmy Schools here, and Stitch, the damage output that he was dealing was so much that Team Geek was surprised, and they didn't have any backup plan to go and fall back to. And Team Brimmy Schools, with this momentum, took the first turret in the mid lane. Not just that, also the secondary one.
Yeah, and as we looked, just, you know, when we get to that late game here for this one, still, it was the back and forth, even this. Jadera able to get multiple kills, and then you see the triple from Nico. And it was time and time again for all of these fights where it just unfolded between both of them. But this too, the fact that they got rid of Stitch really turned the tide, and that's kind of how it happened, right? Both gold laners so crucial, 20 plus minutes in the game, and by then, again, even with Stitch coming up, you aren't able to actually help defend that, right? You don't have the stacks that you need. You can't clear that as much as you want to. So for here, as it unfolded, Geek Fam extending the series, love to see the fact too that you have this debut pick. Not, you know, we've seen her so much before, the Eve, but it comes out swinging. The real world manipulation is still a huge threat for a lot of these lineups, a lot of these teams that like to draft this way.
Well, Stitch here having this Purify, it is the best, I would say it is the best spell choice, but how many times can you do the Purify? You have Marky focusing on Stitch all day long, all game long. He was just, his one and only mission was to bring Stitch up in the air and to prevent him from using his Blazing Duet. He found him multiple times, and some of these times he wasn't able to use the Purify, and even if he used the Purify, sometimes it was late enough that his Blazing Duet was over, and the aggressive gameplay coming from Brimmy Schools was cancelled, I would say, was shut down by Team Geek Fam.
And this is why I feel Bruno has been so prio in the series alone, right? Even though, all right, Stitch in game number 3, he was able to win out with the Claude against the Bruno. It just shows you that when you have the Bruno, you have so much of an advantage in the laning phase, most importantly, to get to that snowball point, but even in the ultra late stage. Because even though Stitch can come in from different, a lot of different angles. Protractor. It's still easier to deal damage as a Bruno. You just stay in the back unless you get CC'd, right? But if everything lines up, Bruno is probably the best marksman in the game.
Yeah, that's why it's so priority right now, right? Throughout the course of M5. And, I wouldn't be surprised if it's either picked up by either of these teams the next game or banned out this time around. Also, the fact that, for Shadow, this time I feel like he got kind of shut down a little bit this time for the Uranus, right? The Dairoth pick worked really well here in dealing with that, but then also just the fact that you give a hero to Beloyski where he can initiate some of these setups, these plays. He's very wild, like you mentioned. The wild charge with the Grok just ended up working out really well for the game plan of Geek Fam to get them to this point in the series.
I honestly want to give a big shout out to a boy. Right?
A boy.
Even though I really hate seeing the Eve back again.
Yeah.
Unlike you, Yasu, I'm so bored of seeing the Eves, especially after the whole 2 years of the Eve meta.
I think what you should be bored of is seeing a Fredrin, to be honest, not an Eve.
Oh, we were past that too.
But now we don't see the Fredrin anymore, so we don't talk about that. But despite that, the Eve was phenomenal, man. It really goes to show you what a boy can do on a damage-dealing hero. He was the secondary carry in this game, and you can definitely see it from that damage. 108,000 just dealing damage as a backliner. He didn't need to dive in. He didn't need to do what mid laners do nowadays, the dives.
Nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy. Just stick to the real-world manipulation, stick back, relax, and spam.
I was going to say.
Spam.
Do the spam. Right?
Well, looking at the itemization, I think that, as I told you guys, Iboy was really good in choosing his items. And not just that, Kadira realized that at some point, Lina was dealing a tremendous amount of damage with just 1 second skill that he needed to buy the Athena shield to prevent that burst damage. So well played when it comes to all the itemizations from Team Geek Fam, and also really well executed by both sides, I guess. How many minutes do we have on that? I think it was past 20 easily.
It's about 22 or so, right? But yeah, it's been a crazy series. Can't wait for Game 5. But first, we're going to have to throw it over once again to Mara out there on the stage or with the crowd. Let's see what Mara has to say over there.
Mara, pasok.
I'm here with a nervous pack. None other than Beloyski's family. They're smiling right now, but they're really nervous inside. Everybody, let's let everybody know who you are.
I'm Jed po, brother po ni Beloyski.
Brother.
I'm the sister, Gail. I'm the mom.
I'm Aaron, cousin of Beloyski.
Cousin.
I am Sam. I'm his brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, the buong family. Wait, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you play ML?
Only him and him.
Oh, you and you. Okay, what rank?
Mythical Glory po.
Mythical Glory, syempre. What rank?
Mythic po.
Do you get to play with Baloy?
Before lang.
Before, but not anymore. Why? Because
Busy na po.
he's really busy. Oh, by the way, when did he come back from the Philippines, from Indonesia?
Last November 20.
November 20th. So he's
Yes.
been here for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So in those 3 weeks, how many times have you had a chance to hang out with him?
Only once during my wedding.
Oh,
Yeah.
just once during your... Congratulations! During your wedding. So just once, that's how busy he is preparing.
Yes.
So did he say anything to you before sumabak siya, before he went on to the grand stage?
He cried a lot during my wedding. He missed us so much.
When was the last time you saw him before the wedding?
I think almost 6 months ago.
For 6 months. Yeah. Okay, so you're the ate.
Yes.
Beloyski is the middle child.
Yes.
And then so you're the bunso. Oh, you're the bunso. Okay. Well, I'm getting confused here. So you know why? Because you're holding his face. So in my head, you guys resemble each other. So you are the bunso. So Baloyski has been in Indonesia for almost a year and a half?
Yes,
Mom,
almost two
a y-
years.
2 years, almost 2 years. Mommy, don't you miss Baloy?
I miss him so much.
What do you miss the most about him?
Being caring, always
He is.
telling that he loves me.
You know, he's so sweet. I've
Yes,
worked
that's-
with him, and he's such a sweet guy, and
Yes.
he cares so much about the people around him.
Yes.
I can tell you really took care of him. You really pampered him. Okay, what do you miss about Kuya?
Miss ko na po yung bonding po namin tuwing gabi kasi nagkukwentuhan po kami. Parang ganun po yung daily routine namin before nung magkasama pa po kami sa bahay.
So you miss the bonding because you guys always talk to each other at night, telling stories. You guys share rooms?
Yes po.
So you guys have a really, really, really tight bond. So what about now that he's in Indonesia? Is he still calling you, having conversations with you just like old times because you guys are used to bonding together?
Yes po. Consistent naman po siya nag-chat sa akin and update po sa teams po nila. Yung update po sa kung okay pa po ba sila ng team nila. Ganun. Basta yung banding din po ng team nila na share po nila sa akin.
So he's still constantly talking to you, calling you, letting you know the updates about the team. So you give us an update. You give us an update right now. What is happening with Baloy and with Geek Fam? Is he feeling really nervous? Because now he's in the world stage again. He was there for
M1 and M3.
M1 and M3. I got to see him there for M3. So how is his mindset right now with Geek Fam coming here in the Philippines in the world stage?
Confident naman po si Kuya so far.
Confident. Okay, let's pretend. I'm gonna give this to you. Let's pretend you're the insider, and you're gonna tell everybody the inside scoop that Baloy gave you. Okay?
Sabi po ni Kuya, mananalo daw po sila ngayon sa Burmese Goals po.
He says his older brother, told him that they're going to win against Burmese Ghouls. Mommy, I know you really miss him. And he's watching right now, and you said that you guys don't really get to talk to him anymore because he's so busy. So what do you want to tell him right now? What do you want to say that you guys want to do after the tournament, and any message that you want to give to him?
Alan, I know you can make it. You've been here because of N5, because you're good. Yeah, I know you can make it. And your team also can make it.
I'm really proud of you, Allen. Not just because of how you do in the game, but how you are with your teammates and the people around you. You are such an inspiration to us. So, good luck, and win or lose, we are proud of you.
Oh, what's your message to Kuya?
Good luck, Kuya. Alam kong kayang-kaya niya yan. Manalo matalo, proud po kami sa inyo.
Good luck, older brother. We know you can make it. Win or lose, they're there for you. Pinsan, brother-in-law, again, congratulations.
Len, alam naming gutom ka na. Panalo mo na yan.
Saying,
Good luck.
Baloy, he knows you're hungry, so go ahead and win this.
Allen, good luck. See you. Let's eat.
And that's, Mommy, what are you gonna cook for him when he wins this after?
Sinigang. His favorite fried chicken.
Fried chicken and sinigang. Baloy, you know, it's your time to win this because Mommy will make you sinigang and fried chicken. And let's see what's gonna happen. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara. Great to hear from the family there. Of course, the family of support all around. Speaking of the sinigang, you had it just recently for the first time.
No, I had it back when I came here for MPLP.
Okay, let's pretend.
Let's pretend.
Yeah.
How was it?
It's the best.
You know what people
I
ask?
love it. What?
What kind of sinigang? Because apparently there's multiple.
I got the sweet and sour one.
No. There's sweet and sour sinigang, but like different protein. So it's either fish, pork. Is there one more? I think there's beef.
If it ain't pork, I ain't having it.
There you go. That's sinigang ng baboy. Something like that.
All right. It's delicious.
Yeah,
It's delicious.
sarapian.
So Sarapian.
There it is.
If Baloy wins and his family wants to make sinigang, I hope they invite me too. Because I wanna try it again.
There it is. So now we got to get Yasu to try it too. But oh wait, sorry, you can only have the
Fish.
fish.
I will
the
take
fish
the fish one.
We got to get you the fish Synagogue. Now, of course, Game 5 ahead of us. This has been a crazy series, rounding it out to a Game 5. But before that, we want to go ahead and once again welcome everybody to the TikTok drops happening right now and throughout this M5. If you just head over to TikTok, you watch M5 for 5 minutes, you got a chance at getting yourself a TikTok viewer chest. And if you watch longer, 20 minutes, you might win a TikTok deluxe chest. So if you haven't yet, go ahead and give it a try. Good luck to everyone. Now, with that being said, we have to focus in on the last game of the day here, right? Game number 5. Personally,
3 or 5?
3. Well, for you,
5.
3. For us here, 5. I wouldn't have it any other way, man. I love it when we get to this point in these tournaments, the best of 5 series, and I can only hope that whoever ends up in the grand final, man, the best of 7, it has to be a 7-game series, right? Now for this, yes, double elimination. So reminding everybody, whoever loses this, they will go to the lower bracket. The winning team will move on forward. And with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and load up into the draft here for game number 5. We've seen a lot of adjustments. We've talked a lot about changes, priorities here. And we've even seen some debut picks already. 1-1 being banned out, the Khalid taken out as well. Burmese Ghouls will be on the blue with Geek Fam on the red. So what does this mean for our pick of the Bruno?
Well, it means for Burmese Ghouls, they will most likely take it away. There's no way they give it up, right? I mean, knowing that Geek Fam's comfort is that Bruno, they play around the Bruno, they have to get rid of it. If they don't, they've got some cojones.
They do.
Somewhat?
Cojones.
All right. So I actually love when a really interesting series becomes from a best of 5 or a best of 7 down to a best of 1. And here we will see the best being pulled off by both coaches, and not just that, the best performance should be there by both teams. And looking here, Burmese Ghouls, they go again with the Matilda ban and the Khalid. The Khalid, I think he was banned also all over the 5 games. And the one when and the Joy, if I'm not mistaken, also an Angela sometimes. But this one, we go with the Lilia. Okay, so we have said a fun fact before we go into the game. And that was, in the M5, we have witnessed 70 different heroes. The last game, adding the E, that's a 71. So we are 1 hero away from matching with the M4, right?
Yes.
Was she 70 or 71?
It was 70. That pick was 70. So we're 2 picks away.
All right, 2 picks away.
Well, here's a pick that has constantly popped up. Bruno, first pick, Burmese Ghouls.
Popped up a bit too many times, right? But the Guinevere still going to be picked up. And also a signature pick for BBB. This is the big brain pick.
The big brain.
The pick that enables the big brain plays.
If I'm not mistaken, Burmese Ghouls, they are the ones who used the Ruby so far. So this is the first time Beloyski gets the Ruby, right? In the best of 5. In this best of 5, I mean.
Faramis and the glue. They take away the counter and the countered.
The poison and the antidote.
Yes.
The poison and the antidote. And then, there it is, Claude. So it's a Bruno versus Claude matchup once again. And with this, I'm sitting here kind of wondering, right? How do you round this out? XP lanes. You've already got a glue across from you.
All right.
So we can kind of expect at least one of those bans being taken out for Burmese Ghouls towards Geek Fam and the XP lane.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Tarizla here to be banned out.
Yeah,
Definitely by the Burmese Ghouls. Not only is it good against, obviously, the Faramis and the Bruno, but it's amazing in lane against the glue. One of the matchups that actually dominates against the glue.
I love that they took the Faramis too, by the way.
Yeah. It's really great. Especially understanding now that Geek Fam didn't pick a mid laner, they can opt to go 2 different routes. They can try to ban a boy out again, which didn't work in game number 4, but they can try to do it again. Or now, they focus on Luke. They tried Chidera, Marky. No, Marky first, Chidera, a boy, and now maybe Luke.
Might as well. Focus on each one. Different games. Yes, Yasu, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, of course we will see a Tarizla here by the side of Team Burmese Ghouls, but for Team Geek Fam, I was actually like, why don't we go with an Arlott? Or why don't we ban a Diggy and then add upon that more crowd control? Because the setup is really good. They go with the Angela though, but The setup is really good for the Claude so far. They just need to add one more area crowd control and that's it. At least for me.
You know, I haven't really, for some reason when you mentioned the R-Lot, I was just thinking about this interaction, right? Like, what if you final slash all the split glues into the wrong direction and the stacks just, you know, I don't know if it actually works like that, if it would just automatically allow you to, you know, have all those stacks, but still, I feel like even if you talk about R-Lot, you know, for this lineup of Burmese Ghouls, right, it could work in their favor, but I feel like at the same time, if you're matching up against a Ruby, I feel like it's almost too much risk. Yeah. For me, at least personally, like I would rather see them have something that's more tankier naturally. The R-Lot's okay. R-Lot's going to Geek Fam though.
I said it for Geek Fam.
Yeah, but I'm thinking for Burmese Ghouls, right? Like if they actually wanted to go an R-Lot, but it's on the flip side, so it goes over to Geek Fam.
I think it's a good choice by Geek Fam here. For the side of Burmese Ghouls, they're most likely going to be grouped up together, so the Arlen final slash will deal a whole lot, and that's a Tigreal.
Tigreal.
And a Martis. A Martis pick. Anti-CC.
Eve again?
Martis.
Eve again?
He would make sense, right? I mean, real world manipulation, anti-CC, but then you get dove on by a Martis with Netherrealm, and then what?
Especially the fact that, you know, Lilia's already taken out Bandhouse, so what does this leave here?
You know what would be crazy?
Yes.
A Lunox would be insane. Right, but it does what it does what the composition needs. You can lock people down, burst them down instantly, and you also have some abilities that makes you go invulnerable.
Let's see what comes out of the head of the Shadow.
The Shadow. Oh man.
The Shadow.
It has to be something safe, right? Because they already have the right components here. They can just play it safe and pick a very safe mid laner like the Yib, and then play normally. But they could go for the risky route, and they didn't take out. They want what works.
Yasu.
Yes,
You're
I
kind
got
of
what
on
I want.
point here.
Yeah.
Yasu.
99.9.
99.9, leaving just 0.01 for doubts. We can see that, I would say that this draft for team, was it Geek? Yeah, Geek. Geek Fam, they have the area crowd control, they have the operation area, as I like to say it in Arabic, because when Eve just opens her ultimate, it's just pure, it's like when you do a surgery.
Yeah.
So having this Eve ultimate there and also the crowd control underneath and not just that, add upon that the blazing dodge from the Claude, I think that everything aligns really good for Team Geek, but yet the draft on the side of Team Burmese Ghouls is as good.
Well, we're gonna find out once again, loading up into the land of Dawn for the last time today. In game number 5 here, it's come down to a best of 1 between Geek Fam and Burmese Ghouls. Who will go on forward in the upper bracket? Who will be sent to the lower bracket? We will find out here. A lot of early aggression.
Don't worry, it's a signature. If you die 7, they'll win the game.
This is the one.
He needs to be triggered. He needs someone to irritate him and to make him feed at some point so he can come back and be as effective as the Beloyski effect that we have been used to see. But Stitch here using the Bruno up against the Claw. This is a matchup that we have seen a lot of times, but again, we see that both of them go for a little bit of a tanky approach because they want to take care of themselves in the early game. But looking here at the Marks, which is actually quite interesting to me, he's going for a penetration, he's going for damage. He's not, like, doesn't he know like the Marks' new meta is the utility one?
Stitch. He probably does know, but he wants to go for the riskier, more snowbally type build. Geek Fam trying to do the same thing, but with the Claude. Going aggressive now as Beloyski is able to cancel out a dash. Nico with the Retribution slows him down. Beloyski flickers out to safety from the Mortal Coil. And it's still 0-0.
Okay, he'll be fine. One thing I also noticed there from the emblems was Lina's trying to pack some of that damage early on. He has a weapon master, he has a rupture, he has that penetration, right? Providing some of that early poke, early damage with a Faramis, at least for now, is kind of what they want to play around with, right? Playing into the fact that, okay, we're not going to have crazy amounts of damage early on, but we can scale up pretty well. That's what they're going to be hoping for, and especially the fact that a lot of these fights you're going to have to wait for that RWM, that real-world manipulation, to be utilized and not want to fight completely into it, right? Especially the fact that this is a combination we've seen so much. Eve, Ruby, pulling them into that real-world manipulation early on already.
Oh, Marky. Requiem in the mid lane, blinks. Going to get chunked really low. Forced to use the regen as Beloy dashes forward, gets level 4. I'm Bandit ready.
Yeah, Luke also getting in position here. Still, first turtle of the game.
Slam, pass, implosion, quick combo coming down with the final slash, cancels it out. And now it's gonna be I'm Bandit bringing Blink X back into. Whoa, the damage coming down all to the other side of the map. It's gonna be Geek Fam completely wiped out, all 3 of their members falling to Nico with that triple kill, the Rupture and the Assassin Emblem doing work.
This is the scary thing of the Martise. That decimate. And the fact that now you got 3 kills. You got the triple here this early on, plus the turtle.
You cannot match that. You cannot match that anytime soon in the game. Beloyski, does he have a flicker? Yeah, he does have a flicker. If he doesn't have a flicker at this given moment, it was just adding one more body to the bodies that Nico have collected so far. Stitch, he have a really good damage at this point, and Bremis Ghouls are focusing on that top lane. It might be a death push. They might need to take someone, but they need them to step into the bush.
Okay, focus here.
Oh, whoa.
Offended though. Blink should be fine though. Implosion.
Bringing Beloyski back. Tough Boots gets him out in time. Airborne now, knocked up. No further engage, but a boy has rotated. Marquis with the steal, the invade in the enemy jungle, trying to mirror the movement from the side of Nico. Meanwhile, Shadow here opens it up, knows where Marquis is at.
Okay, so things fall into place here in Yasu.
Yes.
Small lead for Burmese Ghouls. Item check though, real quickly.
Item check. I would say that having this steel leg pants against the Bruno is a really smart choice by Kadera, but also having the Molten Essence by the Guinevere is also a smart choice because you will not be able to deal any amount of damage. It's all about the crowd control, so why not just when you are near the enemy troops to have this damage that comes with the item called the Molten Essence. So really good itemization so far from Geek Family. We'll get into it more once we get into the game itself, because so far the core items, the DHS, the Demon Hunter Sword by Kadera is being picked up, and also he has some defense. So far we will see, or like not so far, we will see from now on Kadera using his Blazing Duet.
Once again, the jump ins through. Second turtle. The battle for it going to be set up here. Shadow though, quite low. Stitch also.
Very low. Pops in a split, still able to dish out some damage right now onto the back. Nico finding the mortar coil, and now it's going to be Marky with the Wild Requiem in desperation. Now the realm coming down. Luke able to use the vengeance, but it's still going to be mounted by Shadow. And Nico should be able to find a decimate. Once he finds it, everybody needs to start running. A boy brought back another.
Wow.
Nico, is he going to go for more? Running into the enemy jungle. Beloyski brought back by the mortar coil. One last hit. Should be what's left to take Beloyski down, but he's able to get out of that range, just barely. The Burmese Ghouls, snowball after snowball, fight after fight.
This is like the best start you can have here on a Martis pick, right? For any team, Martis, he's on top.
He is on top, and having that damage build right now, I don't know if it makes so much sense or if it was...
I'm offended. Flicker by Beloyski. Gets Shadera the kill. A Blazing Duet committed as well, and this is what Geek Fam needs to do. They need to try to look for plan B.
Even though they are 5 kills to 2, Geek Fam, but they are still not far in gold.
You're right. How is that?
Well, they're just kind of controlling, a lot of this farming potential. As in just a second, we'll probably look at the breakdowns as well. But for the most part, Shadera's done a good job at getting that extra gold from the plate here, working his way on really kind of solidifying that. There's the golden, right? Look at the gold for Shadera.
Yeah, he does know how to farm. This guy knows how to farm. Having 4.4k so far, even though his team is so pressured in the mid and the bot lane. And not just that, do not forget that the mid lane first turret is down for Team Bremis Ghouls.
Nico's got to be careful though, right? Even though he has 5 kills, he's still very much killable. Conceal coming down, looking for a pinch down. But Geek Fam are playing it really well in this choke point with the help of a boy. Shadow, that slam, pass might get him into trouble. pops in a split, and even another realm has been committed down to escape. They get a tier 1 in the bottom side of the map, and now they transition over to the third and final turtle of the game.
See if Burmese Ghouls can still secure themselves the third turtle of the game here. Different course of action from what we've seen throughout the series, but so far, it even looks like Geek Fam is willing to fight for this. Both gold laners still on the bottom side, so it's going to be a 4 versus 4. How they play this one out. Blink taking a couple shots. Conceal.
I'm offended with it as well, and a boy finds the kill. Remember, no Nether Realm earlier, already baited out. Beloyski flickers out. Shadow. Slam, pass onto Luke. Stitch coming down as well, rotating a bit faster. Then Chidera now with the Worldie. Bouncing back and forth. Shadow trying to look for another immobility. Onto the side, split coming down. Marky, Requiem to cancel it out. Now a major migration into a final slash, sweeping them into the turret. Nico gets one, but he has to run away as Chidera finds a tier 1 down below.
Geek Fam still finding wins here and there where they can. Meanwhile, Chidera just going to continue to farm up.
Blazing away.
Oh, Chidera.
On to Stitch, 1 HP. Blink X trying to rotate fast enough. Stitch gets out.
Down to dodge, just fine. Burmese Ghouls though.
Oh, Marky wants to steal.
Marky away. Oh, shoved back. No, Marky, no, says Blink X.
Yep.
Blink X. Look, Team Burmese Ghouls so far, even though they have the kills in their favor, but Team Geek Fam seems to find every way possible, and especially, I would say, Chidera, because he doesn't only have the DHS, he also have the golden staff, so he have the same amount of damage, or maybe even more than the one that Bruno can deal. Not just that, look at Mortis. He's not only going for a damage emblem or like a damage perspective when it comes to emblem, he also have a semi-tanky build having this Hunter Strike. So far Burmese Ghouls are approaching a really, I would say, an interesting approach from them. But again, Team Geek Fam knows how to farm and knows how to execute their damage.
Yeah, Nico at this point, even the fact that he has the six kills, he has to kind of be defensive as well, right?
Oh,
look at the setup there, Blink.
With Marky as well, finds a spatial migration into the Requiem, and that's going to be enough to bait out another round. But Chidera dives in deep onto Stitch to find a blazing duet. Nico goes godlike, but now gets poked down. This might be the biggest shutdown, and it's going to the hands of Luke. Lina running away, but gets caught as well. Geek Fam have turned around the entire lead that the Burmese Ghouls have built the past 9 minutes.
Geek Fam coming out swinging in a decisive manner once again, and now the tables have turned as they take down the tier 1 in the mid. Still going to focus down a little bit more. Marky going to get out just fine with the spatial migration. But what a turn of events here for Geek Fam.
It is a turn of events indeed, but I would say that Team Geek Fam were playing in the shadows. They were there since the start. Team Geek Fam, look at the gold earned by Chidera, not just Chidera, also Luke. As I told you guys, when Luke uses the ultimate in the way it's supposed to be, not just distract the enemy, but also apply some crowd control underneath that real-world manipulation, and not just that, add upon it the damage coming from the blazing duet. It's a match in heaven when it comes to the build. And look at Chidera right now, 8k gold, having everything he needs. He just needs to add one more damage item, and he can melt Burmese Ghouls down.
And going back to it, Geek Fam, let him cook. That's exactly what happened. They've reached this point in the game. First Lord, now up. Nico, even with a lead that he had early on, he's having a difficult time trying to find the positioning here.
Shadow. Purify instantly by Chidera. Kiting back, Shadow. Split. Pretty desperate here. He dives in deep. He's all alone, he's isolated. He has to be very, very careful here. Gonna be chased down by Chidera, who finds all the stacks with
Conceal.
One implosion onto 3! But the real world inflation comes out as well. Marky being able to pop in that Requiem in the midst of it all, but now falls at a decimate. Chidera with a blazing duet, and I'm offended from Baloy to pull them back into the blazing duet. And now it's Shadow who's running for the hills. Luke finding the final slash of the CC and a chain. Lina down. Geek Fam has wiped the Burmese Ghouls out.
My goodness. What a team fight choreographed for Geek Fam. And they're going to cap it off with a Lord here. They are just everywhere and more.
And Lena again brought back. One more hit should do it. Luke dives in. And a boy is on a killing spree.
Oh my god, what was that, Geek Fam? Geek Fam are just finding every perfect spot. It's like a painting. It's like a painting. It's a work of art coming from the Indonesian Giants here, flipping everything around, having the goal lead of 6K goal lead after they were behind in terms of goal. Look at Marky now. Team Geek.
Yeah.
Team Geek are in the zone.
They've reached that point of the game now, Geek Fam. Very far ahead, confident the way they're moving too. First Lord, though, making its way down the mid. We'll see how they play this through. Burmese Ghouls, they have the tools they need to defend this one. Again, it is only the First Lord. How will they approach this, keeping things together here?
It's gonna be hard.
Conceal already gonna be used. Turn in the mid lane, gonna go down. Now the focus on the bottom. Geek Fam, massive lead here. What is Burmese Ghouls to do in this defense? They still gotta work it on. Stitch, even with this Bruno pick, having a difficult time making it work. We'll see once again, Geek Fam.
Implosion onto 3. Geek Fam gonna be able to escape right now. Is asking this range of migration and the final slash to break the back once again. The blazing duet from Chidera doing a lot of damage right now, and that's gonna be the slap pass, but Chidera is able to pop that BMI in time. Luke dives in, Vengeance 1, coming down, getting another Shadow with a split. Trying to sustain back up, but Chidera's clearing out the way just as fast. The base wide open, Chidera targeting it down, despite the change of roster. Once you're a geek, you're always a fam, and they have done it. 3-2, moving past to the next stage in the upper brackets.
Some might have doubted the changes, but Geek Fam proves the point, moves on to the upper bracket. In a great series against the Burmese Ghouls, all 5 games back and forth, but they end it quickly for game 5.
I need some time to process this. I need some time to process this. This was one of the most intense series so far in the M5 World Championship. Both of these teams have pulled off a really good fight, and also not just the players, also the coaches. This was a work of art.
Again, as both teams show the sportsmanship, an amazing series. But let's go ahead, throw it over to the stage with Mara to hear for Geek Fam's interview.
Congratulations to Geek Fam! Let's give him a round of applause. Wow, you guys survived that. First of all, what is it? A lot of people are screaming over there. What is it about Game 5 that you guys love so much? Because even back in MPL ID, you guys are always going all the way up to Game 5.
Because our team don't want to win easy. We want excitement, I think.
You want excitement?
Just kidding, but yeah, I don't know why our team always need to wait that we are losing to perform better. But maybe next time, I hope we perform fast.
But it does make everything exciting.
Yeah,
Now this
it's
one
for the
is-
views.
It's for the views. It's for the views. The Indonesians love it. Now this one is for Marky. Marky! Uy! Okay. First time with Geek Fam that you played as a jungler. Okay, how was that role? How was that role today? How did you like it?
Alam mo eh, tinutulungan lang nila ako eh.
Okay.
Basta ginagawa ko lang yung trabaho ko.
They're helping you, and as long as you're doing your work. Yes, that's right. Put your hands in your pocket. Let's not risk anything. Okay? Now, go ahead.
Hindi naman daw siya tatawagin the solution kung hindi sa solution yung problema.
He won't be called the solution if he won't find a solution to the problem.
Chamba lang po yun, chamba lang.
Chamba lang. Oh,
Binubuhat nila ako eh.
That's not a fluke,
Tagaharap lang ako,
Marky.
tagaharap, tagatangke.
So, what would you say is your favorite jungler hero so far?
Ano po?
Your jungler hero, your favorite jungle hero? Out of all that you used?
Pani.
Oh, yeah?
Pani, ano, walang second skill po.
Pani without a second skill. Okay, okay. If you were given a choice, okay, would you want to stay as a jungler let's say your friend is suspended for 1,000 years. Okay, would you want to stay as a jungler or do you still want to be a gold laner?
I don't want jungler anymore. If I jungler, I want to die.
Okay, let's rate his performance as a jungler. I want to hear you. Out of 10, what would you rate his jungling skills? Out of 10. Oh, out of 10.
100 peso.
100 pesos. Okay. Out of 10. 0 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. Your turn. Rate.
Same, 1,000 peso.
1,000 pesos! Pataas ng pataas. Oh, how would you rate him?
Mas magaling po ako mag-jungler nung trinay namin ano lang, 2.
Okay, Baloy says, they tried it and Baloy was a better jungler. So he would have to rate a 2. Eh, ba't di kayo nag-jungle? Why didn't you jungle?
Baka po mabilis yung laro Di ba para sa views? Yung ano.
Okay, so he didn't choose to be a jungler, so the game won't be fast because we need higher views. That's what he said. Okay, what would you rate?
Better than Nile, I think.
Better?
Yeah, better than
Oh, okay. Okay, you make sure that's how I like it. You make sure your hands are in your pockets. Now, it was such a great fight that both teams were refusing to back down. What does this victory mean for you guys? Anong halaga?
So important because one more penalty for Nile we already can play. So it's so good for us. Thank you, Lord, for making this happen. It seems impossible, but you'll guide us. Yeah, thank you.
You denied Burmese Ghouls the opportunity to meet AP Bren. Instead, you're gonna be going up against such a powerhouse. Okay, so how was that? What are you guys thinking about meeting AP Bren?
Kay Kyle TC po, maganda siguro siya kay Marky. Joke lang.
Kay Kyle TZ, maganda siguro?
Kay Marky.
Kay Marky! Marky against Kyle TZ? Oh, what are you gonna say?
Ka-assassin na si Marky, pagkalaban Bren.
You're gonna do assassin?
Kyle, mamaya sa may pasok tayo mamaya, daban nila at lap. Mamaya, pipilayan ko na kayo pag nakita tayo.
Pipilayan?
Pipilayan ko na sa personal para di na makalaro.
Pipilayan! Okay. He's saying to Kyle that they're gonna see each other later.
Di ko kaya yun. Di ko kaya si Kyle
You don't think you can manage Kyle?
Pipilayan ko na lang siguro.
So, pipilayan where? You're gonna break his leg or you're gonna break his arm? You're gonna break his hands.
One hand.
You're gonna shake hands, but you're gonna squeeze it hard. Okay, now Baloyski, your family, your entire family is here. They said they've only seen you once since you came back here. In 6 months, they've only seen you once. And your mom said that when you win this entire thing later, you're gonna get fried chicken and your favorite sinigang. Okay, any other request?
Wala po, thank you lang. Sa totoo lang, nung nakita ko yung interview nila, naging emotional talaga ako. Para sa kanila to talaga yung game na to.
Oh, he got emotional when he saw their interview. So this win is for them. Last message to the fans.
Sa lahat po ng sumusuporta nandito sa venue, salamat po. Hindi po namin in-expect na madami kayo. Thank you talaga. Na-appreciate namin kayo. Hindi nyo lang alam gaano ka namin kayo na-appreciate. Thank you guys. See you sa next na laban.
They appreciate all the support. They didn't expect this much fans to come to them, to come and support them. And it means so much to them that you guys are all here. Once again, everybody, let's give Geek Fam a round of applause. Congratulations, you're moving on to the upper bracket semis. And now we're gonna break that game down for you. So we're gonna go back to our casters. Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Marlon. Again, congratulations to Geek Fam there. And even Burmese Ghouls, man, they should hold their heads high because they still have another shot in the lower bracket. And this was an amazing series. I know a lot of you guys here watching EVM enjoyed this 5-game series. We love to see it, even if it's double elimination, man. So who's to say what's in store for us ahead of us in the days? But
so hard.
They're going to play against AP Bren.
Yeah.
Another tough road ahead, right? You beat Burmese Ghouls, it's only fate that you get to meet AP Bren next. They always come hand in hand, just like Luke and big plays.
This guy was skywalking.
This guy was tired. Okay.
Get it? Because he's Luke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The final
like the thing from Star Trek?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so looking here at the MVP of the game, you will see that Luke he wasn't just the silent MVP, he was screaming out loud. He was the MVP of the match. 5-2-9, having a really good approach when it comes to the emblem in terms of the tanky ones, and also going for a full tanky set when it comes to the in-game equipment itself. But let's have a look here at what happened, what went down between Team Geek Fam and also Team Brimmy Schools. They were doing really good. A-Boy was doing really great at that team fight, but yet Nico with the damage in the early game, having that Decimate, having the Mortis, when it comes to the Retribution, he was able to take up a triple kill. Luke with a flicker final slash, always he was able to land it on 2 targets, I would say, at least, and that was a turning point for Team Geek to always come back on top when it comes to team fights. Luke here doing all the work underneath, but also having Chadera to swipe out all the members of Team Brimmy Schools. This was one of the moments where I thought that I would actually see a wipe out for Team Brimmy Schools, but then comes Chadera with the damage he was building up until this moment, and Beloyski give you a Beloyski special and takes 2 members, maybe even 3 members into this I'm Offended. And right now we see the first wipe out of the game, and again we will see a good, not a solid defense though, because he found his way through. Luke with a final slash taking 2 members away, and this was the moment where Team Geek Fam saw the base wide open and they went in for the approach.
I love this too. I love the interaction between that lineup from Geek Fam. You know, we kind of hinted on it a little bit in the draft too. Yasu, you pointed it out, right? Eve, you have the Ruby, and then you have Arlott. You have so many tools to either put people in the real world manipulation or keep them there or start the fight, peel if you need to, but again, the way things kind of unfolded here for Geek Fam, it was really well executed, and the draft just worked so well against what Burmese Ghouls decided to bring to the table.
And also, if you looked at this gold difference, even though Geek Fam was behind with almost, I can't remember, it was 3K to 5K at some point, they managed to finish high. They managed to finish with a 10K gold lead in their favor. And Kadira, look at his score right now and look at his gold. He was able to find all the necessary gold to collect from the top lane, from the mid lane, from wherever he found a jungle.
Again, just looking at things kind of unfold here. Interesting game 5, but it's like Geek Fam was just like, hey, we've learned from these 4 games, we're ready to just end it with a bang here.
And it just comes down to the same thing, right? Chadera getting his hands on a comfort pick. When it's not banned out completely, even if it's not the Bruno, he basically proves that he's up there, man. It wasn't because he's bad that he was benched. It was because maybe Marky played it a bit better, or the team's synergy was just better with Marky. But now with Marky and Chadera, I know Luke meant it as a joke, but Niall's got to be careful. His replacement is doing a very good job.
Hey, if you guys, I guess Mara translated too. We know how Marky feels about the matchup against Kyle Teasy, right? He knows what to do before that ends up happening again.
Careful, Kyle.
Yeah, careful, Kyle Teasy, because Marky's ready for you, right? That's what he's basically saying.
He finds a solution, remember, always. Whatever it takes, he finds a solution.
Whatever it takes, he's ready. But again, I have to say, over the course of those 5 games, you kind of saw that development, right, of Geek Fam alone. Like, the struggle that they had a little bit, Marky trying to find his footing. Yes, he went for those utility junglers. He played a little bit with some assassin, went to Guinevere, didn't work out so well the first time, and then pops off even this time. So, you know, the whole training arc that they had, you know, so to speak, for these 5 games was very apparent for Geek Fam. And, you know, it's nice to see them because, again, both these teams, where they ended up, how they ended up here in the knockout stage is a story in itself. And they're off to a great start. Both of them, again, Burmese Ghouls, they still have a chance to fight it out in the lower brackets and maybe eventually work their way up.
Yeah, they can actually work their way up. And we have seen a lot of stories where someone being sent down, I think Blacklist was one of them. They were sent down at the M3, if I'm not mistaken, and then they went all the way up through and take the championship.
That's actually true,
right?
Their journey in MPL Indonesia was a Cinderella story. And hey, even though I don't want to curse it,
don't say
I would love to believe in it.
You can leave it at that, right? You can believe in it. Yasu can dream things, and I'm just here.
You're just here, absorbing.
I'm here
To observe.
Exist.
Yeah, I'm just here, you know?
Yeah.
Like the building I am. So
Nice to the building Rezbek.
that's apparently what I am now. So, you know. Again, a great series ahead of us to close out this day of knockouts. We have, of course, more ahead of us, and we are going to be taking just a little bit the look of the brackets, right? How things are falling into place. Once again, yesterday was electrifying. Today was even further. So how do you even get better than electrifying? How do you be better than great? Well, the days will tell us all. Let's take a look at the brackets here. Once again, how things have fallen into place as we round out the day here. So, which two teams will be joining it out?
Oh my God.
You can see it right there.
Allow me to dream. One last dream.
Go ahead and dream, man.
One last
Devo,
one.
Devo wins, and then Geek, and this is a rematch between Devo and Geek. And then you
man.
bring AB Bren with Onyx down with Blacklist International, and then you'll have a chaos
Bro,
in the
all
lower
right.
bracket.
This dream in particular, I will give you. Like that would that not be the most surprising and the best M5 entertainment value-wise? It's the rematch.
The rematch.
And if that happens, Niall's back.
True, but how will that even happen?
Exactly.
What if the solution is the solution, right? But taking a look at tomorrow's schedule.
Oh man,
this is already
wow.
a banger.
That's
Starting
scary,
the day
bro.
tomorrow. Yep. Fireflux, Blacklist International.
Rematch.
See you soon in Burmese Ghouls.
It's so exciting, but also scary, man. Firstly,
Wow.
Fireflux versus Blacklist International. We know exactly what happened in the group stages. Yeah, I was 2-0 to Fireflux. But then, Burmese Ghouls and See You Soon. This one is a bit sad to me, right? Because looking at Cambodia, looking at Myanmar, for the longest time, these regions have been counted in as the dark horses in every tournament. MSC, M-Series, and now the fact that they have to beat each other to go to the next stage is, it's bittersweet, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's cool,
true.
it's entertaining, it's amazing, but oh, it sucks to see one of these teams go home.
Man, you get to a point in the tournament though where that's inevitable, right? It gets to that point, and we're nearing there, right, as we get through the knockout stages. But of course, we also want to go ahead and once again let everybody know that the M5 Pass is alive. So go ahead and finish all your activity tasks to reach level 75 for free. The M5 exclusive Yuzhong Dragon Shade, Yuzhong Cosmic Dragon, the Yuzhong figurine right here, all await for you. Don't forget the hashtags as well. Hashtag MLB M5, hashtag better than great, hashtag M5 Yuzhong, and hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Wow, today has been crazy, guys. And again, it's been great to share the desk with you guys for this entire day. Yasu, it's been amazing hearing your thoughts and everything else. Mirko, great job. Now, once again, as we cap out the day here, that's been two exciting best of 5 series we've had today, and it wouldn't be possible without our sponsors. Once again, big shout out to them to make M5 the World Championship possible. It's powered by Moonton, presented by Kadia, supported by the ROG, the official gaming phone, Grab, the official super app partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Naisu, this is Mirko, this is Yasu. We have loved to bring you the action today, and to close it out, we are just going to be thrown over to stage over Tamara, as she is going to go ahead and close out this last day of the knockout stages, at least day number 2. There's still more ahead of us, so sit tight. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's throw it over to Mara.
The exhibition from the world's best MLBB team continues on the second day of the M5 knockout stage. The first match of the day featured the Cambodian Hotshots kicking off their playoffs campaign against the Filipino champions. See You Soon tainted AP Brand's perfect record, giving them their first game loss. But in the end, it was Fuse surprise on that pick and Flap TZ's hard punches that sent them flying all the way to the upper bracket semis. Right after that, we witnessed Burmese Ghouls and Geek Fam remastering their fate, going all the way to game number 5. But Geek Fam continued to be the victor with Marky's debut as the jungler, and he says he might just do the assassin tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we have another 2 best of 5 matches coming your way. This time, two teams will have to end their M5 campaign. Who will survive and who will bid farewell? Let's all find out together. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino, reminding everyone who's in the pursuit of victory to become better than great. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burning, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. With starts of the game, shall reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great. If we stand tall and believe, we can make it, you and me. With a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Yeah. Hit me like I might kick over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great,
transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Hit me like I might get over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. This feeling I love. Oh yeah. Making my grind good to great. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay up firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I feel the power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shout, reveal, baby.